A fun graduation trip meant to be the vacation of a lifetime. Suddenly, it turned into a nightmare. The massive cruise ship where students were enjoying the ride was engulfed by a fierce storm. The captain's voice boomed over the speakers, ordering passengers to clear the deck immediately. Panic took over. Terrified students scrambled back and forth, rushing to find shelter in their cabins. In the middle of all this chaos, the young man suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice inside his head telling him that he'd successfully received the newbie package. Confused by everything, the guy couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. Thinking it might just be his imagination, he started feeling a rush of strange, impossible knowledge flooding into his mind. The virtual system tells the young man that there are coconuts right in front of him. Detailed info pops up on a virtual screen showing the plant's height, its structure, and its biological value. Suddenly, the guy grabs a venomous snake and smashes it hard against a tree, saving the girl nearby who was in danger. The young man had always listened to his master's advice and chose exactly the same model his master used. The guy slices through the thick shell of a coconut and realizes he made the right choice by deciding to buy the same knife his master owned. The young man is grateful for the lifebuoy lying next to him. That thing is what helped him survive. He thought he was the only one on the island, and that it was completely uninhabited. But after a while, he notices a girl in the nearby bushes. They're sitting by the fire. The guy is trying to boil water using a plastic bottle, using whatever means possible in these conditions. A large group of students has gathered on the massive deck of the cruise ship. The voice of the host announces that the school's top student is about to confess his love to the school goddess. Ellen, a young man with sincere feelings, kneels before the girl and hands her a huge bouquet of beautiful roses. The crowd around them starts clapping loudly, cheering for Ellen to say yes, keeping the romantic moment alive. Students are whispering among themselves. They're discussing the guy, saying he has a bright future, that he's not only handsome and talented, but also a high achiever academically, which explains his huge scholarship. The main character stands a bit apart. He's watching closely, a talk show about wilderness survival, and he's completely immersed in what's happening on the screen. The guy is watching the next episode of the talk show. At some point, he yawns and stretches a little. Raindrops start falling on his face, surprising him, since the sky was clear just a moment ago with no sign of a change. The weather changes at an alarming speed. The sky gets covered in dark storm clouds. The captain's voice comes over the loudspeaker, announcing that the ship has entered a storm zone and that everyone needs to clear the deck immediately. Panic spreads among the students on deck. They try to escape to their cabins as fast as possible, hoping they'll be safe. The main character grips the railing tightly and realizes the situation is getting desperate because the storm is intensifying, constantly and threatening their lives. The guy thinks it's too late to seek shelter in the cabins, so he decides to take a chance. He fights his way to the lifebuoys, which seem to be his only shot at survival. The young man's shipmates try to stop him, demanding he follow the captain's orders and go to his cabin immediately. The main character completely ignores them. He keeps inching toward the lifebuoy, noticing a fancy bouquet of roses, abandoned on the deck, forgotten in the rush. Finally, despite the violent rocking, the young man manages to reach the life preserver, grabbing it tight, feeling at least a glimmer of hope. Just then, a massive wave hits with incredible force, flipping the ship, and it starts sinking fast to the bottom. The young man blacks out. The last thing he hears is a strange voice saying it has activated the survival system. The young man washes ashore unconscious, while the virtual system reports that the newcomer's data packets have downloaded successfully and asks if he wants to activate them to take further action. The boy regains consciousness and snaps his eyes open. He is in deep shock, not just from the shipwreck, but from a dream, an incomprehensible dream that sticks in his memory. The young man looks around the coast. He notices signs of the recent disaster and thanks fate for surviving, and for avoiding the fate of the majority of the passengers. The main character sits up against a large palm tree, trying to dry his wet clothes in the warm tropical sun. He carefully examines the lifebuoy that helped keep him alive. The young man is sure there are no signs of life on this island. He considers it completely uninhabited and hopes the search and rescue team will definitely find him in 5 days at the latest. His attention is caught by loud thuds hitting the ground. The boy realizes they are coconuts falling from the trees. He feels unprecedented relief and joy. This calms him down, because there are plenty of coconut trees here, and the fruit can help him survive. Until the rescuers arrive, he starts opening the thick coconut shells with a camping knife, gratefully remembering his teacher, who recommended this trusty tool. Soon he discovers the coconuts are old and contain way less milk than he expected, so he will need at least 5 fruits to meet his basic needs for one day. He remembers some kind of system in his visions. Right then, it appears instantly. A holographic screen pops up in front of him, greeting its owner. Shocked, the boy spits out the coconut milk and starts choking, clearly stunned by what is happening. The system calmly informs the young man about the chance to open the starter pack, inviting him to do it now. The boy, getting over his shock, decides to accept the system's offer and resolutely presses the holographic screen, hoping to understand what is going on. The system congratulates the young man and informs him he is receiving knowledge, called common plants and common animals, which raises even more questions in his mind. Suddenly, bright flashes of energy spark around the boy, starting to instantly upload this information into his mind, causing him to experience strange sensations. The protagonist can't quite believe the reality of what's happening. For a moment, it feels like this is all just a figment of his imagination, brought on by stress and burnout. But he feels like he instantly in turning received a massive download of strange things, knowledge that immediately flooded his mind. A holographic screen appears in front of the young man, informing him that there are coconuts right in front of him and starting to give him extensive data on the plant, including its useful and practical properties. Suddenly, a loud scream coming from the nearby thicket distracts the young man from his thoughts and makes him wary. This really pisses the guy off, since he was sure the island was uninhabited. But now it's clear there's someone else here. He reacts instantly to the scream, feeling a sharp spike of anxiety, and starts running toward the dense brush where the sounds are coming from. Pushing his way through the heavy bushes, the guy parts the thick branches. Finally, he sees a girl in front of him, half naked, sitting on the sand, clearly terrified of something. The young man instantly recognizes her as Ellen, the university's top student, the girl who is the center of attention on the ocean liner's deck. He notices a venomous snake slowly creeping toward the girl. The system immediately tells him what kind of reptile it is, providing all the encyclopedic data needed to understand the threat to Ellen. She is clearly terrified, her voice trembling with fear. She begs the young man to save her from the venomous snake, rapidly closing in on her. Just as the snake lunges at the girl, the guy manages to grab it, stopping the reptile from reaching its target. A split second later, he neutralizes it by smashing it against a tree trunk growing nearby. Ellen's voice is shaking as she tries to speak to him. The guy turns around and suggests she get dressed first so she'll feel more comfortable. Realizing she's in an extremely awkward situation, Ellen tries to calm down and gather her thoughts to explain what's happening. She finally says she decided to hide behind the trees to take off and dry her wet clothes. Never imagining something like this could happen, Ellen watches the young man closely as he busies himself gathering coconuts and realizes he's a good guy who saved her life at a critical moment. She considers herself a pretty beautiful and attractive girl, so she's quite indignant that the guy walked away so fast and doesn't even look in her direction, as if her presence means nothing. Deciding not to let this slide, the girl starts slowly approaching the guy, intending to start a conversation with him and express her gratitude. As she gets closer to him, Ellen thanks the guy for saving her and tells him her name, hoping to get a conversation going. He calmly tells her he already knows who she is and introduces himself as Ian. Ellen suddenly becomes hysterical, clutching the young man's hands tightly. and through her tears. Says she feels like a total failure because they were both stuck in the same situation after the shipwreck. After a while, he manages to calm the girl down, showing patience and compassion, and gives her coconut milk to drink so she can recover her senses. The boy asks Ellen if she has any items they could use to contact the outside world, like a phone, a walkie-talkie, or anything similar that could help in this situation. Ian learns that the girl doesn't have a single useful thing. When she got to the shore and found herself in the same situation as him, without any means of communication, Ellen tries to cheer him up. She tells him their situation isn't that bad. Cause a shipwreck is an emergency event, and after such a major incident, the rescue teams will definitely come looking for survivors. Giving her hope they'll be rescued pretty soon, the guy is surprised by the girl's positive attitude, because they're in extremely tough conditions, and reactions like Ellen's are pretty rare in circumstances like this. In decides to boost her confidence. He agrees with her thinking and adds that maybe the rescue teams are on their way and will arrive soon. The girl remembers a recent run-in with a snake. Just then, a young man's voice is heard, suggesting they start a fire to scare off bugs and snakes, since at night, the danger is only gonna get worse. The young pair heads to the coast, hoping to find something useful to start a fire, and they spend an hour wandering through the sand dunes and among the rocks. But despite all their efforts, they never find anything suitable to get a fire going. In scanning the horizon, can't shake the feeling that they're in a place with almost no trace of human activity, as if this island were completely cut off from the rest of the world. Meanwhile, she spots an empty plastic bottle on the superheated coastal sand, and disappointment shows on her face, 'cause she expected to find at least some valuable liquid inside the bottle that could help them. She's about to throw the useless object away, but In realizes her intention and quickly asks the girl not to do it. Doubtful, she asks the guy what could possibly be so useful about this empty bottle, because, in her opinion, it's absolutely useless in their situation. In answers confidently that she'll see for herself and that this bottle can serve them. He explains that he's going to use the bottle to start a fire, and recalls a method he saw on one of those survival TV shows. After filling the bottle with water, the guy uses it as a lens to focus the sun's rays. To his surprise and joy, the method actually works, and the refracted sunbeams manage to light a fire, becoming their first big success on the island. And little by little, night falls. Darkness deepens over the island, while the young pair sits around the fire, enjoying the warmth and feeling relatively safe. Ellen anxiously asks the guy how much time he thinks will pass before rescuers find them. She's extremely worried they might starve to death before help arrives, and understands he needs to cheer the girl up. Cause in survival conditions, the most important thing is keeping a positive attitude, because if you're depressed, you're already half dead. He says with confidence that rescue operations usually take several days, and the longest they might have to spend on the island is a week. Plus, he adds, there's no need to worry about food, since the beach is full of coconut trees, and even if they only drink coconut milk, they can last a whole week. After finishing his speech, In pulls out the dead snake, surprising Ellen, who immediately asks him what he plans to do with it. In indicates with a smile that she'll soon see for herself and begins to skillfully cut up the snake, showing off his expertise. Ellen doesn't even want to think about the fact that the guy is gonna fry this snake for dinner. Her face is twisted in disgust, and he doesn't see a problem with it at all. He asks Ellen straight up why she's so shocked. I mean, they're having meat for dinner, and that should make her happy, since getting food in these conditions is a real treat. Ellen flat out refuses to eat that stuff and declares she won't touch snake meat, even if she faces death by starvation. In doesn't share her disgust, and decides that if she wants to be that squeamish, she can go ahead and starve, because he has no intention of begging her. In calmly starts eating his portion of snake, making a point of telling the girl exactly how crunchy and tasty the meat is. trying to make her jealous. Ellen is starving, but she turns away stubbornly, trying to show open disdain for the food. Despite her growing desire to eat, Ian continues eating his ration with gusto, talking loudly about how tasty it is and how much he likes the texture and smell. He wants to provoke the girl. Ellen can't stand it anymore and demands that he stop acting like that immediately. However, a moment later, she grabs a skewer with her ration and says the boy finally convinced her to try it. After eating the first piece, Ellen suddenly realizes the fried snake actually isn't that bad. The smell turned out to be really nice, and the taste was pretty appetizing and tender. Ian thinks they were lucky to catch a red snake today. Otherwise, they would have had to go hungry tonight. Just then, the boy's thoughts shift to the virtual system, and a holographic screen instantly pops up before his eyes, informing him that the host has started a fire and receives 100 points for it. Ellen notices the weird movements Ian is making in the air and worriedly asks what's wrong. His behavior seems suspicious to her. Ian, not wanting to explain that he sees something strange, quickly replies that there was just a bug under his shirt. Ian understands that only he can see the system's holographic screens, and he's not going to tell the girl yet, preferring to keep his new capabilities a secret. The young man reflects that people are unpredictable by nature, and he's only spent a day with Ellen, so he still doesn't know what kind of person she is. If he tells her about the system, she might think he's crazy or tell someone else, which could cause trouble. Ian decides that as long as she can't see the system's holographic screens, he doesn't have to worry about his secret being revealed. He enters the system's main menu, where he finds information stating that the host will be rewarded with survival points for his efforts. And then these points can be exchanged for items in the virtual store. Ian enters the shop and notices there are many products on display, but they are all quite expensive. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a strange batch called True Love in the World. This lot has no description, just a name. But Ian believes this skill could be very useful in his current situation. He realizes that everything in the system store is pricey, and the cheapest item will cost 2,000 points, while he only has 100 points. So he can't afford anything yet. Ian realizes there is no task list on the main page, and because of this, he doesn't know how else he can earn points to use. Analyzing the system's capabilities, he figures the coconuts will let them survive until the rescue team gets here. But fruit is just carbs, and zero protein, which is gonna be a problem long term. He decides they should split up tomorrow and try to scavenge for fish and shrimp stranded at low tide to fix their diet. Even with the exhaustion and extreme stress, he can't sleep. Getting up, he stares intently at the girl sleeping peacefully nearby. Ian notices how calm Ellen looks and realizes she must not be scared of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have passed out so fast right next to him. He looks up at the glowing moon and decides that tomorrow they definitely need to talk over their plans. His sleep didn't last long. He wakes up suddenly, eyes snapping open. He's freezing, and he can't figure out why the temperature dropped so hard. It's ice cold. He sees Ellen still sleeping, but she's shivering. He realizes this is really bad for her. He decides to wake her up so she doesn't freeze. Ian moves closer and starts to gently shake her shoulder so he doesn't scare her. He feels immediately that her body is cold to the touch, but she was so exhausted and stressed from the day. Her senses are totally dulled right now. Suddenly, she wakes up and starts screaming, terrified, asking him what he's doing and why he's trying to touch her. Ian is shocked by her violent reaction and tries to calm her down, explaining he didn't mean any harm. Ellen keeps shouting her outrage, saying she thought he was a decent guy, and now she's hugely disappointed in him. Ian tells her he just wanted to warn her about the cold setting in, since the temperature dropped like a rock and it's dangerous for both of them. He suggests she get closer to the fire immediately to warm up, unless she wants to get hypothermia and deal with serious consequences. They sit around the fire, trying to stay warm. Ian notices The huge temperature swing between day and night on this island. It worries him. He thinks they need to figure something out to survive the freezing nights, since they don't have enough clothes to handle such sudden weather shifts. Ellen asks what is going on here. She wonders how it could be so warm and comfortable during the day. But now the island is wrapped in this intense cold, like they're in a totally different place. Ian says he's worried that if things don't change, they could freeze to death. He suggests huddling together to share body heat and survive the night. But Ellen flat out rejects him, not wanting that kind of close physical contact. Even with the current situation, they sit by the small fire in total silence, trying to warm up in the cold. But it's not exactly easy. Ellen feels that even with the fire, her hands and feet are still freezing, almost numb. It's hard to stay warm. She looks closely at Ian and realizes that maybe they really should huddle up to stay warm for the night. But she holds back. She's never been that close to a guy before. Having made up her mind, Ellen stands up decisively. She tells the young man they have to do this if they want to stay alive. She persistently asks Ian to close his eyes and not look in her direction, so it's easier for her to handle the situation. Ian looks at Ellen in total surprise and asks the girl why she is taking her clothes off. Ellen explains that she saw people on a TV show stripping down to keep warm and protect themselves from the cold and extreme conditions. Ian tells the girl that their situation is different, and that if they had too much clothing, it might interfere with heat transfer. But their clothes are too thin, so there is no need to remove them. He calms the girl. He decides that now he'll simply hold her to warm her up. Ellen is tense and clearly embarrassed. But little by little, she starts feeling her body heat up, becoming much warmer and more comfortable. She slowly relaxes, closes her eyes, and soon falls into a deep sleep, feeling safe. A new sunny day arrives. Ellen wakes up in high spirits and tells the guy that morning is here. The young pair gaze intently at the beautiful sunrise painting the sky in bright colors. Both feel overwhelmed by the feeling that, despite the hardships, this moment is beautiful in its own way. Suddenly, Ian runs excitedly toward the shore after seeing the tide go out, and invites Ellen to come with him to collect washed-up shrimp and crabs that could serve as their breakfast. Ellen agrees, and they start exploring the coastal area. Suddenly, the girl screams out in pain. One of the crabs has clamped onto her hand tight. She panics and begs Ian to come over immediately and help her. Ian doesn't get distracted from his work and suggests that the girl uses the stone to break free from the crab's grip. Ellen finds a sharp stone nearby and strikes the crab's hard shell with all her might, shaking it off. She proudly boasts about her success and tells the boy she did it, watching with joy the pile of collected crabs, realizing that a hearty breakfast awaits them. Using his camping knife, the young man skillfully cracks open the shellfish and preps them for cooking. Ellen watches the process and asks why Ian is tossing the shells, since there's still plenty of meat left to use. Ian tells the girl not to be greedy. With a smile, he explains that she can't eat too many crabs anyway, and it's best not to take risks. He informs her that crab meat has specific properties, and eating too much can cause indigestion, something they'd rather avoid. The youngsters finish their breakfast, and he lets her know they can't stay at the old spot tonight. He suggests heading into the forest to build a shelter and protect themselves from the cold night wind. Ellen isn't thrilled with the idea, but Ian reminds her about last night and the freezing temps. Ellen asks why they need to go to the forest and if it's really impossible to build a shelter on the beach, where they're already used to being. Ian explains that the forest holds more building materials needed to construct a reliable shelter, as well as a better chance of finding extra food, which is extremely important for them right now. He asks the girl to finish breakfast as fast as possible, since they still need to hydrate and get moving. Ian stares up at a huge coconut tree. There's a whole bunch at the top that could provide him with enough liquid for the next day. Ian starts taking off his belt. Ellen, seeing this, she covers her face with her hands in surprise, not understanding exactly what the guy is about to do. using a belt. Ian quickly rigs up a device and explains to the girl that he saw it on a travel show. The method he plans to use to climb the trees is called the two-legged rope technique. The principle is that the rope increases friction between his legs and the trunk, as if his legs were glued to the tree, making the climb much easier. After a few minutes, Ian realizes that climbing the palm tree turned out to be much harder than he initially expected. Despite all the difficulties, he manages to reach the treetop. He asks Ellen to move back to a safe distance to avoid possible injuries when he starts carefully cutting down the coconuts. He starts chopping the fruit with his camp knife, trying to do it as fast as possible. Ellen tastes the water from one of the freshly cut coconuts. She notices it's different from what they had before. It's fresher, and these fruits contain double the liquid, which is definitely good news. He pours the coconut water into a plastic bottle to make it easier to carry, and tells the girl that now they are ready to hit the path and start looking for materials to build a shelter. Then he notices Ellen carrying some coconuts and, surprised, asks why she decided to take them, given that they already collected liquid. Ellen replies that they're short on liquid and she's not planning to throw the coconuts away, since any supply, no matter how small, can be extremely useful. The guy says too much coconut water can be harmful, since she could throw up and get diarrhea if she drinks too much of it. This information convinces Ellen, and she decides to drop the extra fruit on the ground, realizing it's better not to risk her health. The young pair slowly begins to head deeper into the nearby forest, preparing to find a suitable place for shelter. Before venturing into the jungle, Ian uses stones on the shore to spell out SOS, hoping that rescuers might spot the signal. While they're out here, Ian remembers he used to be addicted to survival TV shows, and always thought living in the wild could be a thrilling and interesting adventure. But now he dreams of returning to his cozy room and lying on a soft sofa. The boy looks around intently, feeling like he can't avoid the sensation that many evil eyes are watching him from every dark corner of the forest, which is giving him deep anxiety. He passes the bottle of coconut water to Ellen, who greedily quenches her thirst and feels better with every sip. After that, she hands the bottle back to the guy, but urgently asks him to drink more carefully and not to touch the neck with his lips. Ian hears Ellen ask him a question about exactly what they are going to look for in this forest. She notices the guy looking around intently, as if he were clearly trying to find something important. Ian answers that yesterday's snake belonged to the family Annularis, and that these snakes usually live near bodies of fresh water and move away from them in search of prey. Ellen guesses the guy is referring to the presence of a fresh pond nearby, and sarcastically points out that he has excellent analytical skills. The young man calls her attention to the trampled grass found up ahead, pointing out that there are broken bush branches on this path, just like the other bushes heading this way. In his opinion, it points to an animal trail leading straight to a watering hole. Ellen is totally amazed by the guy's knowledge, thinking she's incredibly lucky to be stuck on a deserted island with someone so experienced, where knowing nature can literally save your life. But a moment later, her mood shifts when she realizes Ian constantly teasing her, using what he knows to crack little jokes at her expense. She asks the guy how he knows so much about nature and surviving out here, because his knowledge is seriously impressive. Ian smiles and explains that he always wanted to travel and experience extreme conditions in the wild, but he actually picked up everything he knows back home, watching TV and browsing the internet, and realizes the forest is way bigger than he first thought, and figures if they don't find a water source before noon, they'll have to start a fire so they don't waste time on it later. Suddenly, the pair stops dead. Ellen says she hears a strange sound that catches her attention, and listens closely and happily realizes exactly what that sound is. His face lights up with a grin. He grabs the girl by the hand and tells her to follow him as fast as possible. The guy trusts his gut. After a bit, they break into a clearing and see a fast-flowing stream of fresh water right in front of them, which is a total victory. They feel pure joy, congratulating each other on the huge find. realizing they finally have access to drinking water. Ian sees this as a massive success since they found water before noon, and now they won't die of thirst. Ellen scoops up water from the stream in her palms, but doesn't dare drink it. She points out the water isn't safe, because it might be full of bacteria, which could cause serious health issues. They keep moving. Ellen wonders why they didn't decide to set up camp near the water, since it would be way more convenient than heading deeper into the jungle. Ian finds a flat, open area, and explains to her that if they put their shelter right next to the water, they might run into wild animals coming for a drink, and that would be too dangerous for them. Then, the guy hands Ellen a knife and says he's going to start a fire and look for the right trees to build a shelter. Ellen, they heads into the nearby bushes looking for large leaves they'll need for the shelter, hoping to find the materials quickly. The jungle is always super humid, so the wood isn't always good for starting a fire. But despite that, Ian manages to find some dry wood to use as fuel. He remembers seeing a lot of thin trees on the way that would be perfect for building a shelter. The young man recalls seeing a TV show once that showed how to make stone axes for survival. He picks out the right piece of rock and starts grinding it by striking it with another stone, hoping to make something usable. After a while, he has a pretty sharp stone tool in his hands and realizes he doesn't have enough time to make a full axe. So he decides to move faster using just the sharp stone and manages to cut down several thin trees suitable for building a hut. This work turned out to be quite a hassle. The young man had to spend about half an hour just to chop down a single tree. Throughout the entire day, Ian managed to fell only 9 trees and figures it is time to head back to camp. After tying the logs together with vines, Ian hoisted them onto his shoulder and walked slowly back to the campsite. As he stepped out into a clearing, he hears Ellen's voice saying she is glad to see him and that his long absence had already started to make her worry. The girl shows him the massive banana leaves and proudly asks him to look at what she found, hoping her efforts will be useful too. Ellen mentions she took the smaller leaves, and that nearby, there are huge banana thickets. She points out that they currently have very little building material. The guy says for now they will build a small tent just to survive the cold night. Ellen asks Ian how they are going to attach the banana leaves to the main frame, and Ian explains he will make some support beams by sharpening the felled trees. After that, using a rock, the young man drives the sharpened stakes into the ground. After tying everything together with strong vines, Ian covers the frame with several layers of large banana leaves. Ellen remarks that this design does not look like a nice, warm house at all. Ian tells the girl they had very little time or materials, but this structure will help us survive the night. It will protect us from the wind and reflect the fire's heat toward us. At that moment, the guy receives a message from the virtual system, stating he received 1,000 points for building a repugnant tent. Ellen continues, talking to the young man, voicing her dissatisfaction, unaware that a holographic system screen has appeared in front of him. He thinks this is too much. Aside from the girl, even the system considers his work disgusting. Ellen stops her rant and looks closely at the young man beside her. Using an empty plastic bottle, the pair boil the water they collected from the stream to disinfect it and make it safe to drink. Ian asks the girl not to rush, worried she might burn herself with the hot water if she drinks too fast. Ellen quenches her thirst and then hands the bottle to the boy, urgently demanding once again that his lips do not touch the rim. Ian thinks they have solved the issue of staying warm and starts thinking about how to stock up on food, since so far they only have coconuts and shellfish, and they need to consider additional food sources. The boy keeps thinking about providing food for her and looks closely at the girl, who is waving her hands energetically. Ian decides that tomorrow they will go to the banana grove to explore and find something useful for their survival. Just then, a huge mosquito lands on the young man's hand. Ellen smacks Ian's hand hard, trying to scare off the mosquito. Ellen sees the boy is very unhappy with her behavior and apologizes to him for hitting so hard. Ian gets seriously worried as more and more mosquitoes appear around them. He remembers hearing that jungle mosquitoes can be poisonous, and even one bite can leave a nasty swelling. Realizing the mosquitoes pose a real threat, Ellen starts getting nervous and asks Ian to help her immediately. She begins to panic. Ian cups his hands together like a shell and generates a high, prolonged whistle, which partially helps drive most of the mosquitoes away from him. Then the man grabs a branch from a bush he just cut and starts swatting the remaining insects with it. He decides to toss some branches onto the fire to drum up some thick smoke. Before long, a dense cloud of smoke wraps around the shelter, working like a charm to keep those jungle mosquitoes at bay. He asks the girl to hang in there, pointing out that while breathing smoke is obviously bad for you, it's the only way they can protect themselves from the bugs right now. The boy is pretty happy with his shelter design, seeing as the wall does a great job of blocking the wind. They start feeling some warmth instead of that cold breeze blowing in from the ocean, which helps them feel a whole lot more comfortable. Unlike the beach, the forest is crawling with wild animals, so he suggests that Ellen takes turns keeping watch during the night. But then, he suddenly realizes she isn't listening to a word he's saying. She's so exhausted she fell asleep sitting straight up. The young man carefully moves closer to Ellen and gently settles her into a cozy spot at the base of the shelter, making sure not to wake her up. He realizes he's going to have to stand guard alone tonight, and to keep himself busy, he decides to weave some rope out of tree bark, which could come in handy for their survival. The next morning comes around. The early sun starts lighting up the dense forest, waking up every living thing, including the birds, who start singing loudly to welcome the new day. Ellen wakes up to the morning bird song. She stretches, realizing she slept great and didn't feel cold at all last night, which makes her really happy. She spots a sturdy rope near the fire and asks Ian how he made it, clearly amazed by his skills. Right then, Ian turns to look at her, irritated and running on zero sleep. He is clearly pissed at her. He's deeply annoyed because he was stuck on watch duty alone all night, and he angrily tells the girl that she's going to have to take the watch tonight. Ellen apologizes for what she did yesterday, explaining that she was exhausted and doesn't even remember falling asleep last night, but she's sincerely sorry for leaving him to do it alone. Then, he apologizes for his behavior too, admitting he lost his cool, and asks Ellen to forgive him. He tells her she won't have to keep watch alone tonight, since he plans to switch things up and organize the watch schedule so everything is fair and square. The two of them are near a freshwater stream, and he asks Ellen exactly where she saw that banana tree. The girl points toward the east and says that while he was busy building the shelter, she walked along the stream and stumbled upon that grove. They head toward the banana tree, hoping to find something useful there. On the way, they run into some thick berry bushes. Just then, the virtual system feeds the young man a ton of useful info about the plant, helping him understand just how valuable it is. Ian picks a few berries from the bush and tells Ellen to try them, explaining that these berries pop up between April and May. He says they're great for your kidneys, help with colds, and even neutralize the effects of alcohol. Ellen asks if the berries actually taste any good. Ian smiles and tells her to try them herself to see how delicious they are. Ellen tastes the berries Ian handed her and immediately makes a pained face. She can barely hold back her reaction, clenching her fists tight, and complains with disgust that the berries are way too sour. The boy tosses the rest of the berries and explains that they're April raspberries, and that it's completely normal for them to still be this sour right now. They're sour because the ripening season hasn't arrived yet. After a while, the two of them come across a banana tree where wild bananas from the Musa species are growing. The system gives Ian detailed information about this plant and its potential uses, allowing him to better understand what they're dealing with. Ellen remarks that the fruit looks pretty unappealing, and they're way too green. To which, Ian replies that he's not sure if they're ripe or not, but he's sure of one thing: they don't have a choice. Ian realizes the rope he made isn't strong enough to hold his weight, so he ties a stone to it to help knock down the fruit. With a skillful toss, Ian throws his makeshift tool toward a massive bunch of wild bananas, hoping to successfully bring it down. Then he tells Ellen to back off immediately to a safe distance to avoid getting hurt. The rope Ian threw wraps around a huge banana flower and latches on tight, allowing him to start pulling. He tugs on the improvised rope and starts hauling it toward him, using all his strength to harvest the fruit. However, the bunch of wild bananas is clinging pretty stubbornly to the tree, and the young man can't rip it free right away, so he puts even more back into it. After a moment, there's a loud crash. A huge bunch of bananas, along with a whole row of growing leaves, crashes straight down on top of him. Ellen rushes over, worried, and carefully starts pulling apart the debris, trying to free Ian. She figures he isn't badly hurt, since banana leaves are pretty soft. But suddenly, from beneath the mountain of leaves, Ian's hand pops out, holding a plucked banana. He offers Ellen a bite. Ellen, frowning, tells him she doesn't like how he's constantly testing new foods and their toxicity on her, like she's some guinea pig. Realizing she's not amused, Ian decides to try the wild banana himself to ease her doubts. Ian smiles and says he wasn't trying to use her. He just wanted to act like a gentleman. Then, he takes a bite of the fruit. He immediately tells Ellen that the taste leaves a lot to be desired. It's way too hard and not sweet at all. Ellen suggests this banana probably just isn't ripe yet, and says he should try another one to be sure. Ian explains that it's not a question of whether the banana is ripe or not. He explains that this type of banana hasn't gone through the mutation process yet, and the cult fruit is packed with huge seeds, making it inedible for humans. Ian tosses the rest of the banana aside, saying there's nothing tasty about it, and if she wants to eat, she needs to eat meat. Ellen tells him she doesn't get his jokes at all, to which Ian replies that he's not joking in the slightest. They can actually eat meat grown with the help of a banana. She thinks he's just making fun of her, but Ian asks her to come closer and see for herself. Ian holds out a banana leaf with a large larva on it, explaining that this is the meat he had in mind. Ellen looks at the insect in surprise and asks if they can really eat them and how good they actually taste. Ian is totally surprised by her reaction, finding it pretty unusual, since she's staying so calm in a situation that would freak most people out. The two of them place a pan over the fire and start frying up the larvae. And he explains that while larvae might not be the most delicious thing in the world, they pack 6 times more protein than beef, which makes them super nutritious and healthy. After a while, Ian announces the larvae are ready and that they can start eating. To the guy's surprise, Ellen isn't picky at all, and, without flinching, starts tasting the grubs. She reports that the taste is actually pretty good, kinda like lobster paste. This shocks Ian even more. Ellen just laughs out loud, and she tells the guy that these larvae are way tastier and better than that awful snake meat she ate earlier. Then he tells the girl he's really surprised by her reaction, 'cause he thought she'd be scared of the banana worms. But her reaction turned out to be the complete opposite and unexpectedly positive. Ellen explains that she's tried tons of different seafood and weird animals in her life, so eating larvae isn't anything unusual for her. Plus, she's starving right now and has no intention of being picky or turning down food. Then, Ellen gets surprised when she sees Ian cut up their only plastic bottle. She asks him why he did that, since it was a crucial item for them. The guy answers that he's going to use the bottle for fishing. This surprises Ellen, as she didn't expect that kind of use. Ian says he noticed a lot of fish earlier, swimming right at the mouth of the stream, and he reckons that with this bottle, they can easily catch small fish, which will add some much-needed variety to their diet. The girl is totally confused and asks the young man how exactly a cut-up bottle is going to help them fish. Since she doesn't get the idea, Ian explains the design of his trap. The bottle's opening acts like a sort of tunnel, which allows a small fish to swim in along with the water flow. But it'll be hard for it to get back out because of the small hole and the constant flow of incoming water. The guy adds with a smile that he can explain it even simpler. It's easy to get into the bottle, but hard to get out of it. Ellen is still worried about the destroyed bottle, 'cause it was important for storing water. She asks how they're gonna drink water now. He calmly informs her that, in this case, they'll use coconut halves, which make for excellent makeshift bowls. He adds that the coconut shell might burn on the fire. So he plans to heat the liquid by dropping in stones that he's heated up in the fire. He believes that after doing this a few times, the water should boil. Ian suggests finding a good spot near the stream to set the trap, so they can keep doing their thing while the fish get caught. The girl asks him why he decided to set the trap in this spot, and not closer to their camp. Ian explains that this area is shaded, and allows water lettuce to grow well, which usually hides a huge amount of fish, making it a prime spot for fishing. Ellen suddenly tunes out his explanation and asks if he smells that weird scent she picked up. Ian actually starts to smell a strong odor after Ellen points it out. It seems familiar, but the guy can't quite remember what it is. He asks the girl to wait for him. Ellen walks out into a big, open clearing and points out the grass growing there to the guy, telling him that the strong smell is coming from right there. At this point, the system tells the young man that the plant is mint, a member of the Lamiaceae plant family, and its leaves contain an oil that can spread through the air and repel insects. Ian is really happy about this find and realizes that mint can be an excellent remedy against annoying bugs. The guy wants to take some of the plants to plant around the camp and ward off the insects that suck blood. Ellen expresses her extreme loathing for bloodsuckers and enthusiastically starts harvesting as much mint as possible, telling the guy that they should grab the biggest amount they can. Ian asks Ellen to stop and explains that the number of plants they have will be enough to protect their camp, so there's no point taking too many. The pair head back to their camp and dig a furrow around it, carefully planting mint bushes to create a natural barrier against the insects. Ian thinks that today is actually a really good day for them. He didn't expect to find mint and be able to successfully get rid of the dangerous bugs. The boy invites Ellen to take a moment to rest a bit and recover while they have the chance, and adds that a little later they'll go to the sea to look for coconuts. At that moment, a holographic system screen suddenly pops up in front of the young man, informing him that 200 points have been credited to his account for crafting a stone axe. Ian holds his stone axe in his hands and is surprised to realize that in just one day he's already received 2 rewards from the system, which makes him happy. However, he still doesn't understand why specific tasks are worth points, and decides that maybe if he keeps crafting survival tools, he might earn even more points. Ellen watches in closely, not understanding why he's so genuinely happy or why he's looking at the stone axe so intently. But she doesn't ask unnecessary questions. The young pair arrive at the beach and see a huge number of broken coconuts under one of the palm trees. Ian realizes that clearly there is some kind of creature living on the island, eating his supplies, and it's definitely doing it way more efficiently than him. Ellen suggests that maybe they aren't alone here, and someone else might be on the island. But Ian refutes her guesses by pointing to a broken coconut shell and explaining that it's unlikely a person did this, because it can't be done using ordinary physical strength. Ellen starts to feel terrified, suggesting it might be a tiger or a lion, which makes her feel unsafe. Ian tries to calm the girl down, telling her that her fears are unfounded, since it's unlikely such predators eat coconuts, meaning their presence here is improbable. Ian notices a large footprint in the sand and realizes the print was left by a coconut eater. Ellen says that she used to hear about the existence of huge coconut crabs. Ian confirms these guesses and says there are only traces belonging to the coconut crab. The pair decide to find the coconut crab and start following its tracks. Ellen reports that the crab's trail cuts off and it can't be seen anymore. Ian lifts his head and looks closely at a nearby palm tree. The virtual system informs the young man that the coconut crab is a species of terrestrial hermit crab that can grow up to 1 meter long and is considered the largest land-living arthropod in the world. Ellen examines the arthropod closely, licks her lips hungrily, and says that the crab, it weighs several kilograms. Ellen is dead set on eating a huge crab, but she doesn't know how to reach it. The young pair hides behind a nearby palm tree, close by and waits for the moment the crab climbs down to the ground. Ellen asks In to hurry, since she thinks the crab is now going to climb the next tree. In tells her not to worry, assuring her the arthropod isn't going anywhere and can't leave after eating all the coconuts. Ellen is overwhelmed by the obsessive thought that she needs to get and eat a huge, delicious crab as fast as possible. Coconut crabs have powerful jaws, making cracking a nut as easy as peeling a banana. In takes on a terrifying look as he slowly approaches the massive coconut crab lurking on the ground. In grabs the open coconut from the crab. The guy praises it, saying it's doing a good job, and offers to let it keep cracking other nuts. He carefully examines the arthropod and is surprised by its strange habits. Usually, these crabs fear daylight and only come out at night. In snatches another cracked nut from the crab's claws and is really surprised by how fast the crab deals with the coconuts. The arthropod, sensing its prey has been taken, starts getting angry and reacts aggressively, trying to grab the guy with its powerful claws. In playfully dodges its strikes and smiles, inviting the crab to try and catch him. Then he tells the crab it's time for revenge for stealing their coconuts. The young man pins the huge crab to the ground and ties it with his rope. Ellen, falling a bit behind In, asks him to slow down, saying it's hard for her to keep up. The boy replies that they need to hurry, since the sun will start setting soon, and they might not have time to get back before dark. Ellen collapses onto the sand, saying she's tired and can't walk anymore because the coconuts she's carrying are too heavy. In understands her condition and offers to take a short break so she can rest and recover. He looks at the afternoon low tide and regrets that it'll be dark soon. He wishes he had time to catch even more living creatures. At that moment, Ellen starts to cry. Her eyes are full of despair. She says the third day is already ending, and the rescue teams haven't shown up. Ellen's reaction really hurts the young man. He's about to say something to cheer her up and restore her confidence. Before he can come up with anything, Ellen recovers. She slaps her cheeks with her palms and orders herself firmly to pull it together. After this, she says they shouldn't worry, because she's sure they won't be abandoned on this desert island. The girl remembers that the rescuers might arrive later, maybe in a week, just like In said. And then she picks up the heavy coconuts and says they need to keep moving before the sun goes down. In sinks into heavy thoughts. He realizes 3 days have passed and starts to worry that if they aren't found in a week, the rescuers will most likely stop searching. The young pair checks their trap and finds 3 small fish in it. The young man reports there are lots of fish in this river. He didn't think that with the help of a simple, you'd only catch fish with that device. He starts cutting up the catch and asks Ellen to head back to camp, telling her he'll catch up with her a little later. This time, the boy decided to use fish guts as bait instead of banana worms, since he thinks this will attract bigger fish than before. A holographic system screen pops up in front of In, letting him know the fishing task is complete and he's received 500 points. This news makes the young man happy, because now he has 2,000 points in his account. That's enough to visit the system store and maybe get something actually useful. He heads back to camp and sees Ellen trying to do something with stones. The boy asks her what exactly she's doing. Ellen answers that the coconut crab is pretty big, so she's going to build a bigger slab. After a while, the young pair start a fire and begin preparing dinner, which consists of coconut crab and 3 fish. Ellen says she really likes the food. The crab meat is super nutritious and has a sweet taste with a hint of coconut. The girl says she ate a lot today for the first time and isn't hungry anymore. In goes to bed and asks her to wake him up at midnight to switch places. Night falls, and everything gets pitch black. Ellen feels scared and keeps worrying that some wild animals might attack them. Suddenly, In grabs hair. The girl wasn't expecting that and lets out a loud scream. Ellen spins around and starts swinging a stone axe clumsily while screaming her head off. She says the young man scared the hell out of her and asks him not to do that. Then, she asks why he got up so early, because she wasn't going to wake him yet. He says he can't sleep. He tells the girl to go to bed and plans to take her spot. Ellen asks the young man if he actually rested. She realizes the boy will be on duty for the second night in a row, because yesterday she slept through the whole night and wasn't on watch. In says it's all good. He just wants Ellen to get some sleep so she doesn't crack his head open with an axe while he's sleeping one day. He throws some wood on the fire and thinks now is the time to check out the virtual system store. Peace and quiet reigns all around. Only a light smoke from the fire rises slowly upwards and dissolves into the dense treetops. In heats up water, carefully placing hot stones from the fire into a cup made from half a coconut, and disinfects it with mint leaves. The young man believes that as long as it's possible to boil water, there's no need to worry about bacteria and potential risks. The mint leaves don't just seem healthy to him, but also very tasty, and they help him stay alert. Suddenly, he hears Ellen talking in her sleep. The girl is constantly asking for help and repeating that they're in trouble on a deserted island. Tears appear on her face. She hopes the rescuers won't abandon them and will definitely come to the rescue. In has always believed Ellen is naturally optimistic, but now he reflects that he might have been wrong in his assessment of her. The girl often acts positive, but probably he hides his fears and weaknesses behind this. The boy comes to the conclusion that the shipwreck at sea was a test way beyond his abilities, and to keep from getting discouraged and giving up, he kept constantly hyping himself up. He believes Helen is subconsciously convinced that rescuers are determined to show up within a week and find them. This belief helps her keep going, but if nobody comes after 7 days, her faith might collapse, and then she'll lose the will to live. In believes there is no time for those thoughts right now. He needs to focus on urgent problems. The guy enters the virtual store menu to see what he can redeem his points for. 2,000 points are enough to get a variety of knowledge packs, like the Wilderness First Aid Encyclopedia or the Wild Animals Encyclopedia. And he doesn't know what to choose. He wants to get every knowledge pack available, but he can only pick one. There aren't enough tools on the desert island, and the guy has very little ability to craft them. So, he chooses a pack called the Encyclopedia of Fieldcraft. Waves of bright energy flash around the young man. The virtual system informs him that the pack download has started. This knowledge pack lives up to its name, since it contains many useful skills, like making bows or mastering pottery. It even knows how to create paper. The guy realizes that with these skills, he'll be able to survive on a desert island for many years. The system informs the young man that a special service called Wheel of Fortune has been activated, which allows him to randomly receive a valuable item or skill. The cost of a move is 1,000 points per spin. For his first purchase in the system store, In receives a free spin of the reel. The guy is happy that there are no empty sectors on the wheel, which means that, in any case, he will receive some kind of prize. In spins the reel and lands on the cheetah speed sector. A few days ago, the young man saw this skill in the store, and its value was 10,000 points. So In thinks he hit a real jackpot. The virtual system asks him if he wants to use this skill right now or save it for later. In decides he doesn't need to use this skill at this moment, and reserves cheetah speed for the future. Morning arrives. Helen wakes up slowly, lazily rubs her eyes, and gets ready to face a new day. Suddenly, the girl realizes she is alone. She starts turning her head in different directions, hoping to see In nearby. A moment later, he appears at the camp. The guy wishes her good morning and informs her that he brought freshly caught fish for breakfast. Helen's voice is heard, asking the guy to make sure he lets her know the next time he leaves, so she won't worry. In explains that the girl was fast asleep, and he didn't want to wake her up and disturb her rest. Helen informs him that she'll be gone for a while and asks the guy to wait for her, and that under no circumstances should he go near the area downstream. He reminds the girl not to forget to bury everything so the smell doesn't attract wild animals and contaminate the water. Helen reacts emotionally to his words and says she just wanted to wash up. In is left alone, sitting by the fire and eating fried fish. Wondering why, Helen reacted so strongly to his comment. He understands it is important that girls take care of themselves while on this desert island. Helen has never been able to wash properly. She simply hasn't had the chance. Besides, she's a bit shy, which is why she gathered the courage to say it. But now that it's actually done, she can't handle the awkwardness. In himself hasn't had a chance to wash up properly in a long time. And he's starting to realize that his body is giving off a pretty nasty smell. He tells the girl he's gonna look around for anything useful and asks her to let him know when she's back. During his short trip, he spots a tree with a bunch of tinder fungus growing on it, which catches his eye. The system informs him that these mushrooms can live on tree trunks for years. They have anticoagulant properties. But sadly, they aren't edible, though they can be used to start a fire. Ian is happy with this new knowledge, since the system helps him distinguish whether mushrooms are edible or not. And discovering the tinder fungus gives him the idea to try finding mushrooms suitable for eating. He finds a whole bunch of berries. But unfortunately, most of them aren't in the information package provided by the system. So there's no way to know if they're safe to eat or not. The boy suddenly stops exploring the area when he hears a strange sound coming from the nearby bushes, which makes him wary and hides behind a tree. After a bit, he sees a huge, well-fed hare run into the clearing. The young man gets info that a hare's speed in the jungle reaches about 70 kilometers per hour, making a chase almost impossible. Ian decides he can stun the animal by throwing his axe at it, and immediately hurls it toward the hare. The guy misses, and since he doesn't want to lose his prey, he runs forward, hoping to grab the animal while it's confused. Maneuvering skillfully and hitting incredible speed, it disappears quickly into the thick of the forest. Ian falls to the ground, feeling disappointed, and admits to himself that he always thought catching a hare was hard. But he didn't expect it to be this tough in reality. Ian decides to head back to camp, believing enough time has passed and that Ellen has already finished washing up. After moving through the forest for a while, the young man stops, realizing he's lost. He doesn't remember which direction the camp is in. This makes him anxious. He was lucky that the morning dew dampened the ground and his footprints remained there. Otherwise, the man wouldn't have been able to find his way back to camp. Ian returns to the camp and is very surprised by the girl's absence, wondering why she hasn't come back yet. He's annoyed that her bath is taking so long. Suddenly, Ian turns around after hearing Ellen's loud scream coming from the direction of the river, which makes him act immediately. The boy runs toward the river and quickly finds the girl. He immediately asks her if she's okay and what happened. Ellen is clearly terrified, fear paralyzing her completely. She asks for help and says there's a snake right next to her. He immediately dives into the water, splashing all around, and shows the girl the captured eel and asks her to calm down. The boy explains that it's not a snake at all, but a common rice eel, harmless to her. Ian leaves the girl on the bank and decides to go back to camp to wait for her there. The system provides detailed information about rice eels, noting that they're meaty, boneless, and therefore totally delicious. They're mostly found in shallow rivers and flooded fields. Ian thinks this morning is off to a good start, since they've now got enough food for the day, which gives him a confidence boost. Ellen gets dressed slowly, feeling pretty embarrassed. She hopes Ian didn't see anything improper during the incident at the river. She heads back to camp, where Ian greets her, who immediately checks on how she's doing. Ellen assures him she's calmed down and is feeling much better now. She realizes Ian was nearby the whole time and was ready to protect her if needed. Suddenly, Ellen's mood shifts dramatically, feeling inexplicably irritated. She asks why Ian is staring at her like that. Ian replies that the fact is, she's beautiful and looks very attractive. Ian's words make Ellen's face turn bright red. Her eyes are wide with surprise, and she stands there, completely speechless, not knowing how to respond. Ellen turns around abruptly and rushes out of the clearing, announcing as she walks away that she's heading back to camp. She doesn't want to show her embarrassment and confusion. Ellen doesn't understand why her reaction to Ian's compliment was so intense. Because she's received praise from men plenty of times. But it's never stunned her like this before. Ian smiles at her. He didn't expect to say those words himself. His feelings just slipped out spontaneously. Even though rice eels don't live in groups, it's unlikely the one he found earlier was the only one around. Ian decides to return to the river to try his luck and catch another eel. He finds some damp soil near the river. Knowing full well that eels dig holes in spots like this to build secluded nests. After a while, Ian spots a subtle hole near the water that an eel might be using as a home. Knowing the burrow has two exits, one at the top and another leading straight into the water, Ian decides to block the one leading to the river. To prevent the eel from escaping, he uses clay and wet soil to seal the lower exit so the eel can't slip out and swim away. As he gets ready to catch it, Ian realizes that fishing for eels with his bare hands isn't safe, since other, more dangerous creatures might be living in those holes. He decides to weave several long grass stems together to carefully lower them into the hole, realizing that this task requires special caution, since snakes, which can't dig their own burrows, often take over the ones made by eels, and they can pose a serious threat. Ian had a similar experience back in high school, when he accidentally caught a water snake instead of an eel by sticking his hand directly into a hole. He was extremely lucky that the snake wasn't poisonous then. It left a lasting impression on him for the rest of his life. The system notes that the best time to catch eels is during the summer, when they're in mating season and often emerge from their burrows, releasing lots of bubbles in the water, which makes them easier to spot. Ian carefully inserts the bundle of grass into the hole to see who's really living in there, whether it's an eel or a snake. A moment later, something inside grabs the grass and starts shaking it violently, sending a rush of adrenaline through him. With a sharp tug, Ian pulls out the makeshift line and happily realizes he's managed to snag an eel. This is another success. Ellen happily examines the catch. She's genuinely surprised the guy managed to catch a few more rice eels. With a smile, he points out it wasn't that easy. He had to work hard and really push himself to find and catch the eels. But he's happy with the result, since they provide them with food now. Ellen wonders what to do with the haul, because if they fry all the eels at once, they won't be able to eat them in one sitting, and they might spoil. Ian says they'll smoke the eels to preserve the meat longer, giving them the freedom of not having to worry about food for the next few days. He starts a fire and builds a simple smoking rack, explaining the process will only take 3 to 4 hours. Since they don't need to store the meat for too long, they plan to eat it within the next few days. Ellen, feeling the need to help, asks Ian if there's anything she can do, admitting she often gets left out and feels uncomfortable. She points out that Ian is always busy, and she wants to contribute to their shared survival too. Ian smiles and replies that he'll teach her to weave rope from tree bark, and once she masters the skill, she'll be in charge of making ropes at their camp. Ian also announces he's going to the river and asks Ellen to heat up the stone stove for their upcoming dinner, to speed up the cooking process. Using a trap, he manages to catch only 2 or 3 small fish, no more than 5 or 6 a day, which he considers insufficient to provide a stable supply for both of them. He decides the best solution would be to build a dam to store the fish he catches. For the next few days, they'll live off eel meat, while at the same time, stockpiling fish in the artificial pool to guarantee a stable food supply. Ian believes they already have enough food for the next 3 days, and starts thinking about improving their shelter in case the rains start. After this, he turns the trap over and releases the fish he caught into a small artificial pond. Ellen has been very hungry all day and is looking forward to finally having dinner. Her stomach growls with hunger. Ian flips pieces of eel on a hot stone slab and tells Ellen dinner will be ready in a few minutes. When it's time for the finishing touches, Ian decides to add some wild berries to the dish to give the eel a special kick. The berries fall with a soft sizzle onto the hot stone slab, saturating the eel with the wonderful aroma of the forest. whetting the appetite and adding a touch of sophistication to the dish. Ellen takes a piece of hot eel from the stone slab and slowly begins to savor it, chewing carefully and enjoying every moment. The smell of butter, the smoke, and the slight tartness of the raspberries combine perfectly, balancing each other out. Each piece, soaked in sweet and sour juice, melts on the tongue, causing pure delight, and feels great satisfaction seeing Ellen enjoy the dinner he prepared. Glad that his culinary efforts are appreciated. In his hand, he holds a smoking tinder fungus. The guy is going back to the clearing where he saw the hare, and hopes his hunt will bring good luck. The morning dew had washed everything away, but the young man wisely marked the trees so he could easily find his way back to the clearing. In is certain this is his chance to stock up on meat. Back to the camp. Because ever since they built the shelter, he hasn't gone out hunting. And now he feels the need to restock his supplies. The fish and eels are pretty much gone, and it's time to worry about food again. The scene shifts to 2 days ago. Elena asks In with curiosity why he dismantled his shed. In replies that the old shelter was too small and unsafe. So he decided to build a larger and more stable structure, which would be more comfortable and secure. Throughout the day, they worked hard together to improve its design. The new canopy turned out to be much better than the last one. It was bigger and protects them more reliably from the rain and wind. Now, he's going to follow the path where the hare escaped, hoping to track it down. He only has a few hours while the tinder fungus smolders and keeps the fire alive. He speculates that hares probably don't migrate long distances, but prefer to stay in one spot, since the jungle is rich in vegetation and they don't need to search for food in other parts of the forest. In practice, finding a hare's burrow turned out not to be as easy as he expected. After a while, the young man still manages to discover a hole located next to an old tree, which turns out to be a real find for him. The virtual system tells in that hares usually make 3 exits from their burrows. So the one he found is far from being the only one. Before smoking out the hare, In carefully seals all the emergency exits to prevent the animal from escaping. The young man finds 5 exits from the burrow, 3 of which he blocked carefully, leaving only 2. In one, he'll place tinder to smoke out the animal, and at the other, he'll wait for the hare, using a smoking tinder fungus. He starts a small fire so the smoke fills the hare's burrow and forces the animal out. The young man positions himself at one of the hole's exits. Now he just has to wait until the hare jumps out, driven by the smoke. After a while, a large hare shoots out of the hole at high speed, forcing In to react instantly and try to grab it. The young man's reflexes don't fail him. He suddenly grabs the animal. The next moment, a small hare appears in his hands, trembling with panic. A few seconds later, other bunnies start running out of a nearby hole, and he realizes that he's accidentally found an entire family. Wild hares rarely live in large colonies, but there seemed to be a rather large family living here. In puts out the fire and very carefully tries to look inside the hare's burrow. Inside the hole, In discovers 3 bunnies huddled in a corner, clearly scared by what's happening, trembling with fear. Even though most of the older and larger hares managed to escape, In still had a good catch today, and he was quite happy upon returning to camp. The boy doesn't hide his joy and boasts about his catch. Elena takes one of the hares in her arms, gently hugs it, and starts playing with it. In ignores this with a smile and reminds Elena that hares aren't toys, but they're food, and that he's going down to the river to cut them up for cooking. Elena, looking at these little creatures, says they're too cute to eat and begs In not to do it. She suggests not rushing into this decision, arguing that the rabbits they're too bony and skinny to eat right now. So he suggests fattening them up and waiting until they grow before deciding their fate. In agrees with Ellen's proposal, admitting that right now, There's very little meat on these small hairs. He says they'll eat the single big hair and leave the rest for her to manage. Ellen gently hugs the bunny, apologizes to it, and whispers that they really have no other choice, claiming she did everything possible to delay its fate, and proceeds to carefully butcher the big hair, keeping in mind that the meat of a wild animal has a strong, gamey smell, so it is important to bleed it out properly and remove the skin. He notices that the fur of wild hares is much rougher than that of domestic rabbits and decides to save it, planning to use it in the future. Ellen announces that she doesn't like hare meat at all since it smells too strong. So-in suggests she eat fried fish instead and leave all the meat to him. He gets where she's coming from, since he realizes himself that roast hare really does have an unpleasant odor, even after careful prep. It wasn't possible to get rid of the stench. He looks at the beaming Ellen and asks why she looks so happy, asking her to share the news. Ellen smiles and says that tomorrow is the 7th and final day of their stay on the island. The girl says they'll finally be able to leave, and that is a huge reason to celebrate. In looks at the smiling Ellen, surprised by her naive thoughts, because their situation is far from cheerful. After a while, Ellen notices strange gadgets in In's hands and, coming closer, asks him what he's doing. In responds calmly that he wants to start a fire. She points to the fire already burning nearby, says they already have one, and doesn't understand why In would do this. In explains that he wants to learn a new skill, because the more he knows and can do, the better for their survival, especially if one of the dark days arrives. Having received a new knowledge pack from the system, the boy mastered 5 different ways to start a fire. And although using a flywheel is the most productive, he decided to try the wooden bow technique. He starts working diligently with the new device and quickly masters the technique, thanks to the intense friction. A wisp of smoke appears. In cups the smoking moss in his hands, and begins to gently coax the flames with his soft breath. A minute later, a new fire is already crackling at his feet, and Ellen, watching this process, experiences pure, childlike joy, and can't help but praise him for this new skill. The next morning, the young pair prepared to leave their camp. Ellen says a tender goodbye to the bunnies and tells them to behave. In looks at the girl and reflects that she is still convinced the rescuers will definitely come for them exactly on the 7th day. He understands she's living in her own world and worries more and more about how she'll handle reality if her expectations aren't met. Ellen settles on the shore and waits eagerly for the rescuers' arrival, shocked by their absence, and suggests they just wait a little longer, and realizes they'll likely be forced to spend the night on the beach. So he decides to get ready in advance, gathering firewood and collecting some coconuts to provide them with bare minimum comfort. Yesterday, In learned a new fire-starting technique and decided to test it today in real-world conditions. Ellen starts shivering from both the cold and the thrill of it all. Her voice sounds alarmed as she asks, "Why are the rescue teams taking so long?" Since it's almost nightfall, he starts wondering if he miscalculated. Maybe today is actually just day 6. But then a terrifying thought hits him: maybe the rescuers just plain forgot about them. Sensing the girl's emotional state, he doesn't know how to start this conversation, how to choose the right words to break the bitter truth to her, without completely crushing her hopes. But he doesn't even get time to say a single word, because Ellen suddenly grabs his hand tight. Her eyes filled with fear and despair. She starts getting hysterical, tears streaming down her face. She screams that she doesn't want to die here in this godforsaken place. Her voice is full of pain and terror. In a hysterical state, Ellen demands In tell her that none of this is true, and that they're definitely going to be saved. Her condition is getting worse by the second. In realize there's no other way to stop her panic and decides to take drastic action. He slaps her across the cheek, hoping to snap her back to reality. It works. Ellen calms down instantly. She looks at him in total shock and asks why he hit her. Her voice is quiet now, full of confusion. In tells Ellen that they need to look at things realistically, no matter how painful it is, to accept the truth. Ellen, no longer holding back her emotions, hugs the young man and starts sobbing loudly. Her voice trembles as she says the rescuers aren't coming for them and they're never getting out of here. Realizing this causes her deep pain. In tries to calm her down and whispers softly that there's nothing wrong with the rescuers not coming, that he's still here and won't leave her, and that everything's going to be okay, no matter how hard it gets for them. Now, night covers the island. The young couple sits by the fire, silently watching the ocean stretching out before them. Silence fills the space around them, as if they were the only people left in the world. It's early morning. In wakes up suddenly from a hard slap to the face, dazed. He asks her what's wrong and why she did that. Ellen defiantly states that since he hit her yesterday, she decided to settle the score by playing by the same rules. But right after that, she unexpectedly starts thanking him for yesterday, admitting that his support helped her get through those tough moments. Her words sound sincere. She's trying to keep it together. Ellen's behavior and reaction seem strange to him. Ellen points to the ocean and realizes that, judging by the time, the tide should have started to change. But it hasn't, and the water level is still the same. In says that low tides don't always happen at the same time and can vary by up to several hours, compared to the previous day. He reminds her that 7 days have already passed since they ended up on the island, and now they'll have to wait about 3 more hours for the tide to go down. After cracking open a coconut with a knife, the boy suggests they wait a bit and enjoy the coconut milk. Ellen is surprised by how quickly the whole week has flown by for her, and looking thoughtful. She starts talking about the rescue teams and asks if they're coming for them or not. In realizes the girl is starting to come to her senses a bit after yesterday, since now she can discuss these topics calmly without falling into despair. Ellen states she knows that if someone is listed as missing after 2 weeks of searching, they'll be officially declared dead. In agrees that their prospects don't look good, and if the rescuers don't find them within a month, it's likely the search efforts will be scaled back, and in the worst-case scenario, abandoned completely. Ellen hears this and sighs, thinking that in this situation, Jin could have said something a bit more encouraging, because support is so important right now. She has almost accepted the idea that it's possible the rescuers might never find them, and in this case, she suggests building a boat so they can try to get away from the island. At that moment, Jin suddenly turns around. His gaze is focused, and he starts staring intently at the ocean. The boy notices Ellen's stare and asks why she is watching him so closely. He says the tide has already gone out and offers to go look for food. After some time, they return to the camp. Jin is surprised to discover that the young hares tried to escape. They partially chewed through the cage, trying to break free. He realizes they got back just in time, because if they had stayed out a couple of hours longer, the hares would have already managed to escape, and he asks Ellen to watch over the hares to prevent them from getting out, while he starts lighting a fire for cooking. Meanwhile, Ellen finishes preparing dinner and tells Jin that everything is ready, and that they can start eating. Busy building a new cage for the rabbits, he asks her to start dinner without him, since he wants to finish the job and ensure the rabbits can no longer escape. He also asks Ellen not to throw away the clamshells, because they might be useful, to which the girl asks, surprised, what could these shells possibly be useful for? Jin believes that the case shellfish they collected today will last about 2 days. In the coming days, the low tide will occur mainly at noon, so they will be able to replenish their supplies later. He reflects that they are lucky not to be allergic to shellfish, because now they are their main source of food. Although that food is only a temporary solution, they need to find more permanent food sources. He mentions that he is exhausted and needs to get a good night's sleep, so he asks Ellen to wake him up at midnight so he can continue his watch. Ellen realizes that Jin barely slept last night because of her, and feels grateful for that. Jin suddenly opens his eyes and realizes it is already morning, even though he expected to wake up at midnight. Still a bit groggy, he asks Ellen why she didn't wake him as he asked. The girl explains that he was sleeping so soundly that she didn't want to disturb him and decided to let him sleep through the night to recover his strength. And he sees that Ellen looks very tired. He understands that she needs to rest too. The boy asks her to stay at the camp today and just rest, emphasizing that she doesn't need to do anything. Jin leaves the camp, knowing that the low tide will be around 1 in the afternoon. But first, the boy intends to try to find other sources of food to diversify their diet. However, finding something edible turns out to be a difficult task. Jin has been wandering through the forest for more than 2 hours, and the only thing he manages to find are unknown berries that could be dangerous. Judging by the position of the sun, it must be around 9 in the morning. He starts wondering how far he has strayed from the beach and if it is time to head back so he doesn't miss his chance. The tide suddenly drops. Ian freezes when he hears a very familiar sound. He listens closely. The young man starts to figure out what this strange noise is and realizes where it's coming from. The boy runs instantly toward the familiar sound and soon discovers that there are huge bamboo thickets on this island. This is a real discovery for him. Using his stone axe, he starts cutting the young bamboo trunks, hoping to use them for a variety of useful purposes. In the wild, bamboo is considered a multifunctional plant. Ian understands that with its help, the tools and devices in his survival bag will no longer be out of reach. Cutting bamboo turns out to be much harder than he thought. After every blow of the axe on the trunk, the whole plant shakes and sways. So, the force of the strike is significantly reduced and there's noticeable recoil, which complicates the task. After several hours of hard work, Ian decides he needs to take a break, since he can barely feel his hands. The boy prepares straight, young bamboo trunks and counts the time he spent in this forest. Even though the bamboo harvest was successful, he feels he's lost too much time and now needs to return to camp as fast as possible. Upon his return, Ellen meets him at the campsite. Her face lights up with joy when she sees Ian has returned safe and sound and tells him she was waiting for him, cooking fish for him so he could regain his strength after a long day of work. Ellen suggests starting dinner as soon as possible, because the fish is already starting to get cold. Ian takes his portion and is shocked to find that part of the fish has turned into charcoal. It is clearly way too overcooked on the fire. The girl notices his confusion and asks him what's wrong and why he isn't eating, to which Ian replies that the fish is just too hot and that he should wait a bit for it to cool down. Ellen sincerely hopes that Ian likes her fried fish and waits anxiously for his reaction. The young man chews with difficulty and swallows a tiny piece, saying it's delicious, and tries to look sincere so as not to offend the girl. Ellen is very happy with the compliment and decides to try the fish herself, believing that if he liked it, she'll be able to enjoy the result of her efforts too. However, a second later, she spits out the fried fish in disgust. Ian smiles slightly, watching her reaction and realizing that she tasted that nasty flavor too. Ellen says all the fish is burnt. It's bitter and impossible to eat. And then she sincerely apologizes for wasting the food. Ian, trying to calm her down, tells her everything is fine and asks her not to say that, adding that only a small part got burnt of the fish and that next time she'll be able to cook better if she's a little more careful. Ian asks Ellen to stop beating herself up and stop eating the burnt fish, suggesting she try the oysters they collected instead. However, Ellen is stubborn and claims she likes the fish, although it's obvious she's just trying not to disappoint him. And with a smile, he asks her once again to calm down and not force herself to eat something she finds unpleasant, because food should bring joy and not be a torture. The boy starts making a new trap for fish using a young bamboo trunk and his stone axe, hoping the new gear will increase their catch. Ian says that Ellen, he also gives her a task, pointing to the remaining bamboo. He tells her to cut a section off, peel it, drill some holes, and thread a rope through to make a water bottle. Ellen looks at him seriously and tells him not to hold back if he needs help, adding that if they want to survive on this island, They need to have each other's backs and share the responsibilities equally. In replies that he appreciates the support, but tells her not to push herself too hard and to be careful not to cut herself by accident. Making a new fishing trap requires a careful approach and consists of several stages. First, in splits one of the bamboo stalks lengthwise, shaping it like an open flower. This will be the base for the future trap. Then he cuts another bamboo stalk into strips of equal width and starts weaving them around the first one, creating a sturdy and flexible basket. Next, he uses the remaining bamboo strips to create a funnel at the top, which will keep the caught fish from escaping, ensuring the design is effective. After a while, he gets a notification on his virtual account. The system reports that 500 points have been awarded for successfully crafting a new fish trap, giving him a sense of satisfaction for a job well done. Ellen and In are sitting by the fire. They watch the flames in silence and observe how the firelight illuminates the clearing. Ellen shows In the water bottle she made from a bamboo stalk. In sincerely praises her for her diligent and thoughtful work, noting with admiration that her idea to carve loops for the rope turned out to be very practical and convenient. Both appreciate the bamboo as an excellent building material and decide that tomorrow it's worth heading back to the bamboo forest to cut down a few more trunks. Ellen states that she won't be a burden and that her help in this matter will be really useful. In wants to discuss an important topic with the girl. Before, he tried not to overwhelm her, worried about her mental state, but now that she's clearly back to normal, he admits that having an extra pair of hands definitely won't hurt. Ellen realizes that the bamboo thickets are just massive, with no end or edge in sight. The pair spends over 2 hours on the trail. And now, feeling tired, they decide to stop and rest a bit to recharge. Ellen likes the bamboo forest. She finds it pleasant and suggests moving the camp here, since there are plenty of useful materials and the space seems cozier and quieter. However, In is against that proposal. He believes food is more important for them right now, and it's not wise to move the camp without thinking everything through carefully. He hands the girl his camping knife and asks her to start looking for bamboo shoots like they agreed last night, and reminds her that the trip back to camp will take a long time. So whether Ellen finds shoots or not, he asks her to return here before noon. Even though the bamboo forest is huge, finding young shoots turns out to be pretty hard. Ellen doesn't give up, and after a while, she manages to find a small number of young shoots. She decides it's best to pick the smaller shoots because the full-grown ones weigh too much and will be hard to haul back to camp. Looking at the results of her work, Ellen feels a rush of satisfaction. It seems to her that these shoots will be enough to last a long time. Suddenly, the girl tenses up as she starts hearing strange sounds that are clearly getting closer to her. A moment later, she notices a wild boar appear in a clearing a few dozen meters away, making her heart pound against her chest. Ellen tries to pull herself together and stay calm, trying desperately not to scream so she doesn't draw the dangerous animal's attention. She decides the best move is to leave the clearing as fast and quietly as possible, and immediately tell In what she saw, since wild animals could be a serious threat to their safety. Ellen comes running toward In, with eyes wide in terror and breath coming in short gasps, as she starts frantically babbling about the herd of boars she just saw. In asks Ellen if she's sure that what she saw were actually boars, or if she mistook them for someone else. Ellen states confidently that they were definitely wild boars. There were 7 or 8 of them, moving straight in their direction. Realizing how serious the situation is, In grabs the girl's hand and tells her they need to get out of there as fast as possible to avoid danger. The guy says that even though boars aren't predators, they can seriously hurt you, so they need to leave the bamboo forest right now, without risking a run-in with angry animals. However, their plans are ruined when they reach the bamboo forest exit and see their path is cut off. The herd leader, a huge boar, is standing right there. In, eyeing the beast, wonders where these boars came from, because they weren't here a moment ago. The animal's sudden appearance seems strange to him. He guesses the herd might have come down from the mountains. The system reports that wild boars are known for their fierce temper and extremely savage nature. They have very few natural predators, which explains their confidence and aggressive behavior. And he tells Ellen not to make a sound and to try to leave as quietly as possible, without drawing the animal's attention. Because, so far, the boars haven't shown obvious aggression. Suddenly, the massive leader catches the scent of humans, making loud noises, nostrils flaring as his gaze turns wary. The boar grunts loudly and charges at them, forcing the young pair to flee. The whole herd runs after the leader, hooves pounding loudly against the ground, and realizes the situation is dire. These animals are too fast, and in just a couple of minutes, they'll catch up if he doesn't do something. Ellen, barely breathing, says she can't run anymore, and her strength is running out. Despair overwhelms her. She wonders if this is really the end, and feels panic seizing her more and more. Looking at In, she suddenly realizes she can't be a burden to him. If she stays behind, the boy might save himself. Struggling to pull her hand free, Ellen screams at In to leave her and save himself, because she has absolutely no strength left to keep running. In turns around, he's clearly not going to leave her. Anger and determination are visible in his eyes. The boy won't let her stay behind and become a victim. The boars continue chasing the youngsters, closing the distance little by little, their hooves thumping heavily, increasing the fear gripping the two of them. In realizes that, since escaping is impossible, he'll have to fight the animals to protect himself and Ellen. He grabs his stone axe and, gathering all his strength, starts screaming loudly at the aggressive beasts, hoping to scare them away. Surprisingly, this tactic works. The leader of the boar pack stops and freezes. In remembers the words of a hunter from a talk show, who once said that in a pack of wild boars, nobody wants to sacrifice themselves for the good of the others. Therefore, when they get scared, they can easily run away. The young man decides to take advantage of this knowledge. He keeps shouting loudly and walks with confidence toward the animals. His movements are full of determination. He brandishes his axe, believing that he is just one step away from victory. This confidence gives him courage, and decides to throw his stone axe directly at the pack, hoping that this will finally scare off the boars and force them to retreat. In the end, it turns out that the tactic actually works. The huge animals turn abruptly and hide in the nearby bushes. Not wanting to take any risks, Ellen approaches In with eyes full of emotion. She asks him if he is hurt, to which In replies that he is fine and she doesn't need to worry. In tells Ellen that the pack of boars might return soon, so there is no time to talk right now, and they must return to the camp as fast as possible. In picks up the axe, glad that it didn't break, but suddenly freezes in place, noticing the pack leader standing motionless in front of him. Right in front of him is a huge boar that isn't moving and is breathing heavily. He notices a deep wound on its leg, from which blood is flowing abundantly, and he realizes that it was this wound that prevented the animal from escaping with the others. In recognizes that wounded animals can be extremely dangerous. Fear and pain make them act in a state of panic, and they can only become more aggressive when they feel threatened. If a wild boar feels cornered, it can charge at an enemy. In a state of frantic desperation, In shouts loudly at the animal, ordering it to leave, and then throws the stone axe in its direction, aiming for its head. The blow is not strong enough to cause serious damage to the boar, and instead of running away, the boar begins to growl loudly and charges at In. He realizes that he needs to divert the boar's attention to himself, so he can save Ellen, and he orders her to return immediately to the camp. The boy starts leading the boar further and further away, trying to draw it away from where the girl was left. He risks his own safety to save her. Finally, In shouts out loud to Ellen to go back to the camp immediately and not to hesitate, because every moment could be decisive. He sees that the boar is chasing him persistently and realizes that it is time to use one of his extra skills to win this dangerous confrontation. It activates the virtual screen and quickly selects a function called Cheetah Run, which he won earlier on the Wheel of Fortune. In the blink of an eye, the virtual system activates the skill, informing him that it will be valid for 1 day. The boar chases him with all its might, but the distance between them increases rapidly and the young man manages to escape, leaving his pursuer behind. In finds this skill incredibly useful, but immediately realizes that it consumes a large amount of energy in a short time, which drains his strength. After a few minutes of running, In begins to realize that his body can no longer keep running. A terrible fatigue. The strain seizes his muscles, and his breathing turns ragged. The Chitarin skill is designed to last a day, but In's physical limits clearly won't let him keep it up for that long. He could only maintain that speed for 3 minutes. Thanks to that incredible sprint, he managed to put several kilometers between him and the boar. The massive beast persists in its pursuit, and the wound on its leg seems to fuel its aggression, making it even more dangerous and uncontrollable. In watches as the angry animal emerges at the edge of the forest. It spots him and picks up speed. In dashes toward the nearest tree and tries to climb it as fast as possible, hoping to hide from the boar and get out of reach. The boy hopes the boar won't notice him, since these animals have terrible eyesight. And in the dense foliage of the tree, he might go unseen. The boar appears in the clearing next to the tree and starts pacing slowly, clearly hunting for the human it believes is still nearby. Despite its poor vision, the boar has an excellent sense of smell and can quickly pick up a human scent, and considers the boar a worthy opponent. Even while wounded, the animal chased him for several kilometers without giving up, continuing its hunt, which earned the man's respect. He hopes he's safe now, because these animals can't climb trees at all, and he can wait it out up here. But the very next second, the tree he's sitting in suddenly shakes from a heavy impact, and In's blood runs cold. The boar, filled with rage, starts tearing up the tree's root system and landing powerful blows with its skull, clearly intending to knock down the tree and reach its target. The tree begins to tremble violently. He remembers a story from a village elder, who once said that wild boars are capable of felling a tree with their strikes. He always thought it was just an exaggeration in old tales. But now, watching it happen, he realizes it's very possible, and understands that if the boar keeps attacking, the tree won't last even half an hour, putting him in a very dangerous position. Suddenly, the boar stops attacking, turns around, and slowly walks away from the tree. It seems exhaustion and that severe leg wound have finally taken their toll, and the beast can no longer keep up the assault. In assesses the situation, he figures the beast weighs about 200 kilograms, and if he manages to kill it, they can salt the meat and feed themselves for at least several months. In sees the boar can barely move its legs and thinks the animal has reached its limit. Deciding to seize the moment, he jumps down from the tree, even though the boar is wounded. In understands he must act carefully, because wild creatures on the brink of death tend to attack with ferocious strength. The boar realizes the human has jumped from the tree, turns around, and charges at the guy with incredible speed, clearly intending to strike. In waits for the right moment, and when the boar gets within range, he dodges sharply to the side and strikes with his knife at high speed. The wild animal crashes into a tree and loses consciousness, falling heavily to the ground. In looks at the huge body of the boar and realizes he needs to gather his strength to finish what he started. After a while, the animal, it begins to regain its senses and tries to stand up, forcing the boy to act fast. Ian realizes this is his last chance and jumps onto the boar, driving his knife into its skull, right up to the hilt. The boar lets out a terrible roar and suddenly jumps to its feet. Ian takes a massive hit and goes flying to the side, realizing that the forest beast has incredibly thick skin and powerful bones, and that his knife strike, even with all his strength, couldn't finish the boar off. As a result, after a brief fight, the young man wins and falls, exhausted, next to the animal's corpse. The system informs him that he received 2,000 points for killing the boar. And he starts thinking about Ellen. He worries whether the girl made it back to camp safe and sound. The boar turns out to be too heavy to carry to camp in one go. The guy decides he needs to cut it into pieces and move it in parts. The sun is already starting to set. The young man decides to hide the boar's body so other predators don't find it, and come back for it the next day. Ian realizes that wild animals usually have an excellent sense of smell. And, despite his best efforts to hide the boar, there's a high chance that predators will discover it. Ian thinks he needs to hurry. So he breaks off a small piece of stone to make a stone axe that could be useful for protection. After breaking off this piece, he uses a rope to tie it to a stick, creating a primitive but reliable weapon for self-defense. Ellen tears a piece of fabric from the hem of her dress and prepares to use it on her next outing. Ellen takes some of the leftover ash from the fire and carefully places it on the piece of cloth, getting ready to use it in case she encounters the boars. The girl decides that if boars cross her path, she'll throw ash in their eyes and try to escape. The girl is startled by Ian's voice, who suddenly appears nearby and apologizes for depriving her of the chance to fight the boars. Ellen lifts her head and sees Ian in front of her, who smiles silently and watches her closely. She runs to the young man and asks if he's okay, and if he got hurt during the dangerous battle. Ellen hugs the boy. Tears stream down her face. She can't hold back, pouring out all her feelings. The girl says she's incredibly happy that nothing happened to him. Ellen admits she was scared the boars would kill the guy and she'd never see him again. Ellen asks Ian why he's all wet and suggests that maybe the guy went into the water. Ian takes off his wet clothes and, avoiding details, says it's a long story. Ellen feels extremely awkward seeing the young man undressing in front of her and turns around not to look. She suggests he put his clothes by the fire, so they have time to dry before nightfall. Otherwise, he risks catching a cold from the chill. And, smiling slightly, he replies that he has lots of interesting news and will definitely share it later. But for now, he needs to rest. At this point, Ellen decides to turn back to him to offer to cook. She instantly freezes in place when she sees Ian's pants falling down, thanks to a new fish trap made of bamboo. The young couple now has enough fish to satisfy their needs. With the food reserves, they feel like their situation has improved a bit. Ian lets her know he managed to kill the wild boar that was chasing him, and that he stashed the carcass in a bamboo grove. He plans to head back there tomorrow to retrieve the meat. Hearing this, she's completely shocked. It's hard for her to believe Ian could actually stand his ground against a beast that huge and aggressive. Her admiration is mixed with anxiety. She realizes he'll have to venture back into that dangerous bamboo forest, and starts getting really worried, fearing for his safety. Seeing how worried she is, Ian tells her he killed the boar, mostly by sheer luck, and that in situations like this, it's not worth taking unnecessary risks. He thinks it might help explain things if he tells her an old parable to get his point across. Once upon a time, there was a small family where the father was a fisherman. But one day, the raging sea took him away. To protect her son, the mother forbade him from going near the water, hoping to keep him safe from danger. But the boy didn't listen to his mother and often went out to sea with other adults from the village. Years later, a massive earthquake devastated the village, and both mother and son nearly drowned. When the mother couldn't stay afloat anymore, the son swam to her and saved her life. After hearing this story, Ellen says she knows it and gets the message he's trying to send. She understands that avoiding danger doesn't guarantee survival, which is why the son in the story learned to swim. Despite his mother's warnings, the girl realizes that Ian wants to be like that son. Someone who isn't afraid of hardship and actively faces destiny's challenges instead of running from them. Ian adds that if they really want to survive on this island, they have to learn to face every hardship head-on. Ian intends to make a bamboo bow to hunt the boars. He thinks the only real threat on this deserted island is these animals. If he has a bow, he can take out the boars. Securing the camp. The next morning arrives. In heads to the bamboo forest. Before leaving, he asks Ellen to check the fish trap and not to burn the fish like she did last time. In remembers, his Chiro Run card is still valid until noon. So he decides to use it to get to the bamboo forest as fast as possible. When he gets to the grove, he finds the boar carcass and realizes that, overnight, predators found it and ate part of it. Still, In thinks it's not all bad news. They got lucky the animals didn't devour the whole carcass and left the loin intact. The boy decides he needs to strip the boar's tough hide because it can be used to make a rug or something like a blanket to help with the cold nights. He carefully examines the marks left by unknown predators and wonders what kind of beasts they were, because 3-centimeter deep gashes could only be inflicted by incredibly strong and dangerous animals. In cuts off the 4 legs, each weighing over 10 kilograms. Figuring this meat will last them a long time. He knows his strength is limited and he can't haul all the meat and materials by himself. But at the same time, he doesn't want to bring Ellen along because he fears for her safety. Meanwhile, Ellen is at the camp. She found a large, sturdy fish bone that she's sharpening with a stone to make a needle. After a bit of time, she manages to craft a tool that's actually pretty strong and sharp, which could come in handy for sewing or creating other necessary things. All of a sudden, In sneaks up, silently behind the girl, and tells her that her needle came out well, which scares the living daylights out of her. Ellen screams in surprise and accidentally pricks her finger. Her mood instantly sours, and with clear irritation, she tells him to never, ever do that again. A little later, Ellen notices the 4 large boar legs that In brought back with him. Her eyes light up with a brilliant fire. She realizes that soon, finally, they'll be able to eat their fill of meat. A feeling of pure joy fills her. She figures that if they use the boar meat sparingly, they can stretch it out for half a month or maybe even longer, which will significantly improve their standing on the island. Examining the meat closely, she asks what the white part that looks like fat is called. In explains that it's boar lard, and later they can render it down to make oil, which they'll use for cooking or other needs. Ellen expresses doubt about that plan, seeing as they don't have proper utensils, and asks exactly how they're going to store it. Smiling, he says that in this case, they just need to make the dishes themselves, and he invites the girl to play with clay to create something useful. In begins to knead the clay, and says that now, he's going to show Ellen how to make the necessary vessels with his help. The clay found right next to their camp is very oily, making it perfect for pottery. The field crafting kit, purchased from the virtual shop, describes 6 different ways to work with clay. In decides to use one of them. Depending on the specific purpose of the item, you have to roll the clay into coils of different lengths and then use them to build the dishes. In loops, the coils he prepared earlier around the base, stacking one layer on top of another to form the walls of the future cup. He mentions that he knows many other ways to work with clay, but most of them require a potter's wheel, which is too complex for beginners and not suitable for their current conditions. In shows his creation to Ellen and tells her it's almost ready. All that's left is to give it its final shape. Ellen can't help it and bursts out laughing, noting that his dishes look exactly like a huge pile of poop, which really offends In. The boy takes her comment rather personally and angrily throws the clay to the side. He explains that the clay is just too soft, and that's why, during the sculpting, it took on such a weird shape. The boy invites Ellen to try creating something herself, using the info he just gave her, so she can feel how hard it actually is. In decides to sculpt a small cup and starts working hard on its shape. After a while, he carefully examines his creation and finds it quite successful, believing he's made the perfect cup. He thinks there's nothing difficult about making dishes at all. In praises himself arrogantly while showing Ellen his plate, adding that skill comes with experience. Ellen reports that she's prepared quite a few dishes, but she's still not very happy with the quality of her products. In looks at the cups made by the girl and can't hide his surprise. They have a perfect shape, as if they were made by a real master. He praises Ellen sincerely for her work and suggests that she try creating something more useful than bowls. Like a chamber pot, he takes the bowls to dry and then asks Ellen to make a medium-sized pot. To make cooking easier, he grabs a bamboo stick and starts digging a hole for the future kiln, realizing that even though it's possible to fire clay items directly over an open flame, it's better to do it in a proper kiln. He manages to dig a hole very quickly, of the required depth that will become the foundation of his future oven, and begins creating a structure to fire clay products in this pit, and reinforces the walls to make the kiln safer, and then installs the oven on top, shaping it like a box. Time flew by as they worked, and the day gradually came to an end. In understands that they'll be able to continue what they started tomorrow. The young pair enjoys their dinner. The boy feels their situation is improving, thanks to the new trap. There is enough fish for a day or more. And they also have several large chunks of boar meat. Ellen notices that In is smiling quietly and asks him to share his thoughts, wanting to know exactly what made him so happy. In replies that he was thinking about some unimportant nonsense and doesn't even remember exactly what made him laugh, trying not to show his true thoughts. In puts on the shirt that Ellen sewed for him and thinks he is smiling simply because they are still alive. And this is already a huge reason to be happy. He carefully examines the clean, strong stitching with which Ellen repaired the shirt and realizes that a girl who knows how to sew is also a rarity in this day and age. Ellen informs him that they need to take care of their clothes because they don't have spares, and sooner or later, it will all fall into disrepair, even despite her efforts to fix it. She worries that, no matter how hard she tries, her skills might prove useless at some point, and they will be left completely without clothes. In, seeing her concern, asks her not to worry and assures Ellen that they will soon have the chance to change clothes and that their life will change for the better. He tries to speak with confidence, so he can instill hope in the girl, wanting to keep his teeth in order. He uses a small twig to clean them. Ellen is very surprised by this method of oral care. She is especially surprised by the use of ash instead of toothpaste. In explains that this method is effective because ash contains alkali, or potassium hydroxide, which helps remove plaque. So wood ash can be used to clean teeth. Ellen admits that this method is quite complicated and unusual for her, but agrees that it is better than nothing. The young people start loading the kiln, preparing the pottery for the stage of its creation. Ellen wonders how long the firing process will take, hoping it won't be too long. In tells her that, judging by the size of the pots and utensils, the firing will take at least 5 hours, and they will have to be patient to wait for the results. In pottery, not everything is so simple. It is necessary to carefully control the temperature, otherwise cracks will appear, and chips in the finished products, which can make them useless. He insists on making some spare vessels so as not to be left with nothing if some break. He asks Ellen to sit by the kiln and maintain a constant fire temperature to guarantee proper firing and minimize the risk of defects. After 5 hours, the firing process finished and, to the young people's disappointment, around 60% of all the bowls were broken, which was a nasty surprise. He considers this a total flop, and is dead set on finding another way to boost the success rate next time. He starts brainstorming different options that could help make the clay products more durable. Ellen asks what kind of pot this is and why it looks different. He explains he used a special technique to make the pottery, mixing ceramic powder into the clay to toughen it up. Then tells Ellen it's her turn to keep watch. But the girl is so hooked on the work that she doesn't want to go to bed, and decides to finish off the last pot, proving just how determined she is. He thinks she's got a natural knack for this craft, seeing how fast she picks up new skills and shows off some crazy dexterity. After the last firing, only 2 cups ended up broken, and compared to the first time, the results were way better, proving the new method actually works. The guy thinks if they can keep the temperature just right during firing, there'll be way less waste. And by the end of the day, They'll have enough decent plates. The next morning, Ellen asks why. He's adding water to the pot of boar lard. He answers that adding water makes it yield more and keeps it from burning, making the whole process more efficient. He suggests that while the fat is rendering down, she should grind the shells they collected into powder to use later. Ellen asks why he's doing that, and she's totally shocked to find out the guy is gonna make soap. She doesn't hide her excitement, 'cause if they pull this off, they can finally wash up properly. The guy says if you mix boar fat and lye, it starts a process called saponification, which lets you create soap. Ellen mentions she heard about stuff like that in chemistry class, but she never thought she'd ever have to actually put that knowledge to use. The two of them start finally grinding the shells. The dust has the calcium carbonate needed to create alkali. When you heat it over a fire, this powder changes its structure and turns into calcium oxide, which they plan to use in their production. Ellen accidentally breathes in some toxic fumes, because when heated, calcium carbonate releases carbon dioxide, and inhaling that stuff is pretty bad for your health. The guy thinks there's no reason to worry, since the toxic gas concentration is super low. He's gonna continue the process and mix the oxide into water to get calcium hydroxide. After getting common potassium from the ash, the pair adds it to the mix to keep the experiment going and create the blend they need. Potassium is an alkaline element, so when it's mixed with fat, it produces soap, which is their main goal. He figures since there's no medicine on this island, getting sick could mean death, so they gotta make soap to kill germs and cut down the risk of getting sick. The girl smells the melted boar fat and says it smells delicious. The appetizing aroma really grabs her attention. He tells her he's got boar cracklings in his cup and adds that she probably wouldn't want to eat them, hinting at their specific taste. He says pork lovers usually dig this kind of food, but if a person doesn't eat that kind of meat, they'll find eating this pretty gross. The guy pours the resulting mixture into a big bowl so it can cool down and harden, finishing up the soap-making process. In plans to head to the banana trees before dark to gather some leaves. He thinks they need to get ready for the rain. The sky is covered in heavy, dark clouds, and a nasty storm is closing in on the island. The man preps for a massive downpour around the shelter. Using a bamboo pole, he digs a trench to drain the water. He reckons they were lucky to get a shelter built. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had anywhere to hide from the rain. For washing dishes and making soap, the young man received several thousand more points in his virtual account. He opens a holographic screen and checks his balance. Ellen notices the guy acting pretty weird, waving his hand in front of him in an unusual way. The girl finds this behavior pretty strange, but she doesn't dare ask about it, preferring not to interfere. He touches yesterday's soap and sees it lathers up nicely, but if you use it to wash hair, it dries it out a bit. Then he hands the girl a comb he made himself and tells her she'll probably like something like this, and urges Ellen to hide the boar skin and meat as soon as possible, since the rain could start at any moment and ruin their supplies. The boy plans to start making a bow. He examines the cut bamboo carefully and concludes the material is of acceptable quality and not too wet to work with. Knowing that bows fall into two classes, heavy and light, and decides to make a heavy bow, since only with that can he effectively hunt wild boars, since the bamboo he found turned out not to be very strong. The man decides to craft a compound bow. He carefully cuts the necessary plates and fixes them to get the desired shape. And he didn't expect making a bow to be such a long process. After spending a long time creating just two elements, he realizes it's unlikely he can finish it before tomorrow. Huge clouds accumulate over the island. It turns gloomy. The air fills with the sound of thunder foreshadowing a storm. Ellen is clearly nervous and tells the guy she thinks it's gonna rain hard. Judging by the darkening sky, In decides to immediately hide the meat and soap in pots and cover them with lids to protect them from the coming rain. Once they've finished gathering their valuable supplies, they take refuge in their hut, preparing to face the heavy downpour ahead. Ellen asks how long the rain will last. The boy answers that it might be stronger than they expect, and that it'll probably rain all day. Jin suddenly wakes up from his sleep and hears that, besides the sound of rain, some strange sounds have appeared that alarm him. He is overcome by sudden anxiety and instantly realizes who those strange night sounds might belong to. The guy urgently wakes Ellen by shaking her shoulders and asks her to wake up immediately, informing her that danger is approaching. Ellen wakes up abruptly and asks what's going on, and answers that he has no time to explain and that he needs to dismantle the shed urgently. The girl is totally confused and keeps asking what happened. The young man answers he's not sure, but they're probably in danger. They run toward a nearby tree. Jin helps Ellen climb up to hide from a possible threat. Ellen is still baffled and keeps asking questions, but the boy urgently asks her to shut up right now and stay silent. Suddenly, a huge deer runs out into the clearing where their camp was, followed by a large herd of hares. Ellen says the guy scared the hell out of her, because these are relatively harmless animals. Jin almost feels disappointed. Behind the deer, a huge herd of angry boars charges into the clearing. The girl is totally shocked and starts to panic. Jin covers her mouth, not letting her make a single sound so the angry boars don't notice their presence. He counts about 20 large boars and calms the girl down, telling her not to be afraid, since these animals can't climb trees. The kids got really lucky that it started raining, which washed away the scent. So now the boars can't smell them. Several boars lie down near the tree. The man can't tell if they're dead or just faking it, like that last boar did. And he notices there are strange wounds on the bodies of the animals. He wonders who could have inflicted them. The temperature starts dropping sharply. If this keeps up, the kids could freeze and get sick. Jin realizes he needs to do something instead of just sitting there waiting for the boars to leave. He plans to throw his boot to scare them off. If the animals run for it, then they can climb down. The boy hopes this trick works. Otherwise, he'll have to go down and fight them. The thud of the boot catches the wild animals' attention, and they instantly jump to their feet. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. The boars, spooked by the thrown boot, fled the clearing. Ellen says these animals look terrified and wonders what could have scared them that bad. The girl is scared of heights and doesn't dare to jump from the tree. Jin tells her to be brave, informs her he'll catch her, and says there's nothing to fear, because she's only up a few meters. Ellen slips on a branch and falls right onto the boy, who lets out a yell. He fails to catch her and stay on his feet. He falls. Ellen lands on top of him and bangs her forehead. The kids are rebuilding their camp. Ellen thinks setting up a shelter was the right call, since otherwise, the boars would have trampled everything. Ellen goes over to the cage with the young hares. The girl is really happy they're safe and sound. She looks at the remains of the soap the boy has in his hands, and feels disappointed because they didn't really get to use it, and now it's turned to mush. All the firewood in the camp is wet. The boy hopes the sun will dry it out fast. Yin approaches the girl and demands she take off her wet clothes, which really freaks Ellen out. He tells her she needs to dry her clothes immediately to avoid getting sick. Jin observes how much the water level has risen in the stream. He thinks it's good they didn't camp here, since they would have been washed away. The fish trap he built with stone was flooded, but fortunately, the new trap is intact. The boy decides he needs to take a shower and wash his clothes with the remaining soap. The kids dry their clothes and warm up by the fire. Ellen asks if the boars might come back. Jin believes they have to be ready for that, so they need to keep taking turns keeping watch at night. He thinks they need to craft a bow and arrow as soon as possible, so they can defend themselves instead of running away every time. The boy ties 2 parts of the bow with a bow, rope, and starts twisting one of them, trying to make sure they press firmly against each other to form a strong structure. Then he ties the bow pieces tight and reinforces them with another piece of bamboo for extra strength and stability. To make the bowstring, Jin uses strong boar tendons he plans to dry in the sun first, so they don't lose their elasticity and keep their strength. The boy thinks he did a great job. The string doesn't break, and the bow doesn't warp, which means it's almost ready. The best material for making arrows is the deciduous abelia tree. But it doesn't grow here, and the guy has to use whatever material he has on hand. The wooden sticks are very damp, so they need to be dried well over the fire to make them stronger and lighter. There are two ways to make arrowheads. The first is to burn the ends of the sticks in the fire and then sharpen them until you get a sharp point. The second method consists of sharpening a stone and then driving it into the shaft of the arrow and tying it firmly, making sure the structure is strong. The second method requires more effort. First, he'll make 3 stone-tipped arrows and compare their power. And if there isn't much difference, he'll use wooden arrows. The virtual system reports that 2,000 points have been credited to the account for crafting a bow and arrow, which pleasantly surprises him. He counts his points and realizes that he already has more than 11,000 in total, which allows him to buy an expensive skill package. He had already tried a skill called cheetah speed once, and it saved his life. But that skill is too tied to stamina, and he can't use it for very long. The speed of a cheetah is of very little use if he runs into something like wild boars again. They're strong and can easily track their prey by scent. So the guy needs a skill that gives him strength to be able to fight the boar. However, the physical strength skill can only work in a one-on-one battle. If a man runs into a pack of boars, a couple of punches obviously won't help him. He believes that with his new bamboo bow, he can make up for his lack of physical strength. So the super speed skill is still his best option. After much deliberation, he finally selects the cheetah skill. The system congratulates the young man on his successful purchase. The young man hears the mechanical voice of the system, informing him that the physical transformation has begun. He begins to feel very strange sensations. Understanding that every cell in his body is filled with new strength and energy. The next day, the guys continue to tidy up their camp after the unexpected invasion of the boars, trying to restore everything that was destroyed. After the boar attack, most of their belongings were completely destroyed and left unusable for the future. Having accumulated experience, the guys went back to making ceramic dishes. Now, their skills in this area have improved significantly, and 2 days later, they already had a set of the utensils most necessary for daily life. On the 3rd day after the night rain, he finally found time to practice shooting with his new bamboo bow. The guy had never before had to shoot with a weapon like that, so his accuracy left much to be desired. However, after a day of hard practice, he started to improve. Far from being perfect, but good enough to shoot a wild boar. He moves through the forest. The dense foliage above him blocks out the sunlight. And although the rain passed 3 days ago, the ground still hasn't had time to really dry. The guy pays attention to the unusual flowers. Inside them swim small tadpoles, which surprises him. He wonders how they got there and realizes that very soon, these tadpoles will turn into little frogs. And he realizes that, judging by the number of tadpoles, most likely the frog laid its eggs here. He is struck by the thought that the world is huge, and there are still many unexplored things in it. For the first time, he sees a tadpole surviving inside a flower. Even though he first encountered wild boars in a bamboo forest, he still goes back there to harvest fresh bamboo shoots. Strange sounds distract him from this task. The boy freezes and listens closely, trying to pinpoint the source. He recognizes the noise and realizes it most likely belongs to the pheasants living in these parts. He heads toward the sound and spots a whole flock of pheasants in a bamboo clearing. The young man hasn't met this species before and admires their beautiful plumage. He draws his bow, thinking that today they'll have an excellent fresh pheasant soup for lunch. However, an arrow shot from his bow flies right past the pheasant without causing any harm. The boy suddenly realizes that hitting a moving target is much harder than hitting a stationary one. The pheasants aren't afraid, even though the guy keeps shooting at them. He fires almost all his arrows, but doesn't hit a single bird. So he decides he needs to get a little closer, creeping even closer to the birds. He pulls back the bowstring, thinking that from this distance, he'll most likely score a hit. He manages to aim precisely and strike the fast-moving pheasant. The system reports a reward of 200 points for successfully killing a wild pheasant. In starts getting excited and continues shooting at the birds. But after a while, he notices he's run out of arrows. This doesn't bother him at all, since he's already managed to shoot several birds. And he believes this will be enough for a delicious dinner. In steps out of hiding and slowly approaches the birds to collect his trophies, and asks the girl if she's ready to eat. He tells her he's about to lift the lid. The surrounding space fills with the aroma of a rich soup. Ellen can't contain her emotions, and says she's delighted by the smell. The girl blows on the hot soup, cooling it carefully, and then starts tasting it slowly, savoring the flavor. She says this pheasant soup is the best food she's tasted in a long time. Ellen feels great pleasure. She feels the rich taste of the pheasant meat pairs well with the fresh, slightly tangy aroma of young bamboo. All these flavor notes intertwine and seem to dance on her tongue. Pheasant meat has very little fat. They aren't very meaty, but the lean meat is much tastier. The boy says it's a shame they don't have salt, in which case their soup would be even tastier. Ellen completely agrees with him. She says adding a little salt to this soup would probably drive her crazy. Ellen regrets not having salt to enhance the flavor of their food and replenish the essential minerals their bodies need to function properly. In is very surprised by the girl's limitations. He finds it ironic that she calls herself a student, when it didn't even occur to her that it was possible to extract salt from seawater. The boy tells her that tomorrow they'll go to the beach and gather the amount of salt needed to solve this problem. When the next morning breaks, In and Ellen leave their camp and head to the beach, ready for a new challenge. Ellen notices that the seawater is taking a long time to boil, and suggests going for a walk to look for something useful so as not to waste time. He suggests the girl can go searching on her own, since he's going to build a sundial to determine the exact time and organize his daily routine more efficiently. Ellen doesn't understand how this is possible, because they don't have the tools and can't even build a normal house. This makes her doubt his plan. The boy needs the clay. He makes a layer with it and shapes it into a square. After that, he uses a string to break this regular quadrilateral along the diagonals. Then he draws a circle on it to be divided into sectors, depending on the sun's position during the day. In total, there are 3 types of sundials: equatorial, vertical, and horizontal. Each has its own characteristics. The girl learns that the difference between them lies in the division angles, which is already obvious from their names. In an equatorial clock, the gnomon is perpendicular to the dial surface, and the clock itself is placed at an angle. Equatorial sundials are the only ones where the dial divisions are equal, making them unique among other types. Using a cord, they mark the hour divisions on the face. They don't need measuring tools for this, since they use simple geometric principles. This clock is slightly different from the usual ones. Instead of 12 divisions, there are 24 on its face. Since the sun rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours, the girl asks how they'll install the gnomon perpendicularly, and how they'll determine the right angle to tilt the base of the clock without special tools. He informs her that they don't need to use a sextant, since it only measures the angular distance between the sun and the horizon at a specific point, which they don't need at all. Right now, the starting point will be a specific time when they can know the hour precisely. That is noon, when the shadows are shortest. The preparations are complete, and now the young pair just has to wait for the moment the shadow of the bamboo stick disappears. The sea salt is still a bit damp, but he decides to stop heating it, or it might burn and become unusable. He concludes that the best way to dry it is to leave it in direct sunlight, so it dries naturally. The salt yield turned out to be very good, but it contains a lot of impurities and sand. And, to make the prepared salt fit for eating, something else needs to be done. After cleaning, there will be much less salt left. So the boy is going to put another pot of seawater on to evaporate. Ellen reports that the bamboo stick's shadow on the clock has disappeared, which means it's noon. Using pieces of bamboo, he sets the sundial horizontally to take precise measurements. Crude salt formed after the evaporation. It's not recommended to eat it because it contains dirt, sand, and other impurities harmful to the body. Armed with this knowledge, the youngsters return to their camp, intending to filter the salt and make it safe for consumption. The crude salt must be rinsed well with clean water to remove the main contaminants and sand particles. The most important step in producing salt is purifying it. So the boy makes a homemade filter for effective filtration. He places various filtering elements in several layers inside a bamboo cup, such as fine and coarse sand, pebbles, and charcoal. The boy thinks that if they had activated charcoal, they could produce superior salt, purifying it more efficiently and quickly. Unfortunately, it takes a long time to purify salt water with a homemade filter, and they can only wait patiently for the process to complete. The sundial the kids brought back to camp shows it is 6 in the evening. Helen is beaming with joy and says this pheasant soup is just delicious and way better than she expected. Chinese cooking is known for all its seasonings, spices, and recipes, but one of the main ingredients, the most important seasoning, is salt. Helen totally agrees with that, because just a pinch of salt can drastically improve a dish's flavor, making it richer and way tastier. The girl starts counting the days they have spent on the island and realizes nearly a whole month has gone by without them noticing. She reminds the guy that he wanted to make a boat and asks what kind they are going to build, and thinks that to cross the ocean, they need at least a solid fishing boat. But first, they have got to improve their living conditions here. Helen suggests upgrading their shelter and building something stronger, like a bamboo or wooden house, so they do not have to hide if wild beasts suddenly come back. The guy agrees she is right, especially since they got stuck in the rain before. He thinks living under a simple wooden canopy is not safe, and it is worth looking for a better shelter option. In goes to scout for a new campsite. They have sorted out the food and work situation, so now is the best time to move to a safer, more convenient spot. For 4 whole days, the guy has been searching for the perfect campsite, but still has not found anything decent. In steps into a wide clearing, bathed in bright morning sunlight, hoping he has finally found a spot suitable for a new camp. Considering this place looks pretty good, he notes the clearing is set apart from the surrounding forest, has a wide view, and is really spacious, making it an ideal campsite. Examining the clearing more closely, he discovers a nearby rock face with a large cave that catches his eye. He worries that a wild animal might be living inside. He plans to clear it out first to secure the area. He fires an arrow into the cave and listens. The arrow hits the wall. He assumes the cave is empty and thinks it is spacious, and if there are not any leaks, then it is livable. His thoughts are interrupted by a loud, crunching sound. Looking down at his feet, he discovers a pile of bones. This cave clearly has an owner, and judging by the size of the skeletons, the resident is definitely a predatory beast. In feels the air shift and manages to dodge a fatal blow at the very last second. A huge bear tried to smash his head in with its powerful paw. He dodges the predator's strikes and instantly activates a skill called cheetah speed. This lets him move super fast to a safe distance. Realizing a giant panda lives in that cave, the beast tries to catch him, but cannot quite make it, since the guy uses his cheetah speed skill and tries to distract and confuse the bear by throwing a bamboo bottle at it. The trick works. The panda stops chasing. It is interested in the strange bamboo object. A moment later, the huge bear crunches the bottle with its powerful jaws. The panda stands up on its hind legs. It rears up on its hind legs and lets out a massive roar. Then, the predator charges at the young man again, and realizes he can't defeat this beast in a head-on fight, and he needs to put some safe distance between them first. The panda dashes into the nearby forest where he's hiding, and quickly turns his head, hoping to spot the young man. In draws his bowstring, figuring the panda's sense of smell is way worse than a wild boar's. because it still hasn't picked up his scent. In sees that the giant panda hasn't sensed him at all, standing right next to the tree where he's hiding. The young man can't believe he has to kill a panda, but he's got no choice. He needs to claim this cave. He mentally apologizes to the sacred beast and fires his arrow, hoping this will solve the problem. The arrow grazes the animal's back, but doesn't do any real damage, since the panda's hide is so thick. In quickly realizes that wooden arrows aren't going to be enough to take down this bear. He jumps from the tree, and having activated his cheetah speed skill, he distances himself from the panda, realizing it isn't very fast, and he can get away using super speed. This time, In decides to use a stone-tipped arrow to hit the animal more effectively. The arrow pierces the panda's massive head. It rears up on its hind legs, roaring in pain and rage. However, the stone-tipped arrow didn't deal critical damage to the beast. It just pissed it off even more. The panda quickly spots In's location and attacks, swiping repeatedly with its massive paw. In mentally thanks the system for giving him the cheetah speed skill, realizing that if he couldn't dodge, a single hit from the panda would snap him in two. The skill's effect wears off, and In heads back to camp. Ellen suggests leaving the beast alone and finding somewhere else, because pandas are a national treasure. And besides, it's not exactly easy to kill. Even a stone-tipped arrow didn't hurt it. In thinks this particular one might not be a national treasure, since it looked different and was totally unlike a regular panda. He tells the girl not to worry, that he won't do anything reckless, and he can always outrun the panda if he can't handle it. In plans to use a metal arrowhead made from his belt buckle. He'll only have 2 arrows, so to keep from losing them, he plans to tie a cord to the arrows so he can pull them back after shooting. Iron starts to melt at a temperature of around 1,500 degrees Celsius, but a wood fire only gets up to about 700 degrees, so it's impossible to melt iron in a normal fire. In plans to build an air pump to push air continuously into the furnace so the temperature inside can rise to 1,500 degrees, allowing the iron to melt. The air pump works on the principle of sucking in and pushing out air. It's just like a syringe, allowing air to enter the combustion chamber directly while burning, which boosts combustion efficiency. After a while, the young man uses clay and bamboo to make a simple blower for his metal smelting needs. It consists of a casing and a shaft with blades. It's a very simple and economical design that doesn't require complex materials or tools. While Ian is busy making the fan, Ellen makes clay molds for the arrowheads. The girl watches closely as Ian takes off his belt buckle and thinks that very soon they'll be running out of clothes. Ian tells her she's overthinking things and really doesn't need to worry about that. Everything is ready for metal smelting. The pair lights up a large clay furnace to start the process and obtain the necessary materials. They've been spinning the homemade fan for a long time. Ellen says she doesn't have the strength to keep turning it. The boy asks the girl to have a little more patience and keep spinning, since the metal is already starting to melt and will be ready soon. Ellen says she has no strength left, then gives up and collapses on the ground from exhaustion. Ian is thrilled with the clay molds the girl made. They are very detailed and precise, which impresses him a lot. With just a single knife, she managed to make molds so symmetrical and perfect that the boy thinks he should rely on her more often to help him make things. The arrowhead making process is complete, and now all that's left is to sharpen them to the perfect edge, so they're ready to use. The boy remarks that the tips look perfect and promises to thank the girl by making her a special dinner tonight. The system informs the boy that 1,000 points have been credited to his account for crafting metal arrowheads, which made him very happy. Ian continues sharpening the tips and accidentally cuts himself, after which he decides that the edge is already sharp enough. He really regrets that they don't have enough iron to make more arrows. If he had a dozen of them and super speed, he could easily defeat a huge panda. Having made a sundial and evaporated salt, the boy received another 4,700 points from the system, which significantly increased his balance. He thinks he needs to make a new purchase. in the virtual store and is going to acquire a package called Encyclopedia of Wild Animals. Suddenly, a system message appears offering to buy an animal encyclopedia together with the package. Wild animal training for only 4,500 points with a discount. The boy decides it's a very lucrative offer. He accepts almost immediately, and the data download starts right away. He intends to see what is included in the Wild Animal Training Package, which was a bonus addition to the purchase. This information contains descriptions of fighting techniques that will help you defeat a wild animal and become the king of beasts. The demo starts with kangaroos, which have close quarters combat skills. The instructions say that if a kangaroo kicks you with both hind legs, leaning on its tail, at that moment you must carefully dive under its body. Once under the kangaroo, immediately strike it in the groin with your hands, after which the kangaroo will be defeated. Hippos have a large body and a big mouth. It's unlikely you can defeat one in a one-on-one fight. That's why, when you encounter a hippo, distract it and get behind it without wasting time. Dive underneath it before it has time to realize what's happening. Once under the hippo, strike his genitals with all your might. By doing this, you will cause unbearable pain to the hippo. He will go numb and collapse to the ground. Keep striking the genitals until the hippo is defeated. Gorillas are one of nature's strongest animals. They have a muscular body and their kicks are incredibly powerful. But they aren't that hard to handle. First, you must taunt the gorilla really well to make him mad and lose focus. At that moment, you must quickly dive under his body and aim an AK-47 assault rifle at him. The explosive rounds will do the rest of the job. And just like that, the gorilla will be defeated. Ian goes into a state of shock. After reading these instructions, he has absolutely no clue who could have written such nonsense, and he thinks the author himself ought to be shot for this absurd advice. The guy is extremely annoyed and disappointed. He realizes he spent a huge amount of points on useless information, which he considers complete garbage. The next morning arrives. He lazily crawls out of the tent, rubbing his eyes, and she wishes him a good morning, letting him know the hot stew is ready. The girl is interested in how dangerous and huge the panda is. The guy is very worried about her. He warns her sternly not to even think about getting close to the cave. He realizes that if danger strikes, he would only be able to save himself from the beast. And if he takes the girl with him, they both run the risk of dying. She praises the young man for his delicious morning soup and notes that his cooking skills are getting better and better. Ian approaches the panda's cave and reflects that he only has 2 metal arrows. So he's going to tie them securely so he doesn't lose them if he misses. Ian plans to use a wooden arrow to check if the panda is in the cave or not. After the shot, there was no reaction. Ian decides the cave is empty and wonders where the panda could have gone. He figures it's in the forest looking for food. Ian takes up a convenient position, and he starts watching for the panda's return to catch it by surprise and carry out his plan. While he has some free time, the guy decides to study the encyclopedia to find more detailed information about this animal to better understand its habits and weaknesses. However, he doesn't succeed, because after a few minutes, he notices a huge animal approaching the cave. The virtual system reports that pandas appeared for the first time in the late Miocene, about 8 million years ago. The early predatory ancestors of pandas lived in humid forests. Ian is amazed at just how ancient this bear turns out to be, and he's impressed that over many millions of years, these animals haven't evolved much. When pandas first appeared on Earth, they were predators, but thanks to natural selection and changes in living conditions, their diet has changed drastically over time. The system reports that it is possible to domesticate ancient pandas by changing their diet from meat to bamboo and asparagus. If the process is successful, it can be tamed in 1 or 2 months. Taming wild pandas is quite an interesting activity. The guy thinks it's worth a shot. Ian considers the training instructions he bought to be absolutely useless, so he decides to start wearing the animal down psychologically. The guy hopes the arrow can damage the animal's limbs. Then the panda won't be able to hunt, and this is the only way to change its diet. The metal-tipped arrow hits, the panda's left shoulder blade causing intense pain. But it doesn't stop him completely. The guy, he skillfully uses the cord to pull his metal-tipped arrow back, getting ready for the next shot. Then he leaps from the tree and activates his skill. Cheetah speed. He keeps up his rapid sprint, thinking that under no circumstances can he let the distance close. Otherwise, that massive animal will simply tear him to shreds. Decides the moment to strike has come. He spins around sharply and fires an arrow at the charging bear. The shot is dead on. The arrow hits the animal, right in the front right shoulder blade, inflicting another wound. This strategy is working successfully. But the method of retrieving the arrow demands intense concentration and drains a lot of strength from the boy. Over the last few days, he has already left 6 wounds on the massive panda's body. He believes if he keeps this up, not even that ancient creature can withstand it, and he'll be able to tame it. The next day, the hunt continues. The panda keeps taking minor damage and just can't catch the young man. On the 3rd day, In targets the bear's hind legs to immobilize him as much as possible and cut his speed. The 4th day of training arrives. In sees that the cave is empty. The boy wonders where the panda could be. At that same moment, a massive bear is silently approaching the youth, winding up for a surprise attack. At the very last second, In senses the massive panda looming behind him. The guy activates his cheetah speed skill, and it is the only thing that saves his life. He is stunned by the ancient predator's abilities, especially the fact that the bear actually decided to ambush him, proving its cunning. In gains the necessary distance and shoots the bear once again, hoping to stop it. However, the huge panda possesses high intelligence. It figured out how the arrows work and starts defending itself. In realizes, with a heavy heart, that he has lost one of his iron arrows and thinks he needs to wrap up training for today. Walking through the forest in the pouring rain, In reflects that he only has one arrow left, and if the panda breaks it, he fails. His attention is drawn to a small young frog sitting on a huge leaf in the rain. This piques his interest. The system's knowledge pack reveals that this creature is called a blue dart frog. The frog's bright blue skin produces a poison that repels potential predators and can paralyze prey. The guy realizes he has found a way out. With the help of this venom, he is going to induce muscle paralysis and respiratory arrest in the massive panda. He just needs to find the right dosage so the poisoning doesn't actually lead to death. In understands why he saw tadpoles on the leaves earlier. The frogs lay their eggs there on purpose. The guy pulls out a wooden arrow and with a precise hit, shoots a poisonous frog, hoping to utilize its venom. The information package states that indigenous tribes made poisoned arrows capable of killing even large animals using the venom of these frogs. But he isn't planning to kill the panda. But the boy understands that the poison from one frog clearly won't be enough, and he starts looking around for others. The boy looks up at the sky and realizes the rain is getting heavier. He decides to head back to camp, since the girl is there all by herself. He finds Ellen in the tent and notices she looks strange. The boy asks her worriedly if she is sick. Ellen hugs. She hugs the boy tight and tells him she's so happy that he made it back in one piece. And realizes the girl is terrified since the last time, and he thinks she's scared of being left all alone on a deserted island. He apologizes to her for making her worry and tells her everything's gonna be okay. Ellen says she isn't scared for herself, but she's worried about him. She's afraid something bad might happen to him. The girl looks at the frog with curiosity and a bit of concern. It's glowing and hanging off a wooden arrow. She asks, "In what this is all about?" He explains that it's a blue poison dart frog, a super venomous one. And the brighter its skin shines, the more potent and deadly the poison it secretes is. The boy says he plans to try extracting the venom from this frog, and with its help, take on that huge panda that's become a serious threat to them. The next day, In starts a fire and begins drying out the blue dart frog over the flames, hoping to extract its poison. He's not 100% sure his plan will work, but he thinks it's not totally crazy. And it's still better than risking his only arrow in a fight with that panda. Bubbles start popping up on the frog's skin. The boy explains that it's just evaporating water. Not the poison yet. So they have to wait a little longer for the process to finish. The girl notices the frog has turned pitch black and started giving off a nasty smell. In replies that right now, a strong enough concentration of poison has built up under its skin. In carefully applies the venom to his arrows, believing this will be enough since the panda is already injured. And even a small dose of poison can make all the difference. The girl tells In she did what he asked and hands over the herb balls she made from the plants she gathered. She's genuinely confused about why he needs these clumps of grass and how he's going to use them to fight that huge panda. He explains that these herb balls will be super useful in the final showdown with the bear, since they'll play a major role in his plan. He approaches the cave and notices there are no fresh tracks around, which means the panda hasn't come out and is probably still inside its lair. He sets the herb balls on fire, intending to throw them into the cave to create smoke and flush out that massive bear. In tosses the smoking herb balls into the cave, and soon thick smoke starts pouring out of the entrance, filling up the whole space inside. A moment later, a huge, wounded, and very angry panda rushes out of the cave, ready to attack the intruder. The panda instantly charges at the boy, but he's confident that because of its injuries and the fact that it has inhaled so much carbon dioxide, the bear's strength will soon fade. A wicked smile appears on In's face. He activates his cheetah speed skill and invites the panda to join the race. Since the panda doesn't have a good sense of smell, it can't detect the boy hiding right nearby. Taking advantage of this weakness, In believes the long chase must have exhausted the bear. The panda isn't growling as loud anymore, and its movements have slowed down noticeably. He decides the time has come for the panda to finally taste the poison arrow. Hoping to end this, in this face-off, the stone arrowheads aren't nearly as sharp as the metal ones, so the arrow couldn't dig deep into the beast's body, leaving nothing but a flesh wound. Actually, he reckons that's a good thing. If too much poison hits the bear's system, it could kill him. Ian's trying to avoid that. He just wants to knock the animal out. Then, shock hits the kid. For some reason, the poison isn't working. The massive bear spots the young man and charges at him in a blind rage. He's ready to strike. Activating his cheetah speed skill, Ian darts around the panda, peppering him with poison arrows, trying to wear the beast down. Even though he's already turned the bear into a pincushion, the thing is still standing and fighting back. The durability is insane. Ian just can't figure out why the poison isn't kicking in. The panda should have dropped and started choking by now. The guy figures the dose is too low, and the arrows are too dull to deliver the venom through that thick hide. Another poison arrow connects, but it only pisses the bear off more, stoking the beast's fury and making him way more dangerous and aggressive than before. Ian thinks he picked the wrong strategy and should have just used a metal-tipped arrow from the start to land a critical hit and neutralize the bear. Ian watches the bear closing in fast. Just a few yards left. Before impact, no time to think. Suddenly, the giant panda lets out a massive roar and crashes to the ground unconscious. He spent every ounce of strength in that last push, and still couldn't reach his target. Ian reckons the bear put everything he had into that final attack. He must have felt the poison taking hold, so he dumped all his energy into one last strike. The young man decides to watch how long the panda stays down, to figure out exactly how effective the poison is and how long it lasts. After 1 hour, the massive bear's body starts twitching slowly, showing signs of waking up from the toxin. But the animal is still weak and shaky. 2 hours later, the giant panda tries to stand up, but his coordination is completely shot. He has no clue what's going on. It's like he's moving through a fog. After 3 hours, the animal finally manages to get on his feet. But it's a struggle, and he can't move like he used to. He's weak and disoriented. Ian carefully calculates the exact amount of poison needed to drain the panda's strength without actually causing fatal damage. Ian confirms that if nothing unexpected happens today, he can handle the panda and move forward with his plans. The man intends to change the huge bear's diet. He wants the animal to switch to fish and bamboo shoots, which will make him easier to tame. A while later, he carefully approaches the cave where the massive beast lives and gets ready for the next round. Strangely, the panda is lying right at the cave entrance. The kid wonders what that's about. Why is he sleeping right in the doorway? He realizes the animal ran out of steam and passed out, unable to drag himself just a few more yards to safety. Ian places fresh bamboo shoots on top of the fish. Jin figures modern pandas aren't stupid just because of evolution. They seem to have been that way from the start. Jin throws the bamboo-stuffed fish at the bear and orders it to wake up and eat. The fish hits the panda and wakes him up. The bear jumps up and starts growling loudly, showing his irritation. Jin thinks the poison is still working since the animal hasn't attacked him yet. The panda notices a fish abandoned next to him and gives it his full attention. Happily forgetting all about the boy, the bear picks up the fish and starts eating it greedily. Enjoying the unexpected treat, Jin thinks that even though the panda seems stupid, it's a strong animal, and once tamed, it can help them survive on this island. The young man shows the bear a bunch of fish he's holding. This clearly wakes up the animal's appetite and grabs his attention. The panda rushes toward the treat and starts devouring the offered fish with gusto, becoming less and less aggressive now that he's had enough. The bear settles down. Jin thinks about what to name this animal that might become his ally. It turns out to be hard to find a nickname for an animal, even if they don't understand the meaning of their name themselves. After repeating it a few times, they start reacting to it. Meanwhile, the panda has already gotten tired and lies on his back, falling into a deep sleep. Such a calm reaction from the animal surprises Jin greatly. He calls the bear Clues, and suddenly realizes that will be his nickname, which in Chinese sounds like Ampi. The young people sit around the fire enjoying the soup they made. Ellen smiles and asks Jin how things are going with the panda. Jin thinks that at this rate, taming Ampi completely will take about 2 months, and he is willing to dedicate the necessary time and effort to it. Ellen thinks the boy gave the panda a very strange name and asks how many weeks it will take for the animal to respond. Ellen wonders if the young man expects praise from her for his actions, and she doesn't know how to react to it. Jin asks the girl to wait a little. He wants the panda to get used to people, and then he'll show the bear to Ellen. The boy notices that she isn't eating anything and looks really bad. The girl is holding her stomach with her hands and doesn't answer his questions. Jin guesses the girl has started her period, and he asks her about it directly, wanting to help her. Ellen gets very irritated and rudely replies that it's none of his business. Confirming his guess, she screams loudly at the young man and tells him to shut up immediately, expressing her displeasure. Ellen's mood has gotten noticeably worse lately, partly because her period is about to start and partly because she doesn't know how to deal with it on this island. Jin has never had a girlfriend, but he knows women's physiological cycles very well and understands what is happening. He asks Ellen how soon it will start. The girl replies that she has no idea, but she feels it'll be soon. Normally, a woman's menstrual cycle lasts 28 days. For Ellen, it should have started 2 days ago, but the sensations just appeared. The boy thinks it's because the girl didn't sleep well, or maybe for some other reason. He thinks that tomorrow he should try making paper. Ellen was very surprised by such a proposal. I never imagined paper could be made in conditions like these. He points out that this won't be the kind of stuff you find back in civilization. The quality is going to be rougher than the paper people are used to. He explains that paper first showed up during the second period of the Han Dynasty. But back then, it was way too rough and poor quality. You couldn't even write on it. Over time, the quality got better, but the process back then took forever. You had to split the plant material into fibers, wash it, and soak it in alkali. After that, you had to clean the raw stuff, crush it down, and grind the fibers into pulp to get a smooth mix. Most of the time was spent just making paper powder. Before making the paper, workers would soak the plants in water and wait for microorganisms to break it down into mush. Then they'd take that mush, grind it into paper powder, and dry it in the sun on special frames. The next morning comes. Ellen wakes up to a horrible smell filling the camp, making her feel sick. She steps out of the tent and asks the guy where that stench is coming from and what's in the pot he's holding. His answer catches Ellen completely off guard. She's shocked to learn that the container in his hands is full of human urine. Ellen builds the frames needed for the paper, admitting she's never heard of using urine in the process. He explains he's going to upgrade the tech to make paper faster and easier, using whatever materials they have lying around. The boy takes a good look at the frames Ellen made, and once again, he sees she's a really capable worker, holding a homemade clay pipe. He explains that modern tech usually uses sodium hydroxide because it can strip away resins and lignin from plants, which helps produce the fibers needed for the paper pulp. He explains that the main component in urine is urea. You have to let the urine sit, then heat it up until it produces ammonia. Then you add calcium carbonate from shell powder to the mix, and add water. Ellen is blown away by the guy's knowledge. Since he figured out how to get sodium hydroxide on a deserted island, the boy tells Ellen to be careful and pour water into the system gently, so she doesn't mess up the chemical reaction. The reaction between the calcium oxide and urea creates ammonium bicarbonate. He adds sodium chloride to the solution, forming ammonium chloride, which results in a white precipitate of sodium bicarbonate. The sodium bicarbonate obtained from heating needs to be poured into lime water and mixed well to finish the process. The main component of lime is calcium oxide. Mixing it with water gives you calcium hydroxide, and the reaction between sodium carbonate and calcium hydroxide creates a solution of sodium hydroxide and a white precipitate of calcium carbonate. Ellen says this tech is way too complicated. If only they had electricity, they could produce sodium hydroxide from salt water using simple electrolysis. And decides to play a prank on the girl, telling her that next time, they will definitely do it by wrapping the knife in a bamboo stick and waiting for lightning to strike. After resting a bit, the two of them head deep into the forest to gather the grass growing near the camp, which will serve as raw material for making paper. After soaking the grass for a couple of hours in a sodium hydroxide solution, the lignin and cell walls dissolved, leaving only the pure cellulose needed to make paper. Then they washed the raw material in the river again to remove unnecessary impurities, resulting in a white substance ready for further processing. They poured clean water over the resulting paper pulp, creating the base for the future paper material. The frames turned out to be too big, so In had to pour the mixture into a larger container and start filtering the liquid through the frames. Even though it is already 4 in the afternoon, the sun is scorching hot. Plus, the paper layer is very thin and dries fast. So at this rate, they will have their first batch by evening. The system reports that making paper credits 1,000 points to the account, which comes as a nice bonus. Since it wasn't bleached, the paper turned out a bit yellow. It is also thicker and much rougher, but it has good durability and isn't easy to tear. It takes a bit of effort. In says it is certainly not industrial-grade hygiene product, but it is way better than nothing, and he can be proud of his achievement. Ellen asks him to change the subject and not talk about that stuff while eating, considering it inappropriate during a meal. She thinks he is a very talented person because he managed to make paper on this uninhabited island. It really impresses her. She asks him where he learned such detailed information about paper manufacturing and technology, and he replies that he paid close attention in chemistry class. Paper production took the two of them 3 whole days, and he hasn't visited the panda in a long time, so he goes to check on him, trying to reach the cave as fast as possible. He is clearly interested in how the bear is doing after their last encounter. Approaching the cave, In sees that a huge panda has taken over the entrance and is sleeping without a care in the world. Hearing someone, Ampy jumps to his feet and starts growling softly, watching the approaching guest cautiously. The massive bear notices a fish in the young man's hands. His mood changes instantly, and aggression gives way to curiosity. Ampy adopts a friendly look, watches the guy closely, and licks his lips, expressing his desire for a treat. In figures that after 3 days without proper food, the panda must be starving. And now is a good time to try teaching him some commands. He tosses Ampy a large fish. Despite his massive weight and clumsiness, the panda skillfully catches the treat, showing off his dexterity. With this training method, the boy hopes to tame the bear within the next 2 months. He tells the panda he needs to return to the river and says goodbye until tomorrow. And walks slowly along the river. He thinks that wild ginger should grow in unstable places like this riverbank, and he hopes to find some. His search is successful. After a while, he finds the plant he was looking for. The system confirms that it is, indeed, common ginger, belonging to the ginger family. It is a perennial herb standing over 40 centimeters tall, whose rhizome is edible. Common ginger has been used for a long time by people because of its healing properties. Its root helps reduce fatigue, boosts immunity, and is widely used in folk medicine for the prevention and treatment of various diseases. Ellen is inside the tent and refuses to come out. She is in a terrible mood, and severe abdominal pain is causing her significant suffering. The boy asks if her cycles are always this painful, because the girls in his class have never experienced such torment. Ellen replies that this is the first time she has felt such intense pain, and that she has never been in this much agony before. In asks what method she usually uses to relieve the pain and feel better. She says she always used to put a heating pad on her stomach and then drink eggnog with cane sugar. In says he doesn't have all that, but he can offer her a hot water bottle and freshly brewed ginger tea. Ellen happily accepts the cup of ginger tea from his hands and asks the guy where he got fresh ginger. In answers that he found it accidentally on the way back to camp and decided to gather some. Ellen notices that the boy's pants are wet and stained with river mud. She realizes he was looking for ginger, specifically for her. With great pleasure, the girl drinks the cup of ginger tea. Ellen feels herself becoming notably lighter, and the pain fades away. In tells the girl that wild animals generally don't accept food from the hands of others, but when they are really hungry, they don't care anymore. The man reports that he limited the panda's ability to move, depriving it of the ability to find food on its own. When the panda started starving, he began feeding it a mixture of fish and bamboo shoots in a ratio of 1:1. This method might seem cruel, but it is very effective for achieving the goal. Over time, he reduced the amount of fish in the diet, increasing the portion of bamboo shoots. A month later, the panda was able to eat a mixture containing 9 parts of tender bamboo shoots and only 1 part fish. Now the bear perceives in as its friend. The boy gives it fresh bamboo shoots and tells it he brought them especially for him. Every now and then, the young man spoils the panda with a small fish, for which it lets him scratch its back. After 2 months of intensive training, the predator has completely turned into a herbivore, changing its eating habits under the boy's influence. In fully admits that prehistoric pandas were omnivores, but he believes the archaeologists who claim pandas were predators are wrong. The boy realizes that he made bamboo the only food the panda will eat, but this doesn't mean it can't switch to something else in the future. The system informs the young man that he has succeeded in changing the panda's eating habits, and for this, he receives the animal training seal. This seal allows the owner to mark their pet animal and create a connection with it. This connection allows the owner to know the animal's psychological state and establish contact with it. Furthermore, the animal training seal also allows the owner to know, surely, if the animal is capable of showing aggression and attacking its owner. That brings an additional level of security. So he immediately approaches the panda and activates the beast training seal, seeking to establish a deeper connection with him and understand his psychological state. He points his hand forward. Magic energy starts flowing around him, surrounding everything in glowing currents. To his surprise, absolutely nothing happens. No visions. No sensations. Nothing like that. However, after a while, the seal starts working. The boy receives a message. that his pet is a little sick and hungry. He pats the huge panda on the back and tells him that from now on his name is Ampy and that he is his owner. Taming the panda took a long time. The boy is delighted with his own triumph. Immediately after returning to camp, he shares his achievements with Helen, who asks if she'll be able to see the bear in the near future. The next day, the young pair heads to Ampy's cave. The boy reminds her that before feeding the panda, she has to call him by his name. He asks the girl to be very careful, since a wild animal is still wild and can get nervous when strangers appear nearby. Despite her fear, Helen bravely stepped toward the bear and fed him carefully. The food did a great job creating a bond between Helen and the panda. And after just 1 week, the girl and Ampy get along very well. Ampy was an aggressive bear who could attack anyone who tried to approach him. But now the animal shows no aggression, unless specifically provoked. The bamboo trap continues to be successful in providing enough fish for the youngsters. Helen asks the boy why he carries the fish tied up in such a strange way. He informs her that it is a half-day journey from their camp and that, if the fish is tied in this way, it can stay alive for at least 10 hours. The young ones are at their camp, gathering their small belongings and useful items into large baskets. The girl asks what they should do with the large flat stone slab. The boy offers to leave it here, believing they'll be able to find the flat stone they need at the new place. As they leave their first camp, Helen says that only now did she realize how much she would miss this place. She sadly remembers their first camp, recalling all the moments spent there. The boy asks the girl not to feel nostalgic and to hurry up. The fire that had warmed them during many cold nights gradually dies out, and the young pair, together with the panda, begins to disappear into the darkening forest. Upon arriving at the new place, the youngsters first lit a fire. The system informs the boy that 3,000 points have been credited to his account for setting up a new camp. Helen says that this clearing offers an excellent view of the starry sky. She observes the Milky Way and admires its beauty. She points out that, even in the city, she often looked at the starry sky, and even though artificial light lit up the sky, she could still see many stars. Although she admits that, compared to her childhood, the air is much worse now. The climate has changed and the city has also expanded, with its artificial light interfering with the view. He informs her that he is tired and is going to bed. Helen thinks that now they don't need to take turns standing guard, because they have a trusty sentry, and now they can sleep together. In is totally shocked by the phrase, sleep together. Ellen doesn't get why the guy is so surprised. In takes her words literally and thinks Ellen wants to become his girlfriend. Ellen clarifies it was just a figure of speech and that's not what she meant at all. She's trying to explain the misunderstanding. In leans in very close to the girl. Ellen tells the guy he's got a wild imagination and that he's getting way ahead of himself. She asks him not to tease her and to stop acting like that. The guy asks, "What if I don't?" Then, just no. This leaves Ellen feeling irritated. She orders the rest of the half-eaten fried fish to be taken away. Ellen feels a bit annoyed and angry. She doesn't want to talk anymore. On the second day after moving to the new camp, the pair dug up clay in a clearing nearby. Their current supply of dishes just isn't enough to meet their needs, so they have to make more. Sitting astride Ampy, In heads out, and he asks the girl to start crafting new dishes while he's gone. In carefully scans the river flowing near their new camp. Unfortunately, it turns out to be wide, but shallow, and the biggest fish here is the size of a finger, impossible to get full on that. Plus, there's no suitable spot in this area to set a trap. After a while, the guy discovers a stretch of river with deeper waters. He thinks this place is pretty suitable. There's a lot of aquatic vegetation, and at first glance, you could say these are ideal conditions for fish. The youngsters are surprised by how strong the panda is, and they reckon at that speed, they can get enough bamboo to build a kitchen in a single day. The panda gets distracted from gathering bamboo and starts eating the tender shoots, so it receives a light smack on the head. The guy reminds him work first, food later. After heating it over the fire, the bamboo becomes temporarily soft and flexible. Thanks to this property, you can shape it however you want. The pair spent the whole day building a new kitchen made of bamboo, pouring all their skill and effort into the job. Ellen suggests covering the outer walls of the house with a layer of clay to make it stronger, but the guy doesn't support this idea, thinking that if it rains, the water will wash away the clay, and all that mud will flow right into their kitchen. The youngsters worked tirelessly all week and finally completed the construction of their new kitchen. For the work performed, Ian received a huge amount of points. They were credited for successfully creating a bamboo ladder, a bamboo bed, and other useful items. Ian invites Ellen to take a short walk and explore the surroundings of the camp to take a break from work and enjoy nature. He takes the girl to a new river. Ellen notices the water here is much calmer and cleaner than at the previous spot, and she reflects on how times are changing. When they first met on the island, their main problems were food and shelter. But now they don't have to worry about that. And the girl even lets herself frolic without a care. Suddenly, Ellen screams out loud, grabs her leg, and says she stepped on something really hard. The girl pulls an unusual stone out of the water and guesses it's rock crystal. She hands the stone to Ian, who tells her it's quartz, one of the components used to make glass. Ian examines the stone closely and explains that it's not rock crystal, although it also belongs to the quartz family, but it has a very high degree of purity. Ellen is a little annoyed because the guy informs her that her find is simply a common, ordinary stone, and that her hopes for something unusual didn't come true. Ian suggested going upriver, explaining that the river gets deeper there, and the trees along the bank become denser, forming a thick green wall. The man noticed a majestic tree that, in his opinion, is several hundred years old. The system reports that it is a three-thorned gleditsia, whose wood is excellent for carpentry and whose fruits can be used as shampoo, thanks to the saponin content. The girl knew this tree too. She says she heard its fruits can be used to wash clothes. Ian confirms what she says and informs her that if she adds coconut and ginger to the mixture, the gleditsia beans will make an excellent shampoo. Ellen looks at the huge thorns on the tree trunk. She thinks it will be almost impossible to climb a plant like that. She understands the threat and tells the guy he shouldn't do it, since the tree is too high and has sharp thorns. She clearly doesn't want to put the young man in danger. Ian is only encouraged by this. He wants to collect beans to make a good shampoo for the girl. The closest branches are at least 3 meters off the ground. The guy intends to use the cheetah speed skill. He activates the skill and launches himself sharply off the ground, jumping high into the air, which surprises Ellen greatly. She asks the guy not to take risks and pitifully begs him to stop this activity and just come down. He asks the girl to bring a large bamboo basket to collect the beans from the plant. Ellen feels very embarrassed that the guy is putting himself in danger because of her. He realizes he needs to climb higher. The bean pods are only on the upper branches. The tree has thick, strong branches, and climbing it is much easier than climbing the bare trunk of a coconut tree. He wraps a rope around himself for safety. The guy believes the rope will prevent him from falling. Very quickly, he reaches the top branches and begins cutting the fruit from the tree with a stone axe. Suddenly, he stops working because he sees a small clearing nearby, in which plants familiar to him are growing and spark his interest. The guy climbs down from the tree. Ellen approaches him with a basket full of beans and asks him to see how much they've collected. Ian tells the girl this amount will be enough to make shampoo, and there will even be some left over for food, pointing out that she can sacrifice the food and use all the pods to make shampoo, inviting the girl to make her own decision. The guy pets the huge panda and says it's time to move on and not stay in one place for too long. He indicates that he will make a decision later, after they examine the clearing where the sugarcane that caught his attention grows. The young pair quickly arrives at a clearing with sugarcane. The girl is surprised by how large the thickets are and how big the plant itself is. Ellen looks longingly at the plant from which quick carbohydrates can be obtained. The guy gets alarmed because the cane is growing in a very strange way. He realizes the reeds are planted in a square formation. The plantations are surrounded by a narrow strip of land. that doesn't look natural for wild plants. Ellen mentions she's never seen this type of sugarcane before and asks if it's edible. The girl starts reaching her hand out toward the plant. The young man tries to warn her, but he's too slow to stop her, and the girl cuts her finger on the sharp sugarcane leaves, leaving a wound on her hand. The boy, armed with a stone axe, begins chopping down the plants. Wondering how on earth she thought it was a good idea to touch sharp leaves with her bare hands and put herself in danger. With precise, confident strikes of the stone axe, he skillfully cuts the tall sugarcane stalks at the base, showing off his strength and skill. He carefully examines the dark purple stalk and realizes that brown sugar can be obtained from this cane. The light-colored cane is much less common, and the sugar produced from it is white. The young pair, along with a huge panda, start cheerfully chewing on the hard, fibrous sugarcane stalks, enjoying their natural sweetness. Ellen notes that the taste of this plant is very unusual, too sweet and slightly acidic, which she didn't expect at all, and it surprises her. It is April and not sugarcane season, since the stalks are at their sweetest point at a certain time. But the boy still intends to take some of the plant back to camp to try and make sugar. The gladitschia pods, which are the fruit of the tree, contain 9 essential amino acids and a complex of vitamins. Plus, they have very high nutritional value, but peeling these beans is no easy task. First, you have to dry the pods, then carefully remove the black husk to get to the white beans inside. This process not only takes a long time, but is also really rough on the fingers. After a while, they manage to prep enough beans, after which Ian cooks a porridge with these fruits, hoping for a nutritious and tasty lunch. Ellen really enjoys her meal. The bean porridge turned out delicious, tender, and sweet, exceeding all her expectations. The girl is a little upset because they have very few of these beans left. From the huge basket, they only got about 1.5 kilos of porridge. The boy informs her that he used some of the fruits to make shampoo. The pods need to soak for at least a day, so they won't be ready until tomorrow. While he has some free time, he starts grinding the sugarcane stalks, trying to extract sugar. This task turns out to be very laborious. He thinks he needs to cut the sugarcane into smaller pieces to make the process easier. After a while, he unprocesses all the plants and gets the necessary amount of juice from the cane for later use. Before continuing with the preparation, it is necessary to strain the cane juice very carefully to remove all possible impurities. The boy is distracted from his work when Ellen, very excited, comes into the kitchen and asks the young man to see what she's brought. She says that, in the morning, they decided to go for a walk with the panda and found a very interesting spot, after which she shows off a large basket, filled to the brim with mushrooms, her eyes sparkling with joy. The boy sincerely praises the girl and gently pats her head. Ellen considers herself a winner, because she spent half the day gathering a whole basket of mushrooms. Suddenly, the young man's mood changes. He starts to carefully examine the mushrooms in the basket. His face turns serious. Sitting right on top is a huge pile of pale toadstools. It is the death cap, a deadly poisonous mushroom from the Amanita family. The fruiting body contains amatoxins and phytotoxins, which destroy the liver and lead to death. Beneath them, the basket is packed with a dense layer of red fly agaric mushrooms. They are also quite toxic and inedible, posing a severe health hazard. If you look closely, he also notices small psilocybin mushrooms, which belong to a group of hallucinogenic sank fungi that can cause dangerous psychic effects. However, there are some useful edible mushrooms in the basket too. One of them is the chanterelle, rich in carotene, vitamin D, and beneficial elements. Its flesh is firm, but brittle, with a pleasant smell and taste. Ellen is noticeably annoyed. After sorting out the edible mushrooms, only 1/3 of the basket is left, which really disappoints her. He asks the girl to pick some mint for him, telling her to choose large, fresh leaves. and pay attention to their quality. The girl discovers that the mint isn't needed for making shampoo or food. The boy is actually going to make toothpaste, which sparks her sincere curiosity. He says that, by mixing coconut oil, mint extract, and baking soda in the right proportions, you get an excellent, healthy, and natural toothpaste. Meanwhile, the sugarcane juice has thickened a lot, and now it needs to be cooled down to continue the sugar-making process. Ian asks how many Gladitsia fruits are left. The girl replies that there are very few. They decide to use them as efficiently as possible. A strong aroma of fresh ginger spreads through the kitchen. The boy adds hot, fresh ginger to the mixture and explains that it prevents hair loss, stimulates hair growth, reduces skin itching, and strengthens hair follicles. He plans to heat the mixture while stirring constantly, asking the girl to chop up some coconut pulp to complete the recipe with the necessary ingredients. Turning coconut milk into coconut oil will take about an hour and a half, during which time the young pair can do something else. They are going to boil the chopped mint leaves, with the lid closed. The steam from the mint water will rise, condense in the bamboo tube, and flow into the bottle to form a concentrated extract. The girl watches closely as the concentrated mint oil flows into the bottle, realizing that with the help of this extract, you can effectively protect yourself from mosquitoes. The young couple continues working on the base, mixing the Gladitsia infusion and coconut oil in a 1-to-1 ratio, creating the foundation for the future shampoo. He mixes the composition very carefully and pours it into small cups, ensuring the mixture is smooth and high quality. The boy says the shampoo needs to set properly, and that she can wash her hair with it tomorrow. Ellen looks intently at the homemade shampoo, realizing it is going to be a long night waiting to wash her hair, and she looks forward to the morning. The young couple goes to bed at the entrance of the cave, guarding their peace. A huge panda snores peacefully. The boy is exhausted today and falls into a deep sleep instantly, enjoying a well-deserved rest. Suddenly, he wakes up and jumps out of his bamboo bed. Something disturbed his sleep. He woke up and heard a girl mumbling incoherently in her sleep about clean, shiny, silky hair. Soon, Ellen herself woke up, realizing she'd been roused by heavy rain, which was slowly turning into a massive downpour. The youngsters realized something was wrong with the giant panda. Something was obviously bothering him. Ampy was standing at the cave entrance. The panda was clearly on edge and started growling into the darkness. The girl tried to calm the beast by gently petting him, not understanding why he was reacting like this. He touched the animal and activated the taming seal the system had given him earlier. Instantly, the magic seal kicked in, and in a split second, the boy discovered exactly what the animal was thinking and feeling. A stream of vivid images and sensations from the panda flooded his mind. He realized Ampy was worried about a herd of wild boars clearly approaching their cave. He told the girl to be careful and get ready for a potential attack. He wasn't entirely sure, but he figured that a herd of wild boars might be about to attack them again any minute now. He advised Ellen to stay inside the cave if the herd showed up, telling her she'd be safe in there. He watched the panda closely and noticed Ampy still hadn't calmed down. He decided not to ignore this behavior, thinking that animals can sense danger much better than humans. Smelling the humans, the ferocious boars, were getting closer and closer to the cave. Ampy suddenly charged out, stood up on his hind legs, and let out a massive roar. The guy tried to calm the huge bear and tell him to come back inside, but he wouldn't listen, and launched himself at the boars that were already at the entrance. The boars were extremely aggressive and slowly began to encircle Ampy. Seizing the moment, one of the most active boars sneaked up behind the panda and rammed him with its snout. Other boars joined the attack, and together they started battering Ampy. The young man thought the panda's behavior was totally reckless. The bear had charged straight into the pack without realizing they could overwhelm him with their numbers. More beasts joined the initial scout boars. Their numbers grew, and they surrounded the panda in a tight circle. The boy realized that Ampy had drawn the attention of all the boars, and they hadn't noticed him yet. The boar leader emerged from the depths of the pack, with eyes glowing with rage. It growled loudly and slowly approached Ampy, preparing for the final clash. Ampy reared up on his hind legs, towering above the ground, and braced himself to repel the attack of the angry predators. Showing off his power and resolve, he opened his mouth wide and let out a loud, deafening roar that echoed through the night, making the hearts of his opponents tighten with fear. A moment later, Ampy, without a second of hesitation, launched his attack and bit the boar leader boldly, displaying unexpected courage and determination. Meanwhile, another beast from the pack rushed to help its leader and tried to attack Ampy. It circles back, hoping to catch him off guard. Suddenly, Ian swoops in to the rescue. The guy fires a precision shot with his bow and hits the boar, saving Ampy from a nasty sneak attack. Then he realizes he's used his last metal arrow. Now he's down to just poison ones. One shot from his bow halts the pack in its tracks. He wonders how quickly the poison will kick in on the smaller beasts. The frog poison soaking his arrows works like a charm on these boars. The wounded beast blacks out instantly and hits the dirt. Ian does a quick head count of his ammo. Only 4 poison arrows left. He's got to make every single one count. He draws back his bowstring, realizing there's no room for error. He needs a guaranteed hit. Because every arrow is worth its weight in gold, Ian nails the next boar with a dead-on shot. But he's got way fewer arrows than the aggressive beasts coming at him. One of the boars spots the guy standing nearby in the bushes, and realizes he's times the threat. Not Ampy. The boars pivot sharply and start charging, straight for the bushes where he's hiding. Determined to take out the real threat, Ian realizes he's busted and starts panic thinking about his next move. How to save himself and his friends. Ian figures the only way to help Ampy is to draw the boar's attention and lead them away. He decides to take the risk to give the panda a chance to break out of the encirclement. Ian grabs the pack's attention and starts sprinting away from the cave, hoping the boars chase him and leave Ampy alone. Ian realizes he needs to pick up the pace, because the gap between him and the chasing beasts is closing fast. It's inevitable. They're about to catch him. The angry boars are gaining on him. He can clearly hear the thundering of their hooves and their wild grunts echoing all around. The guy activates his cheetah speed skill, trusting this will help him shake the pursuit and widen the gap between him and the beasts. A pack of boars tears through the night forest, smashing and destroying everything in their path, turning the dense woods into total chaos. Ian scrambles up a tall tree. He counts his lucky stars that the rain washed away his scent, so the boars won't be able to track him. He's super worried about the panda and thinks he's got to get back to the cave as soon as possible to help Ampy out of danger. Not all the boars chased after him. Some of them stayed back near the cave and kept attacking the panda without mercy. Ampy roars loudly and swings his massive paws. But it doesn't faze the boars at all. They're waiting for the right moment to launch a killing blow. Ampy lands a series of powerful strikes, and that finally gets through to them. The beasts run away in fear. Realizing the enemy's strength, Ian tries to stop the panda and orders him not to chase the fleeing enemies. To avoid running into more trouble, he pats Ampy on the head, telling him he's a worthy defender and that he's really impressed by his courage and strength. Ian looks at the pile of defeated boars, thinking that the panda is still a predator you definitely don't want to mess with. They carry the boar carcasses over to the cooking area. The guy thinks the panda has a great nose. He sensed the boar's arrival in advance. And that's how he saved himself from a sudden attack. He believes it was a reflex the animal developed over time, and he's grateful to the panda for showing such vigilance and protection. The boy remembers that the previous attack also took place during the rain. He figures that boars get violent when it rains, and the panda finally got used to this trait. He thinks the connection between the boars and the rain is very strange, but it can be tracked and is worth paying attention to. He calculates it will take a long time to butcher the carcasses of 4 boars, and suggests putting it off until tomorrow. Now he's going to the forest to gather fresh bamboo shoots. He looks at the sleeping panda and thinks he needs to be rewarded for the bravery he showed yesterday. Besides, it wouldn't hurt them to diversify the menu, because eating meat all the time isn't very healthy. At the edge of the forest, he finds very few young shoots. The boy realizes he needs to go deeper into the woods to gather enough food for the panda. Little by little, he moves further and further away from camp and enters a deep bamboo forest, where a special atmosphere of peace and quiet reigns. The young man is actually stressed out by the silence surrounding him. He wonders if it's really this quiet here, or if he's just stressing out from the tension. Suddenly, he notices a heavily compacted track in the grass right in front of him. The boy thinks it's unlikely there's a steamroller in the jungle. This footprint baffles him. The young man is curious about who this trail could belong to and where it leads. His intuition tells him it might be something unusual. He understands that curiosity often leads to no good. But he slowly follows the trail anyway, stepping carefully and listening to every sound. After a while, he starts to hear very strange noises. He doesn't understand who could be making them, and it gives him deep anxiety. Suddenly, the boy stops. What he sees gives him a massive shock and makes his heart beat faster. A few dozen meters away lies a titanoboa, the largest snake that has ever lived on the planet. It is the ancestor of modern anacondas, and it went extinct in the mid-Paleocene, 58 million years ago. He realizes he has no chance of standing up to a reptile that measures several dozen meters in length and can weigh over a ton, which fills him with dread. A huge snake spots the young man, rears up in the air, and begins to hiss loudly, fixing its cold gaze on him. He tries with all his might to escape. He considers this island quite strange because so many creatures live here that went extinct or evolved in the outside world a long time ago. Suddenly, the system's knowledge package activates, informing him that the titanoboa was an incredibly fast snake. It is almost impossible to outrun, but there are ways to escape. This gives the young man hope. The system instructions explain that if you encounter this snake, you must not try to run away. Instead, you must face it. When the titanoboa attacks you, it will open its mouth wide, giving you the chance to jump into its mouth. All snakes and most reptiles do not chew their food, so instead of worrying that it might crush you with its powerful jaws, you must slide down its throat and then into its stomach. Once you get inside its stomach, use a knife to cut the inside and kill the snake, completing the rescue process. He experiences more shock reading this instruction than he did encountering the snake itself. Baffled by the system's strange approach, he curses out loud, condemning its so-called help. He keeps running, hoping to escape and get to a safe distance. The guy knows that snakes, using their tongues and heat receptors, track movement and pinpoint their victims. He doubts he can hide while on the run. Suddenly, he realizes there's a deep ravine right in front of him, forcing him to think fast about his next move. Without a second thought, he jumps in. Trying to hide from the chasing serpent, he presses himself flat against the ravine wall and looks up. He sees a massive snake head looming over him. The giant serpent temporarily loses a sight of the young man and slowly turns its head, searching for prey. He counts himself lucky to have found a ravine to hide in, since snakes have limited eyesight and won't spot him right away. The guy regrets wasting all his poison arrows yesterday, though he doubts that amount of poison would even affect a snake this massive. He plans to use the wild animal encyclopedia to find a way out of this deadly mess and save his life. He is pissed off because the system gives him no choice but to jump straight into the snake's jaws. He knows the success rate is minimal, and this move will almost certainly get him killed. The next second, the snake freezes. The guy realizes it caught his scent. He grips his camping knife tight and realizes he has no other choice. He decides to climb onto the snake's body and get close to its heart to try and deal a killing blow. He climbs up at least 3 meters and strikes the reptile's thick scales with his knife. The snake lets out a terrible hiss and starts moving even faster. Enraged by the sudden attack, he realizes his knife is way too short to reach the snake's heart, and all his efforts might be in vain. He holds onto its body with all his strength to keep from falling off. Suddenly, the reptile stops. He figures if he stays on the snake's neck, it won't be able to see him even if it can smell him. As the massive snake continues, slithering deeper into the brush, he figures he has some time to think of another way to deal with it. Riding along with the snake, he realizes it is simply impossible to kill this huge creature with a short knife. He is amazed by the raw power the snake displays. It doesn't stop for a second, moving non-stop for over an hour. And he plans to pick the right moment to jump off the snake unseen and try to make a run for it. Soon the snake enters a clearing, and the man is instantly hit by a terrible smell. Almost unbearable. He immediately spots a huge pile of dung nearby, presumably left by wild boars. A moment later, he notices the snake has started moving much faster, accelerating like it is overwhelmed with excitement. The reason turns out to be a wild boar nearby that caught the reptile's attention. The huge snake opens its mouth and lunges at lightning speed toward the boar, completely ignoring the man sitting on its neck. He realizes this is his chance to escape. Seizing the moment while the snake is distracted by its prey, he carefully jumps off its neck. He starts moving away silently, trying to get as far as possible to a safe distance so he can bolt. The titanoboa grabs the boar with its massive fangs and starts crushing its body tightly. Soon, the sickening crunch of the animal's bones fills the air. The snake flings the wild boar into the air. Right then, and realizes why the boar hides he saw earlier were covered in so many strange wounds and deep scars. The next second, the massive reptile coils around its victim and starts slowly squeezing the life out of it. It hadn't made it very far and realizes, to his dismay, that the fight was over way faster than he expected. He trips and splashes into a puddle. He hopes he's managed to put enough safe distance between them so the snake can't pick up his scent. He knows that as darkness falls, other dangers might emerge, and he's too weak to fight. So he plans to hide as fast as possible and activates the system interface. He doesn't have enough points to buy skills, but he's hoping to snag some useful bonuses or trial items. The system offers a spin on the Wheel of Fortune, listing the cost at 1,000 points ago, which makes him hesitate. He notices that empty slots have appeared on the wheel, meaning that after spending his last few points, he might end up with absolutely nothing. Still, despite the risk, he decides to press his luck and agrees to spin. The virtual system informs the young man that he has received the slave beast seal. This gives him pause. Suddenly, he spots a herd of wild boars nearby. He prays they don't spot him. However, his hopes are dashed. He watches the animals start creeping slowly toward his hiding spot. He tries not to move a muscle, hoping the boars won't detect him hidden in the bamboo thicket. A massive boar with burning eyes full of rage heads straight for the bamboo patch where In is taking cover. The boar spots him and stands there for a moment, hesitating to attack. In decides to reuse the old trick that worked for him once before. He throws his hands up and starts screaming at the ominous boar, hoping to scare it off and make it back down. But this time, the tactic fails. The boar wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, it got even more pissed off and aggressive, and decides to run for his life, but feels his legs starting to cramp and burn. He realizes this is probably from the frequent use of the cheetah speed skill. He keeps running, but feels like his legs are about to give out completely. Suddenly, In stops and scans his surroundings, trying to figure out where to run. Since he's totally lost, he notices a huge pile of manure nearby, the same one he saw earlier, and realizes he has no other choice. He won't be able to outrun a herd of angry boars. So he decides to jump into the dung heap and hide. He sinks in up to his neck, right into the foul-smelling pile, trying to stay out of sight. Soon, the herd of boars rushes toward the spot where the manure is and stops nearby. The animals look around in confusion, searching for their prey. In the twilight, the boars can barely see a thing and rely only on their sense of smell. But right now, the stench of dung masks the human scent, and realizes that if he stays quiet, the boars won't find him and will be forced to leave. Unfortunately, the wild beasts don't move away from the dung heap and keep pacing around it, sniffing the air In, fights back the urge to vomit with the last of his strength, knowing that under no circumstances can he make a sound, or he'll give away his position. His location is exposed and will attract the attention of predators. And just his luck, the boars aren't in any hurry to leave. To the young man's surprise, they decide to bed down right there, which means he'll have to stay a while. In this reeking pile, he begins to feel an intense heat radiating from the manure, caused by the buildup of carbon dioxide, which prevents the heat from escaping. The boy realizes that if the situation doesn't change soon, he could overheat and suffer heat stroke. It feels like he's wearing several heavy winter coats on a scorching summer day. The young man has lost all feeling in his arms and legs, and fights with all his might to stay conscious. He knows that under no circumstances can he pass out. If he does, it's the end of him. Suddenly, a bright flame catches his eye. He starts to think that between the poisoning and the overheating, he's beginning to hallucinate. He imagines Ellen's voice calling his name. The boy is sure these are just illusions, because he finds it hard to imagine the girl could actually find him and come to his rescue. Ellen appears in the clearing, riding a panda and holding a torch. She lights up the space around her and screams his name. Ellen is clearly agitated as she continues, waving the torch and frantically calling out for the boy. After a moment, the girl realizes a young man is hiding in that massive pile of manure, right next to a large herd of boars. She orders the panda to attack the boars and brandishes a stone axe. Preparing for a fight, Ellen lets out a loud battle cry and, while riding the panda, charges fearlessly toward the sleeping boars, with no regard for her own safety. In still can't believe this is actually happening. He can't believe the fragile, feminine Ellen decided to take such a desperate action. The boars, realizing they can't handle such strong opponents, quickly scramble to their feet and flee into the thick of the forest. Ellen asks in how he's feeling. The boy replies that thanks to her help, he's okay. Even if he is still very weak, he warns her that he's absolutely filthy right now. It's best if the girl doesn't get too close to him so she doesn't get dirty. And since he hadn't moved for a long time, his legs were numb and he couldn't feel them at all, making every step incredibly difficult. The young man starts to collapse, but Ellen rushes over in time and helps him up, holding him steady so he can stand. She suggests heading back to camp as fast as possible, before the boars return or a new threat emerges. Since the forest is full of dangers at night, Ellen notices the panda eyeing a lot of young bamboo shoots and starting to reach for them. The girl asks the animal to have a little patience, and she explains that right now, their main job is getting back to camp. The young pair sit on the panda, lighting the way with the torch, and start moving toward the camp. Ellen realizes how weak In has become and squeezes his hand, urging him to hold on tight and not give up, no matter how hard it is for him. Despite his extreme exhaustion, In realizes he is experiencing completely new and unusual sensations, which gives him strength and confidence. The girl realizes that her dress is now basically only good for rags. The youngsters head to the river to wash themselves and their clothes, scrubbing away the grime and that awful smell. Unable to hold back his joy, he takes a running jump into the clear river water, splashing everywhere and feeling that long-awaited relief. He slowly calms down, silently thanking fate that on the way back to camp, they didn't run into any other dangers. Ellen needs to wash up too, but she's shy. She hides behind the huge panda's back, preferring to wait a bit. The danger has passed, and now they can relax, splashing around in the warm river waters and enjoying a moment of safety. Upon returning to camp, he feels all the heaviness and tension from the night before, which instantly hits his physical state. She falls asleep almost immediately, worn out by fatigue. Ian, even though he's tired, heads to the kitchen. He's too hungry to sleep and realizes that a little snack will help him get his strength back. The guy walks into the kitchen and suddenly stops. He's surprised by what's right in front of him. He sees the boar carcasses they had previously brought into the room, partially butchered, which totally shocks him. The first thought that crosses his mind is that wild animals snuck in while they were gone and tore up the carcasses. But he soon realizes this was Ellen's doing. She cut them open to get the boar fat needed to make torches. He can't even imagine what kind of look the girl had on her face at that moment. He sits on a bamboo chair to rest, but suddenly feels a sharp pain in his knees. He realizes that in the near future, he needs to avoid using the cheetah speed skill. Otherwise, it could have irreversible consequences. Or he might even lose the ability to move while he's thinking about his next moves and catching his breath. The virtual system suddenly notifies him of a reward for escaping a giant snake. He receives 7,000 points, which lifts his spirits a bit. He quietly walks over to the sleeping Ellen and watches for a while, seeing how sweetly she sleeps, before whispering to her that he cooked some porridge. He leaves the bowl on the shelf next to the bed and realizes the girl is so tired that she doesn't even hear his voice or react to anything happening around her. The guy sits down beside her, and his thoughts unintentionally drift back to the events of the previous night. Despite looking helpless, Ellen showed incredible strength of character and saved his life. He never would have guessed that in such a fragile body lived such a brave soul, capable of such a courageous act. Ian admits to himself that he couldn't even imagine Ellen would risk her life to come to his aid. This discovery leaves a feeling of gratitude in his heart. The boy lies down on his bed, still thinking about this, and with these thoughts, he slowly drifts into a deep sleep. After a while, the youngsters wake up and decide to eat a little to regain their strength. Ian wonders how Ellen managed to find him, since the forest is so huge. To the young man's surprise, Ellen says she found him by following huge tracks in the grass that were visible even in the dark. She doesn't understand his surprise and adds that it wasn't complicated at all. Then he tells the girl that the tracks she saw belonged to an extinct prehistoric reptile. This information hits Ellen hard. The girl can hardly believe that the Titanoboa, a creature thought to be extinct millions of years ago, still exists. She starts having a panic attack, as the idea that they might be in danger at the camp haunts her. A massive snake that could strike them at any moment. Ian agrees that there is indeed a threat, and that if the snake wants to find them, they won't stand the slightest chance of survival. Ellen watches Ampy eating the last young bamboo shoots and asks worriedly how they will get food for the panda, and remembers that he encountered a snake when he went deeper into the thicket, and suggests that she only walk along the edge of the bamboo forest, hoping this will help her avoid running into the Titanoboa. However, the girl still feels afraid and doesn't find this suggestion very reassuring, because the danger remains real. Suddenly, Ian decides to change the subject and thanks Ellen for saving his life. He says it with sincere gratitude, realizing that without her courage, he wouldn't have survived that night. Ellen is a bit embarrassed by Ian's words of gratitude. Her cheeks turn pink and she looks away. She smiles at Ian's gratitude, trying to hide her embarrassment. She states that they must always help each other, because in such a situation, one cannot survive without trust and support. Since morning, Ian has been busy cutting up the huge carcasses of 4 wild boars. Today the young man woke up at noon, and even though he slept most of the day, his body never fully recovered and his knees hurt even more. Ellen helps cut the meat and asks him if they can preserve such a large amount of food. Ian responds that it was extremely difficult to get a wild boar, so he is going to do everything possible so that not a single piece is wasted. He is even going to use the bones to make glue. The young man decides to smoke the harvested meat effectively, so he can store it for a long time in the future. Ellen asks in surprise if they really are going to leave the meat outside, to which Ian explains that they have no choice, since there is not enough space in the kitchen for all the supplies anyway. The next morning arrives. Ellen's voice is heard in the camp. She calls out loudly to Ian. The young man slowly comes to his senses and asks in a sleepy voice what is happening, and why she is shouting so loud. Ellen is frantic and shouts that their meat has been stolen. This news shocks Ian greatly. He instantly snaps back to his senses and tries to understand the current situation. He stares intently at the extinguished fire and the remains of the racks lying nearby, where the meat was previously smoking. Ellen adds that at night she did not hear any sound that could indicate the presence of wild animals. Ian carefully inspects the scene and says that the pile of meat was too big for a beast to carry away. And besides, a beast would have left tracks on the ground. But there are none here. Ian finds it very strange that nothing alerted Ampy, because an animal that lives in the wild is always on alert, even when sleeping. And if a predator appeared here, the panda would notice it immediately. The young man sinks into deep thought and tells Ellen that he will have to stand guard tonight to prevent possible threats. Ellen, wanting to support the young man, offers to stand guard according to the old schedule. Wanting to support the young man, she offers to stand guard according to the old schedule, splitting the night into 2 shifts. Ian believes this isn't necessary, since he's going to sleep during the day, which will allow him to stay awake all night without any trouble. The young man slept through the entire day. The sun was already starting to set toward the horizon. Ian wakes up gradually, stretching with pleasure and reporting that he slept well. Ian looks around in surprise and asks Helen how long he's been asleep, trying to calculate how much time has passed since he drifted off. The girl brings him a cup of hot drink and tells him the sun has almost set, and that, in her opinion, it's already 10 at night. Helen adds that there's mint tea in the cup, which will help him wake up faster and perk up to start his duty. Ian lights a fire and starts cooking, thinking that from the 4 boars, they managed to get at least 300 kilograms of meat, which should be enough for the next 6 months. Besides, he believes they have the hides and guts, and if the skin is processed properly, they can sew garments that will be useful on cold nights. After serving a portion of meat stew into his cup, Ian reflects that he first needs to figure out where the meat disappeared to in order to understand what kind of danger might await them in the future. He hopes this isn't the work of wild animals, because otherwise, it won't bode well for them and could become a serious threat. Animals that can sneak into the camp unseen and steal meat without leaving a trace represent a huge threat, because in that case, one fine day, they might simply not wake up. The night passed uneventfully, and he doesn't understand why the thief didn't show up today, even though he expected its return. The guy thinks that if he were a thief, he wouldn't steal from the same spot just a few hours after the first robbery either. Ian decides he'll have to stand guard one more night to try and catch the intruder. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a loud screech, causing him to stop thinking and go on alert. He instantly raises his head to the sky and sees a golden eagle there, one of the most famous birds of prey in the hawk family. The largest eagle whose body can reach 1 meter in length with a wingspan of up to 2 meters. Upon spotting its prey, the golden eagle dives rapidly. Its speed can reach 300 kilometers per hour, making it an extremely dangerous hunter. The guy knows that golden eagles are among the top 10 strongest birds of prey and are capable of flying high in the sky for a long time, searching for prey or gliding at low altitude, trying to take the prey by surprise with their talons. The golden eagle grabs its prey by the head and kills it instantly, but now its prey isn't an animal, but dried boar meat lying near the fire. The system informs Ian that, due to their abilities, golden eagles in Kazakhstan are used as birds of prey to hunt and protect flocks of sheep. There are 2 ways to domesticate a golden eagle. The first is to feed it from birth and befriend it. The second is to exhaust it and break its will. Ian decides to use the second method and tame the bird by starvation, not allowing the golden eagle to sleep until it has no strength left to resist. During breakfast, Helen finds out that the meat was stolen by a golden eagle, and a really big one at that. This surprises her a lot and triggers a feeling of anxiety, now that the girl understands why there were no traces left at the scene of the robbery. She suggests smoking the remaining meat and putting it in secure clay jars to prevent similar situations from happening again. Ian agrees and says Ellen can start serving the meat, but asks her to save a portion for him. Ellen asks curiously why this is necessary. The boy says he's going to catch a golden eagle and tame it. To do that, the meat has to be left in the valley so as not to arouse suspicion in the bird and lure it into a trap. In builds a rudimentary trap that consists of a bamboo cane, a knot, and meat bait. He plans to use it to catch a golden eagle. He tells Ellen that he saw a person catch a deer using a similar trap. And, therefore, he's sure that it will definitely work on a bird of prey. Having built this trap, In decides to test how it works and press down on it to make sure the mechanism functions as it should. However, the trap's wooden lock activates with even a light touch, and the wooden base smacks the boy hard in the face. In covers his nose, feels the pain from the blow, and comes to the conclusion that it's necessary to modify the trap. He decides to use a panda to adjust the pressure on the trap. The boy thinks Ampy can help with this matter. Ellen is worried about the animal, believing the trap might hurt him, but the young man asks her not to worry, since the panda's hide, in his opinion, is thick enough to protect it. Ampy, not fully grasping In's intention, instead of adjusting the pressure on the base, strikes it with all his might, which causes even more problems. Since he completely breaks the trap, In sighs in frustration and realizes he'll have to tinker a bit to set up the trap correctly and make it more reliable. Ellen asks how today's duty went. In replies that the golden eagle didn't appear today, which puzzled him a bit. Ellen doubts the bird of prey will come back. The boy tells her confidently that the golden eagle enjoyed their delicious meat for 2 days straight, and sooner or later, it will definitely return for a new ration. Right then, a loud screech is heard in the sky. The young people notice how, unfurling its huge wings, a powerful bird soars majestically over their camp, and realizes instantly that they need to focus, since most likely the predator is coming back to capture the prey, and this is their chance. Possessing excellent eyesight, the golden eagle immediately notices a huge fish lying in a trap. It swoops down decisively at high speed, digging its powerful talons into the bait. A moment later, the trap activates, tightening the noose on the golden eagle's leg. At the same moment, an satisfied voice is heard, who, with a smile, informs Ellen that the thief has finally been caught. Ellen asks the boy what they should do next, and he replies that they must wait a little for the bird to calm down and accept its captivity. He believes that approaching an aggressive golden eagle right now is extremely dangerous, because not only does it have sharp talons, but also a deadly beak, and with the slightest slip-up, this savage bird can easily attack and even peck out his eyes. Meanwhile, the bird tries to chew through the rope and free itself. In decides not to interfere and gives it time to wear itself out, about wearing down its strength so it finally gets exhausted. Watching what's happening, she's totally shocked by the predator's size, saying she's never seen a golden eagle this close before. She's blown away by its power and sheer size. Then, a curious panda cautiously creeps up toward the bird. Funnily enough, the golden eagle, which usually doesn't know the meaning of fear, seems actually scared by the arrival of the huge bear. Jin agrees with her, admitting she's right. The golden eagle is way bigger than he first imagined, which makes his success even more impressive. But then, Jin starts getting bugged by a strange thought. The eels he caught before turned out to be way bigger than usual. The panda and the titanoboa also exceeded the sizes the system described. This is already the 4th case where the animals don't match up to known descriptions or are just way larger than expected. Ellen wonders why, in some countries, the golden eagle is called the golden eagle, since its color is actually grayish-brown. Jin smiles, thanking the girl for her observation, saying he really likes the name Gray Eagle. Ellen guesses the guy wants to give the bird that name because it feels fitting and symbolic. She mentions that the name sounds pretty cool and is totally appropriate for such a majestic predator. He points a finger at the massive golden eagle and solemnly declares that, from today on, its name will be Gray Eagle. The bird is clearly insulted by this attitude. Not only is it stuck in captivity with no escape, but it's also been given a weird nickname, With some hesitation, she asks him how he's gonna tame Gray Eagle. She's not sure the taming process will be as successful as it was with the panda. He reveals he's got a slightly different plan, after which he activates the trainer seal he got earlier from the system. However, after a few seconds, he's surprised to realize that, for some reason, the trainer seal isn't activating. Suddenly, a virtual system screen pops up in front of him, displaying a message that he can only use this seal after he has successfully tamed the animal. Ellen tries to avoid asking unnecessary questions, but she's super surprised to see Jin poking his index finger in the air in front of him, like he's interacting with something. He states that they will definitely tame this powerful bird, even if it's gonna take a lot of effort. He explains that the core of his plan is to break the eagle's wild instincts and make it accept his dominance. No matter how long it takes, they'll get there eventually. But it requires keeping constant eye contact with the bird and keeping it awake until it submits. Yin knows that for this to work, he's gonna need Ellen's help, because if he does it alone, the golden eagle will get a chance to rest. He explains to her that the job isn't actually hard. They just need to take turns watching the bird so it can't rest or recover. Jin heads toward the cave and tells Ellen he's going to sleep. He asks her to handle the day shift of watching the golden eagle. The first day of training begins. Gray Eagle is feeling pretty feisty, showing off all its power. With no intention of giving up, the bird is still full of strength and resisting desperately. At some point, while the girl is distracted, it starts chewing the rope holding its leg. Realizing this, she strikes the ground sharply with a long bamboo stick, which scares the bird and forces it to stop trying to free itself. The girl firmly tells the eagle not to get cheeky and assures it that she's watching closely, and under no circumstances will she let it escape. When night falls and he goes on duty, he watches the bird and tries not to waste time. The guy starts making a toothbrush with improvised means. In has been doing his job all night, crafting a toothbrush, and now he feels tired. His eyes hurt. The system informs him that he receives 200 points for successfully making a toothbrush, which cheers him up a bit, showing his new toothbrush to the bird. The boy jokingly asks what the gray eagle thinks about the quality of this tool. In response, the golden eagle turns away defiantly, showing that it has no intention of making contact with the person, and shows no interest in him. The next morning arrives. The bird isn't as active as before. The exhaustion is kicking in, and it tries to fall asleep. At that moment, a panda creeps up, stealthily to the golden eagle and wakes it with a loud roar, causing the eagle to recoil in horror. Helen is next to the animals. She has a wild boar skin in her hands and is going to sew something useful for the young man. In arrives for his shift, checks the bone glue, and realizes that it's already ready and can be used. Meanwhile, he warmed up by the fire and fell asleep, which is why In gives him a light tap on the head with a spoon, ordering him not to sleep and to keep a close watch on the golden eagle. He believes Ampy should actively participate in the taming process and be useful, rather than letting himself relax. Ampy instantly approaches the bird. He growls loudly and won't let it sleep, which scares it even more and leaves it no chance to rest. Meanwhile, it gets noticeably hotter. The sun rises higher, and a new day awaits the youngsters. The golden eagle hasn't slept for several days and now looks extremely exhausted. Its eyes are red from fatigue and lack of sleep, and every movement is made with great difficulty. Gathering all its remaining strength, the bird screams loudly and makes one last desperate attempt to escape. But the rope tying its leg keeps it in place. In, watching the bird carefully, asks the gray eagle if it's tired of resisting, and promises to let it go if it starts to make contact. The golden eagle stares at the young man, and slowly in its eyes appears the realization that no effort will lead to freedom. After a while, the huge bird accepts its position and completely stops any resistance, and understands that now is the best time to try using the tamer's seal. The boy activates the seal and extending his hand toward the gray eagle. He feels how bright currents of energy begin to burst around him. The system congratulates him on the successful taming of the Papus, golden eagle, and awards him 5,000 points, which becomes an excellent reward for all his efforts. The system reports that the bird is very hungry and exhausted. At this moment, it reports a close telepathic connection with the golden eagle. Vivid images begin loading in his mind, showing the world through the eyes of a powerful bird. Ian sees numerous hunting sequences involving the gray eagle, flights over wild spaces, swift attacks on prey, and unimaginable freedom. After a while, the visions shift, and he sees a golden eagle chick trapped between rocks and in need of help. A massive bird, freed from its shackles, flies over the youngster's camp. Just then, Helen's cheerful voice is heard, filled with joy, saying she admires their shared victory. The girl admits she didn't expect they could tame such a huge, freedom-loving bird. She is delighted that everything went even faster than they initially expected. Ian tells the girl that the bird is a bit agitated about its chick. Helen is surprised and asks him how he found that out. Realizing he can't reveal the truth about the telepathic connection, the boy decides to talk his way out of it by saying it's just a guess, based on knowledge about the golden eagle mating season, which happens in the spring and summer when they have chicks. Helen is thrilled by this news and offers to bring the chick to the camp to raise it herself, believing it will be a great opportunity to strengthen her bond with the gray eagle. The gray eagle lands on the leather glove on Ian's hand and spreads its powerful wings. And looking at the bird, he tells Helen that he'll go look for the chick in the near future. And tomorrow they'll start searching, scouting the rocks in hopes of finding a nest. Gazing at the bird, she can't hide her delight and admiration. She says the gray eagle is incredibly beautiful and elegant. The girl decides to try touching the bird, but the golden eagle reacts sharply to her moves and lunges at her. Helen is very surprised and even a bit upset. She doesn't understand why the bird won't let her touch its feathers, because they tamed it together. Ian explains that the bird chose him as its master, and silently adds that this is due to the training seal he used, and that there couldn't have been any other outcome because she doesn't have access to the system like he does. Helen doesn't give up and tries to find common ground with the gray eagle. She grabs 2 large fish and approaches the bird, hoping to feed it. To her surprise, the bird, irritated, doesn't accept her as its owner and responds with aggressive behavior, forcing the girl to retreat. The youngsters decided to take a day off to regain their strength, and the next day, they got up early to hit the road. Thanks to the tamer's seal, Ian found out that the golden eagle chick had fallen from the nest and was now trying to survive, sitting in a narrow mountain crevice where it was impossible to get out without help. The youngsters set up a temporary camp, and he learns that the gray eagle has repeatedly tried to save its chick, but every time, its large size kept it from getting into the crack. Meanwhile, Helen has prepared a wild boar meat stew and invites the young man to dinner. During dinner, the girl asks the boy how they plan to find the chick in such a huge forest. Smiling a little, he explains that he knows roughly the nest's location, and that everything hangs entirely on their speed. Right now, they're moving at a speed of about 4 kilometers per hour. In his opinion, that is way too slow. They only manage to cover 30 kilometers the entire day, which is nowhere near enough to reach their goal quickly. Ellen shares her thoughts on this mysterious island. She thinks it is huge and doesn't get why no one has found it yet, because an island this size should have been inhabited by people ages ago. Ellen asks what he is thinking about. He replies that he is wondering what they will do if they suddenly run into wild animals. After dinner, the two of them toss some firewood on the flames, cover themselves with boar skins, and try to get some sleep, hoping for a good night's rest. Suddenly, Ian wakes up when he hears Ampy, right beside him, start growling loudly. The girl asks why the animal is acting so weird, and Ian suggests the panda might have sensed a threat. Ampy keeps staring into the darkness, growling tensely. A moment later, a bunch of eyes start glowing brightly from the bushes. Then, a pack of wild wolves steps out from the undergrowth, and Ellen lets out a loud scream, full of fear and anxiety. Ian, holding back his own fear, orders the girl to hide behind Ampy right now and press her back against a tree, explaining that the wolves probably won't dare to recklessly attack a massive bear. Ian tells Ampy to stay calm and not to rush in and attack the wolves first, since any sudden aggression could trigger an immediate attack. He realizes they are in deep trouble because, unlike wild boars, wolves hunt in packs and are much smarter. He knows that if the panda steps aside even a little, the wolves will attack instantly. Also, the gray eagle probably can't help much, since it can't see well in the dark, making it useless right now. One of the wolves gets too close to the fire and immediately jumps back in terror. This gives Ian an idea. Fire is their best weapon here. He asks Ellen to light a torch to scare off the predators. Ellen admits she was so scared, she completely forgot that wolves are afraid of fire, which could have scared them off sooner. Ian shouts loudly for the wolves to get back and throws a burning torch right at them. This makes several of the beasts jump out of the way instantly, realizing he needs to keep up the psychological pressure. He orders Ampy to roar as loud as possible to completely intimidate their enemies. The massive panda stands up on its hind legs and lets out a loud, wild roar that echoes through the whole area, shattering the night's silence. Ian thinks they got lucky. The wolves backed off and ran away. But knowing how cunning they are, Ebrist thinks the beasts might still be nearby, watching them. Fortunately, the wolves didn't try to get close to their camp for the rest of the night. As soon as dawn broke, they immediately got back on the move. Ellen notes with obvious relief that they've finally managed to get out of the dense jungle. She feels like they've stepped into a totally different world. She asks Ian what happened with Gray Eagle and why is the bird so agitated. Ian explains that the eagle's nest must be somewhere close by, and maybe the bird just can't wait to finally see its chick. The boy watches a huge golden eagle circling above the forest. It heads toward the nearest mountain range, letting him know exactly where its nest is. The youngsters, along with the panda, begin a slow climb up the nearby mountain slopes. Ian constantly helps Ellen, supporting her and reminding her persistently to be extra careful to avoid any injuries. Ellen admits the mountain is way too steep and that she's totally exhausted. She asks the guy for a breather. Ian agrees to her request, leaves the girl with the panda, and decides to push on alone. Hoping to reach the goal faster, Ian starts carefully climbing the steep cliff, since the trail has ended and this is now the only way to reach the nest. Suddenly, his foot slips, but he manages to grab the ledge with his hand just in time. In that moment, the boy realizes that even a second's delay could cost him his life. After overcoming many struggles and spending all his energy, Ian finally reaches the top of the cliff. He instantly collapses to the ground, trying to catch his breath and recover. He looks around and sees the forest stretching out below. This view captivates him so much that the boy feels like he's on top of the world, where everything looks small and insignificant. He carefully scans the surrounding mountains. After a moment, his gaze stops on one of them. Nearby lies an extinct volcano with slopes already covered in trees. He figures it's unlikely to erupt anytime soon. There might be useful resources around there. His thoughts on the island's rich ecosystem are suddenly interrupted by the loud cry of the golden eagle, which is right nearby. Ian apologizes sincerely to Gray Eagle and reminds him why they came here. The golden eagle chick was located on a super steep slope, and without special gear, the boy had practically no chance of reaching it. However, he hatched a successful plan. He tied a loop to the end of the rope and carefully lowered it into the mountain crevice. Using the trainer seal, he was able to communicate a bit with the golden eagle. He just needed to convince the bird to fly toward the chick and ask it to grab the rope so that Ian could pull the chick out easily. The young man's plan worked, and after a while, he was able to free the chick from its trap, feeling a massive wave of relief. Ian is surprised by the size of the birds, because even the golden eagle chick looks impressively huge and heavy. Ian carefully takes the chick in his hands and tells Gray Eagle that it's time to head back to camp. Going down turned out to be way harder and more dangerous than going up. Every step required extreme caution and precision, and he could barely see where to place his feet. Every move carried the risk of falling. After a while, with a lot of effort, he manages to descend to the ground. After this ordeal, the boy concludes that he is never doing anything like that again. Scanning the surroundings, he's shocked to discover that at the base of the mountain, neither the girl nor the panda are there, even though they were supposed to stay put. Sometime later, he spots a note left by Ellen in the sand, stating that she went to scout the nearby territory for useful resources. The guy, exhausted from the long climb, decides to stay put and rest until the girl gets back. After a while, Ellen returns to camp and reports that she thinks it's gonna rain, and agrees with her concerns, pointing out that the weather in this area is extremely unpredictable, and suggests leaving the area as soon as possible, since heavy rain could trigger a landslide, which would pose a deadly threat to them. His words are suddenly cut short by Ellen, who suddenly freezes up. Her eyes fill with excitement and she screams out loud, urging the guy to look right away at the thing that surprised her so much. Ian whips around in the direction she pointed, and a moment later, he spots a plane flying in the sky. The man immediately notices thick smoke pouring from the plane's engine, and he instantly realizes that something is clearly wrong with the aircraft. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the pair immediately head toward where they predict the plane will land. Ellen mentions they haven't heard the sound of an explosion yet, and starts wondering how a plane could appear on a deserted island. Feeling a rush of excitement, Ian understands perfectly that Ellen is feeling the exact same way. Reaching the edge of the mountain plateau, they see the path ends at a cliff, and there's simply no way to go any further straight ahead. Ian decides to stop to calm his nerves and carefully consider his next steps. Realizing the importance of every move, he draws a map on the ground. The stone symbolizes their current location. The X marks the supposed crash site, and the letter O indicates their camp. He tells Ellen that their current food supply is enough for both of them to get back to camp. But if they decide to detour and go to the crash site, there won't be enough food for the return trip. The girl suggests going back to their camp, grabbing enough supplies, and then going to look for the plane. Ian thinks they'll lose too much time that way. He suggests splitting up so he can search himself, while she and the panda return to camp. Ian expresses doubts that the girl can make it back alone to the camp, to which Ellen reacts sharply, taking these words as a lack of faith in her skills and strength. Meanwhile, it's getting dark fast. The pair set up camp for the night and light a fire. Ian asks to keep the gray eagle chick. He plays with the little bird and thinks about what to name it, trying to choose something special and meaningful. The guy suggests calling her Little Eagle, which provokes a negative reaction from the girl, since she thinks that name isn't original enough. Ellen states that the guy already has his own bird and that the chick will belong only to her. Then she declares that she won't let him call her pet by such stupid nicknames. The next morning, Ellen tells the guy she found a large amount of resin and asks if it'll be useful later on. Ian replies that it's a good find, since pine resin can be effectively used to make torches, which will make moving in the dark a whole lot easier. After a while, the two of them split up, left on his own. The boy briefly triggers the speed skill of the 9. He walked for hours to reach the plane crash site as fast as possible. Hoping the speed helps him get there before sunset. Until noon. He moves real fast, but soon, damp earth appears under his feet, which surprises him. Since the weather hasn't changed and it hasn't rained, he decides to scout the area and sends a gray eagle ahead to find out what happened. As a huge golden eagle soars into the air, the young man activates his trainer skill, letting him sync his vision with the gray eagle. After a moment, images start flooding into his brain, and he sees a massive amount of water, but can't quite make out what's there. Right in front of him, a river, or a lake. And he realizes he has no other choice, and he'll have to push forward to see this obstacle for himself and figure out how to overcome it. After a while, a thick fog appears in the air. The guy heads to the edge of the swamp, thinking about the best way to avoid it. It'll take longer, but it'll be way safer for him. He spends several hours trying to find a way around the marsh, but his efforts fail. He's forced to admit there's no safe passage and that attempts to skirt the swamp will only increase wasted time. He really doesn't want to move through the bog, but he understands he's got no choice left. The boy must continue his journey. Despite all the dangers and hardships during the search, he notices the swarms of mosquitoes in this zone. Their bites cause intense itching. The boy realizes that if he starts scratching his skin, he could catch an infection, and decides to start moving right now, before it gets dark. Since if he stays, it's not safe to spend a night in a place like this. The stagnant water is an ideal environment for bacteria growth. And if he gets wet, or God forbid, swallows this water, he'll immediately catch some kind of infection. The sun is at its peak. The swamp is covered with dense tree foliage. Inside, it creates a greenhouse effect, leaving him short of breath and overheating, unbearably so, which complicates movement and orientation massively. His attention is drawn to some strange-looking green vines that start moving in an unusual way, as if coming to life in this stifling and humid place. After a moment, the boy realizes that these vines aren't actually plants, but a huge snake that suddenly lunges at him, opening its mouth. He manages to react in time, and in the last fraction of a second, he hits the attacking snake with his bamboo bottle, using it as a weapon in this critical situation. The next moment, a gray eagle comes to his aid. It descends rapidly from above and grabs the snake with its powerful talons. Thanks to the system encyclopedia, the boy discovers that it was a snake of the viper species, a very dangerous creature that secretes a deadly poison, and he was very lucky to be able to repel its attack. The snake was green and looked exactly like a vine hidden among the dense swamp vegetation. After a while, he steps onto relatively firm ground and sighing with relief. He thinks he can finally go back to using the cheetah agility skill to quickly reach his target. The speed of his movement increases noticeably. The boy thinks that if he continues moving with that same speed, he'll have time to reach the spot where the plane crashed before it gets dark. However, his plans aren't meant to be. Once again, the solid ground gives way beneath his feet, plunging him into despair. Horrified, Jin realizes he's landed right in a quagmire, an unstable patch of swamp masked by bright green grass and moss, where walking is deadly dangerous and fraught with fatal consequences. The bog starts sucking him down slowly, acting just like quicksand in a desert. The more he struggles, the faster he sinks, forcing him to stop and freeze completely. He knows he can't move a muscle until he finds something to grab. The guy stays perfectly still, limiting his movements to slow his descent. The boy orders the gray eagle to quickly find a long branch that can help him pull himself out of this dangerous trap, praying his loyal companion won't let him down. In this critical moment, Jin figures he has a little more time left, and hopes to escape this death trap by relying on his skills and the eagle's help. After a while, a massive golden eagle flies toward him and drops a stick. The boy immediately tells the eagle to find even longer branches and keep bringing them, because the longer and stronger the structure, the better his chances of survival. Jin realizes that the swamp, just like quicksand, is a non-Newtonian fluid, and he hits on a solution. He starts tying the sticks the bird brought into a single frame to help him climb out. After some time, he manages to build something like a ladder. The boy tries to minimize his movement, because when still, the bog acts like a solid surface. But with sudden pressure or impact, it turns into a viscous, treacherous substance that sucks him right in. He starts climbing the ladder bit by bit, trying to shift the pressure on the surface, so the liquid solidifies again, allowing him to pull himself up with maximum effort. And he manages to get out of the muck and onto the makeshift ladder, which holds his weight and saves him from sinking for good. moving carefully to avoid unnecessary vibrations. He creeps towards solid ground, realizing the gravity of his situation. Freed from the quagmire, the guy realizes he spent almost all his strength fighting to survive, and sees that a whole day has passed. Yet he's still far from the plane crash site. He remembers the show Condor Heroes he watched back in the day, where the villain's leader found an interesting way to cross quicksand. This thought suddenly inspires him to take further action, and gives him hope that a similar trick might work right now. Jin decides to pick the 8 driest and strongest poles from his pile to ensure stability. Then, he starts tying them together to create something like skis, which can distribute his weight over the mud surface, keeping him from sinking deep. Using a rope, he straps this structure firmly to his legs and tests its strength, hoping it'll hold his weight and won't fail. At the most crucial moment, increasing the surface area and distributing his weight evenly allows him to start sliding across the surface of the marsh, allowing him to move slowly and make it through the treacherous swamp. After hours of struggling forward, he realizes the swamp is finally ending, and the long-awaited crash site is coming into view ahead. The plane was badly damaged in the crash landing, but by some miracle, the pilot survived and is still inside the cockpit. The girl in the cockpit is slowly regaining consciousness. Her head is pounding, and she tries to figure out where she is and what happened. The last thing she remembers is flying into a massive storm. After that, the plane lost control, and she was tossed around by violent turbulence, which caused the crash. She thanks the gods that she miraculously managed to find a place to land before the plane spun completely out of control. Examining the engine closely, the girl realizes that fixing it out here in the wild is basically impossible. Looking around, she remembers seeing a similar swamp during a trip to South America. These memories help her figure out where she might be. She isn't sure if humans can even survive in such a wild place, but she starts shouting loudly anyway, calling for help, hoping someone might hear her. But after a moment, she realizes how stupid that is. It's unlikely there's anyone out in this remote area. She decides not to waste her energy for nothing, since she might need it later. Trying to calm down and pull herself together, and she starts thinking of a plan. Trying to keep a cool head despite the dangerous situation, she notices the sun is already setting, and night will fall soon. So she decides to spend the night in the cockpit, since it seems like the safest option right now. Suddenly, the oppressive silence is broken by a human voice. She flinches in surprise, trying to figure out who it could be. Standing at the edge of the clearing near the plane is Ian. The guy is shouting, asking if anyone is around, hoping to find someone from the crew. He figures it hasn't been that long since the plane went down, and if the crew members are injured, he still has a chance to help and save them. The young man contacts the Gray Eagle telepathically to find out more about the situation. The eagle tells him a large white bird is very close. Ian follows the eagle and quickly enters the clearing, where the crashed plane lies. Ian carefully parts the bushes, scanning the surrounding area carefully, looking for any sign of the crew. He walks up to the plane and looks inside the cockpit, but finds no one there. After looking around, he sees there are no traces of blood, which leads him to believe the crew is likely still alive. The instrument panel catches his eye. Looking at it, he's surprised. The plane looks brand new, but the model is so old that it's not even equipped with a radio. That seems very unusual. Suddenly, the young man spins around when he hears a human voice. He sees a girl running toward him, screaming something loud in English, her face full of panic. The girl is terrified, yelling in English and begging him. She screams at the guy to get to safety right now, warning him that this place is crawling with crocodiles. He doesn't understand why she's so terrified until he spots a massive pack of crocodiles right behind her, chasing her down with insane speed. He realizes it's pointless to fight these beasts on land. Their numbers and aggression pose a massive threat. So he yells at the girl to hurry up and get into the plane's cabin as fast as possible. It might offer at least some protection. And reaches his hand out to help pull her in faster. She grabs his hand tight and, giving it everything she's got, quickly jumps into the cabin. Behind her, the loud snapping of crocodile jaws echoes. They almost had her. The pilot girl trips and crashes into the cabin with a bang, accidentally knocking the guy over. In is overwhelmed with emotion. He didn't expect the pilot to be such a beautiful girl, and for a second, he's distracted from the imminent danger. Speaking in English, the pilot, with worry in her voice, tries to explain to the guy that more and more crocodiles are coming and they've already surrounded the plane, getting dangerously close to the hull. The guy doesn't speak English, but he immediately understands what she means. Huge reptiles are circling the crashed aircraft and start slamming into it with their bodies and tails. In is shocked at how aggressive these things are. They keep rushing the plane. The guy realizes he probably can't just wait for the crocodiles to leave. He fires an arrow at the most active one, but the stone arrows aren't strong enough to pierce the reptile's thick hide. In knows he has to aim carefully and hit the crocodile's eyes. His next shot is off the mark. The arrow bounces off the croc's forehead without doing any real damage. That just made it even angrier. In realizes that the reptile's eyes are a tricky target, small, moving, and really hard to hit. The crocodiles keep delivering powerful blows to the plane's hull. The guy realizes he hasn't hurt a single one of them, just pissed them off more. He figures they only have 15 minutes left before the wild reptiles tear the plane apart. In activates his virtual screen. He knows he can't handle this situation without the system's help. He hasn't bought anything in the last few days, and his account has racked up over 12,000 points. That should be enough to buy new skills. But he doesn't know which one to pick, because each one is only good for specific situations. The pilot girl pulls out a bottle and a lighter, announcing she's going to burn the aggressive crocs. The guy tries to stop her, begging her not to do it, because the flammable liquid could be used more effectively in a different situation. Even though In doesn't understand the girl's English, he motions for her to give him the lighter. She hands it over, thinking her broken communication still worked, since she managed to save the valuable alcohol reserves from being wasted. Inside the virtual store, the guy selects a pack called Marksman's Blessing, not knowing exactly what the skill means, but assuming from the name that it has to be related to improving aim. The system congratulates the young man on acquiring a new skill and informs him it's been successfully activated. However, In is really surprised since he doesn't feel any change. Unlike with the cheetah speed skill, which instantly shifted his perception and state. The girl, the pilot, rushes him, shouting that the crocodiles are already trying to jump right into the cockpit, and that they have very little time left to figure out a way to fight them off. Speaking in broken English, he assures her he'll handle the situation and asks her not to worry, trying to calm her down and show her he's got everything under control. The guy generously slathers the arrowheads with resin to turn them into incendiaries, then uses a lighter to set them ablaze. He starts aiming his bow at the nearby crocodiles and realizes that his new skill, Archer's Blessing, manifests with an interface just like a shooter game, complete with various indicators and data. He sees a ton of parameters, like a scale showing the direction and required draw weight of the bow, plus tools to calculate wind strength and the firing angle, which helps him aim with dead precision. Jin tweaks all the specs optimally, following the interface's prompts, and then lets the bowstring fly. The arrow closes the distance to the nearest croc in a flash and hits it right in the eye, proving just how effective this new skill is. Jin keeps using the Archer's Blessing skill, targeting and striking the remaining crocodiles, getting more confident in his accuracy with every arrow. The pilot girl lights up stone arrows and hands them over to the young man to help him fight off the predators with sharp shooting. The guy manages to wound more than a dozen of the aggressive reptiles, which gradually breaks their pressure and forces them to retreat. After a while, he scans the battlefield and realizes they've won. The remaining crocodiles decided to leave, abandoning the plane and giving up on the attack. The girl throws her hands up cheerfully and screams out her joy. She calls out to her hero and smiles gratefully at him, The pilot girl introduces herself to the young man, saying her name is Jessica. She asks if the guy knows Korean or Japanese, because her English leaves a lot to be desired and she struggles to understand him. Jin asks if the girl has a mobile phone, despite the language barrier. Jessica understands what he's asking and answers that a phone is useless. Since there's no signal out here, Jin regrets that his English is so poor, realizing that communication is super hard, which is why they can't properly swap information. Jessica hands the young man a tin can and gestures that he needs to eat it. She whips out a camping can opener and deftly opens the tin, revealing the food is safe to eat. The boy notices the expiration date on the preserves. He's totally shocked by the date, thinking it must be a mistake, because according to the stamp, these preserves are nearly 100 years old. Jessica notices that the guy is hesitating and tries to figure out what's wrong. She signals that it's a stew, and it's quite edible, so he should give it a shot. Jin decides to taste the stew. Turns out it's good and tasty, making him think maybe there was an error when they stamped the date on the jar, and the product isn't expired at all. The guy notices Jessica starting to yawn. He realizes she's wiped out after all the stress she's been through. She needs rest. Jin decides it's unlikely the wild animals will climb up to the plane's cockpit, so he can spend the night here without fearing for his safety. He can't fall asleep for a long time. He looks at the brilliant night sky, enjoying its beauty. The guy listens to the rare sounds of insects chirping occasionally, interrupt the surrounding silence. The next morning arrives, and the boy opens his eyes, surprised to discover that Jessica isn't there. This makes him feel uneasy, wondering where she could have disappeared to while he slept. A girl approaches the plane cabin and greets the boy, wishing him a good morning. He sees the girl is about to prepare breakfast and carefully examines her travel bag, which contains many useful things, including an iron pot and a metal cup. She hands him pieces of dried boar meat and tells him that boar broth will be much tastier and more nutritious than just plain boiled water. After eating the rich broth, the young pair felt a surge of strength and recovered their energy. Jessica had many questions, but the boy only knew the simplest English words, so he practically didn't understand what she was trying to tell him. Despite this, In managed to draw a map to explain his story to the girl, Jessica. Upon learning there were other people on the island, happily accepted his invitation to go to the camp. Jessica stops abruptly and tells the boy that a huge, aggressive golden eagle is circling above them, filling her with fear. Lets out a loud whistle, trying to attract the bird's attention. Jessica, seized by panic, asks him to hide immediately in a shelter, fearing that the bird might attack. A moment later, she is very surprised to learn that the golden eagle circling over them is a tamed bird that belongs to In. After a while, they begin to be enveloped in a dense fog that quickly limits visibility and makes moving around more dangerous. In realizes that, in such conditions, the gray eagle won't be able to help them and warns Jessica that they must be very careful. Jessica asks the boy to stop and rest for a while, saying she is starting to feel very weak and needs to take a breather before moving on. They sit on the ground. The girl takes out her travel cup to drink water. Meanwhile, In wonders where such a dense fog could have come from at midday, and when it will finally clear up, because in such conditions it becomes very difficult to continue the journey. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a loud thud, and instantly turns toward the girl to understand what happened. He sees that Jessica has fallen onto the grass and lies unconscious. This causes him great anxiety, as he doesn't understand what happened to her. Feeling suddenly weak, In grabs his head, trying to stay on his feet. He realizes his strength is leaving him, and he too is starting to lose consciousness. The boy falls to the ground and, at the last moment, manages to cover his mouth with his hands, realizing that it involves this strange fog, which probably contains some kind of substance that causes loss of consciousness. The boy gets closer to Jessica and tries to ask her in broken English if she is okay. He attempts to wake her. The toxic fog dissipates a little, In sees that Jessica is still unconscious, but her condition is stable, which brings him some relief. Furthermore, he himself begins to feel a bit better. He takes out the lighter Jessica gave him earlier and decides to use it to understand the nature of the poisonous fog and discover what is happening. In lights a lighter and uses his aiming skill to throw it at a nearby mound, hoping it will provide him with the information he needs. The mound he threw the lighter at explodes instantly. In understands the cause of the poisonous fog. All of this is happening because of the methane being released in massive amounts around here. And that is exactly what poisoned them and knocked them out cold. The boy figures that methane is lighter than air. When he and Jessica were closer to the ground, it became easier to breathe. Since most of the gas floated up, he knows that rummaging through other people's stuff is wrong. But he has no choice. He needs to find a way to save their lives. In opens the girl's travel bag, looking for anything useful that might help in this critical situation. Jessica's bag is packed with plenty of useful gear, including a solid first aid kit, a battery, a metal spoon, and even a tent that could come in handy if they need to set up a shelter. The guy cracks open the kit, but quickly realizes he can't make heads or tails of the medicine names since they're all written in English, a language he doesn't know well enough to understand which meds might actually be useful. And grabs the battery and realizes that with this, he can save both himself and Jessica if he finds a quick way to produce oxygen. First, he needs to fill the bamboo tube with clean water, and then use a syringe and an IV tube to create an oxygen supply system. He connects the pencil tip to the ported cathode of the power source and covers the syringe body by attaching a tube. Then, connects an iron spoon to the anode to form a closed circuit underwater. Next, he places the spoon and the wire into a bamboo tube with water and switches on the battery. When exposed to electricity, the water in the bamboo tube begins to break down, a process known as electrolysis that produces oxygen at the cathode. Carefully places the IV tube near Jessica's face to give her fresh oxygen. The boy hopes this will help her come to. After a while, the girl slowly starts to regain consciousness. She lets out a soft groan and takes a deep breath for the first time, which is a huge relief for the boy. His plan worked. Jessica suddenly sits up abruptly and, staring at In with surprise, asks him what happened to her and why she blacked out so suddenly. She clearly doesn't understand what caused her condition. The boy tries to explain that they were poisoned by the methane that's being released in huge quantities in this area, and suggests getting out of there as fast as possible and taking turns breathing oxygen from the tube so they can both stay conscious. The young pair needs to hurry, since the battery they're using to generate oxygen is going to run out soon. After looking around carefully, they realize there is just one last push needed for salvation and decide to move as fast as they can. After some time, they finally make it out of the deadly clearing and, moving to a safe distance, try to catch their breath. Feeling incredible relief, Jessica coughs and says in shock that she never expected the jungle could hide such deadly places. When Jessica and In emerged from the swamp, it was already late. The young pair, weakened by the effects of the biogas, decide to look for a suitable place to rest and continue heading back to camp the next day. Ellen screams loudly, accusing the raccoons of being sneaky thieves, complaining that the little animals managed to sneak into the kitchen and steal the fresh fish supply. The girl examines the fish barrel closely and, annoyed, realizes that the raccoons raided most of their supplies. So she decides to make a bamboo lid, something tougher and more reliable to prevent any more theft. The golden eagle chick starts screeching loudly, grabbing her attention. Ellen tries to calm him down, telling him that the raccoons didn't steal all the fish and that there's enough left for lunch. She feeds the rest of the fish to the eagle chick and sweetly tells him to eat up and grow strong because they still have challenges to face together. The girl is really worried about Yin since it's already been 3 days, and the guy hasn't come back. Ellen starts thinking something bad might have happened to him. Ellen decides that if he doesn't return by tomorrow, she's going to look for him. She can't wait any longer. Her thoughts are interrupted by the eagle chick, who starts flapping his wings energetically, trying to take off. Ellen steps out of the kitchen and sees a golden eagle hovering over the camp. She realizes Yin is finally back. A few seconds later, Yin walks out of the thick brush and waves to her. She feels so relieved and happy. Ellen immediately notices he didn't come back alone. Next to him is a beautiful stranger greeting her with a smile. Yin jokingly asks Ellen if she missed him since he was gone for 3 days, and that she must have been worried sick. Then, he introduces Jessica. He explains that she's the pilot of the plane that crashed. He also reveals that she's a foreigner and admits that, with his level of English, it was really hard to understand her. Jessica walks over to Ellen and starts talking to the girl in surprisingly good Chinese. This is a huge surprise to Yin, who had no idea she spoke Chinese. Stunned, the guy asks Jessica why she didn't mention that earlier. It would have made communicating way easier. The girl replies with a smile that she was trying to speak English with him the whole time, but he just didn't understand or know which language to use. He realizes how ridiculous the situation is and laughs, realizing how much he struggled for no reason. Night falls. The tamed pets fall into a deep sleep inside the cave, while the young people stay up talking, sharing their stories and experiences. They tell Jessica how they ended up on this deserted island and the hardships they faced trying to survive. In turn, they find out that Jessica is a paleontologist from the United States, and she travels the world often to participate in excavations and study ancient animal species. Recently, Jessica heard that a new fossil species had been found on an island in the South Pacific. She was so impressed by the news that she hopped on a plane and headed to the excavation site to see the discovery herself. Yin thinks that, based on her story about her flight and the cruise route, they can figure out roughly where this uninhabited island is located. Ellen tells Jessica, with confidence, that sooner or later they'll be able to build a boat and get out of here, because they already have survival experience and their skills are sharper now. Jessica shares her joy with the young couple, expressing her surprise. She starts taking off her clothes. The fact that ancients still exist, considering they were previously thought extinct, suggests there might be other amazing creatures on the island that are unknown to the world. With shining eyes, Jessica examines Ampy. The young ones start to suspect that she's so excited. She might even want to dissect the animal to conduct a scientific study. Jessica, in awe of what she saw, declares that the existence of these animals is incredible news, which could become the greatest discovery of the 20th century. And her eyes literally sparkle with emotion. Ellen laughs out loud and corrects the girl, telling her that if this is a discovery, it'll be the biggest one of the 21st century, because that's the era we're in right now. Jessica's response shocks the group deeply, because she claims with certainty that there are still more than 70 years left until the 21st century, which causes confusion and even more questions. Jessica explains that perhaps the group is Chinese, and that's why they use their own national calendar, which is why the misunderstanding arose, which surprises them even more and makes them think about her words. The girl apologizes if her words offended or angered them, and emphasizes that she had no malicious intent. She was just trying to understand the situation. Lynn starts to think that Jessica is probably so passionate about paleontology that she barely pays attention to history and real facts, because her statements about the 20th century seem completely ridiculous to him. In his opinion, in any international or Chinese calendar, it cannot be the 20th century right now. Jessica, in turn, states categorically that she did not fall into a coma, and assures them that it is now 1927. Her words impact the group. They listen to Jessica in silence, not understanding how to reply, because everything she says sounds incredible and inexplicable. Lynn starts thinking it's unlikely Jessica is lying, because her plane really does look like a 20th century model. He also remembers dates on canned food that had strange dates. This coincidence makes him think seriously. He goes and asks Jessica to answer his question honestly. He asks her what year it is. Jessica answers with total confidence that it is now 1927. The girl continues the conversation and asks the boy what year he thinks it is. Hoping to understand what's happening, the group's answer greatly surprises Jessica. She doesn't understand how they can be from the future. Her brain is trying to comprehend this fantastic information when the next question arises. And he asks Jessica what happened to her before the crash. The girl remembers taking off from Los Angeles heading for the island. But a thunderstorm soon started. And literally a second later, a severe storm broke out, which disrupted the plane's controls and caused an emergency landing. Ellen is shocked to hear this and says that before their cruise ship crashed and they ended up on this island, they were also in the middle of a heavy storm. Lynn concludes that the storm could have been some kind of hole in space and time, like the Bermuda Triangle, through which they ended up on this island, which explains the time discrepancies. The young ones are immersed in heavy thoughts about space and time. They start worrying about the question of what year it really is and where exactly they are. After a while, he suggests that they temporarily set these thoughts aside, since right now they can't find answers to all these questions. He believes that in the current situation, his main goal is survival, so they must focus on urgent matters. However, Jessica keeps thinking about what's happening, and during the conversation, she learns that a massive Titanoboa lives on the island. She remembers that this giant snake lived in tropical forests during the Paleocene era, back when forest conditions were very different from today. And she speculates that environmental changes might have forced the Titanoboa to evolve. In order to survive in these new conditions, Ellen adds that the animals on the island react very sensitively to rainfall. A huge snake came out of the bamboo thickets during a storm, and the wild boars become extremely aggressive when it rains heavily. The young ones recount that during their time on the deserted island, they lived through 2 terrible storms, each of which was dangerous because of the animals' behavior. Jessica starts wondering where the Titanoboa could possibly be during the dry spells, and suggests it must have some kind of shelter, maybe a cave or a lair, since without rain, the temperature conditions might not be right for such a large snake. The group comes to the conclusion that the huge snake can only pose a threat during heavy rains, and therefore, for now, they are safe. Ellen recalls that In and Jessica have just returned from a long and exhausting hike, so she suggests they go to bed and get some good rest. Deciding that she will stand guard tonight to monitor the camp's safety, Jessica looks intently at the young couple and suddenly asks them if they are an item. Her gaze is full of curiosity and interest. Her words provoke an instant reaction in the youngsters. Both of them turn beet red and start feeling embarrassed, not knowing how to answer such an unexpected question. Jessica asks Ellen point-blank if she has any plans for In, which totally flusters the girl and causes obvious confusion. Ellen shoots back a counter-question, asking why Jessica is interested in this. Her behavior seems quite unexpected and way too brazen. Jessica openly states that if he isn't Ellen's boyfriend, then they can safely go to bed together, which surprises Ellen even more. Jessica says with a smile that she admires In's tenacity and talent in the swamps, and she is also very impressed with a makeshift oxygen generator the guy created to save their lives. In senses that Ellen is reacting strongly to this interaction between him and Jessica, and he notices her tension. To diffuse the situation, he hints that Jessica shouldn't rush things or make hasty decisions, because they are in an extreme situation where emotions can become very intense. He says they should get to know each other as well as possible first, and suggests spending more time together, at least a week, to chat calmly and understand better if they can build some kind of relationship. Ellen, judging by the look on her face, is clearly annoyed by what is going on. Jessica, with a faint smile, blows a kiss to In and calls him her hero, adding that they can get to know each other gradually and take their time. In remembers that Jessica had a sleeping bag in her travel bag and decides that today he will use it to avoid awkward situations. He crawls into his sleeping bag Trying to avoid any unnecessary attention, he says goodnight to the girls, hoping they can finally relax and calm down a little. Ellen watches the guy closely. She's surprised by his behavior, because it seems a bit strange to her. Just then, Jessica starts stripping down, which causes some confusion. What is she doing? Jessica calmly explains that all her clothes are dirty from their adventures, and she'd prefer to sleep without them. Helen thinks that American women are really quite liberated, and understands that their culture is very different from her own. Suddenly, she realizes that Kevin, who seemed to have fallen asleep, is actually wide awake and watching them closely, causing her serious irritation and embarrassment. Jessica stands behind Helen and winks at Ian, adding fuel to the fire. Helen starts openly venting her displeasure with the young man's behavior, because she feels he's acting way too disrespectful in this situation. The animals that were sleeping peacefully in the cave wake up from Helen's loud screams, as she scolds Ian for spying on them and calls him a pervert. The next morning, Ian gets out of his sleeping bag and tries to stretch his stiff back. After a long night, he immediately notices that Jessica, who just woke up too, is greeting him with a good morning. At that moment, Helen enters the cave and announces that today will be a beautiful, warm day. Helen informs them she's prepared a delicious meat broth. She wants to take care of Ian, but she does it with a clear look of disgust. The girl keeps all the meat and the biggest portion for herself, pouring just a little bit of broth into the guy's cup. That clearly shows her attitude about what happened, not wanting to make things worse. He quietly takes the cup and walks out of the cave, trying to keep the peace. Jacek decides to ask Ellen how the young man offended her and what ticked her off. Jessica quickly realizes it's a jealousy thing, and Ellen clearly has feelings for Ian. This guess makes her smile, so she decides not to start any drama. Jessica remembers that in China, some families still follow polygamous traditions. She suggests letting Ellen have a large room, thinking it'd be fairer and more convenient for everyone. She says that when she was in China, an old grandpa told her similar stories. Hearing the proposal, Ellen turns around, abruptly and flatly refuses to discuss it. She's clearly embarrassed. Jacek thinks Ellen is a really sweet, shy girl who's making life way too hard for herself because of her indecision and desire to avoid tough conversations. After a while, Ian comes back to the room and notices Ellen looks upset and down. He walks over and asks what happened, why she's like this, and how he can help. In response, Ellen snaps at him aggressively, declaring she wants a bigger room for herself. Her demands sound like a grudge she's been holding for a long time. Ian starts to guess that Jacek probably told the girl something again, and that's what triggered Ellen's behavior. After everyone calmed down and rested a bit, the young folks gathered again to discuss their plans for the future. After some serious discussion and reflection, they decided to split up their two-stage plans to act in a more organized and smart way. In the first stage, the group decided to settle down completely on this island, uninhabited, and study it with the utmost attention to prepare for every possible difficulty. Currently, in skills, combined with the tamed animals, allow them not to fear the wild boars. But just in case, the man decided to cut down trees and build a fence to enclose the camp, creating additional protection. On top of this, Ian wants to capture wild boars and raise them in captivity to provide a stable food source. Since, in a few months, winter will arrive, and the situation could become much harder, the young group decides to put more effort into exploring the island to find as many resources as possible, including minerals like iron and copper, which could prove very valuable for survival. The second stage of their plan is to build a boat, which is the main objective. But for now, they don't think much about it, as they understand that if the first stage fails, all subsequent actions will be useless. Jessica reports that she has many things with her and invites the young ones to see what they might need. The girl gives Ellen new clothes and says she bought them just before the flight. She adds that it is quality lingerie that should fit Ellen well and invites her to try it on to make sure it fits. In is pleased at Jessica. It has excellent iron tools that are much more convenient and practical than the homemade ones he used previously to perform various tasks. The next morning, the guy goes to the bamboo forest to prepare construction materials to strengthen the camp and create supplies for the future. In pets, the huge panda speaks to it kindly and tells it that it is time for them to return to their camp to continue the work they started. Using a trainer's seal, he connects his senses with the gray eagle to learn the situation in the bamboo forest and asks the bird if it is safe there. The images the eagle transmits to him show that there are no signs of the huge snake, and he concludes that Jessica was probably right in her assumptions about the snake's behavior. In believes this part of the bamboo forest is safe and decides to continue his work by going to the manure pile to test his theory. With a lighter, the man sets fire to a piece of wood. The pile of manure has been accumulating here for a long time and must contain the materials needed to create the necessary chemical reactions. His guesses are confirmed. The fire begins to burn more strongly. He understands the cause lies in the so-called saltpeter soil, formed from a mixture of manure and limestone. In begins to collect this earth in a basket. From it, he is going to extract the pure potassium nitrate. He needs to create black gunpowder. And if he succeeds, they will be able to defend themselves from any threat. After filling the basket, In decides to leave the area as quickly as possible, because the wild boars could return at any moment to wait out the heat. And he doesn't want to risk facing aggressive animals. The guy returns to the camp and sees that during his absence the girls built a large clay tub. Jessica asks In if he found saltpeter in the bamboo forest, to which he answers affirmatively and adds that the result of his work, he was very successful, and the haul far exceeded his expectations. In begins to work with the soil, and since he doesn't need the girls' help yet, In begins to work with the soil and, as he still does not need the help of the girls, he invites them to take a walk and explore the surroundings to get some rest. The next day, the young group begins extracting potassium nitrate. The process is divided into 3 stages. They mix nitrate soil with ash in a ratio of 1:8 to ensure maximum efficiency for the reactions that follow. They pour the soil onto a bamboo mat, placed over bamboo logs, and soak it thoroughly with water to leach out the potassium nitrate and eliminate the unwanted insoluble calcium and magnesium salts. To achieve normal leaching of the damp nitrate soil, you have to spend a long time slowly pouring boiling water over it, which then flows down into the tub. The girls participating in the process are noticeably exhausted. The boy thanks them for their work and tells them that tomorrow they will finish purifying the potassium nitrate, after which they can start making black powder. Ellen asks how they're going to use the gunpowder. Since they have no guns or equipment for explosives, he tells the girl to think bigger. He intends to manufacture explosives they can use for various purposes. The young group sits by the fire, talking about everything that happened to them. They find it hard to believe the reality of all these space-time transitions that so unexpectedly changed their lives. But the conversation helps them get to know each other better and understand which era each of them lived in. Yasi is very surprised that Chinese spaceships flew to the moon. She remembers her last visit to China, when everyone wore long braids and there wasn't a shred of modern technology. She asks Jessica how old she is, but quickly realizes that the question turned out to be inappropriate, since asking girls about their age isn't always polite. Jessica smiles and remembers that she was in China with her father and they lived in a huge house that belonged to some minister. The girl says her father was planning to start a company in China, so he went there to study the labor market. But he found the conditions weren't suitable for business, and after a few days, they returned. The young group comes to the conclusion that Jessica is an important girl, a child from a very wealthy family, and this explains her ability to travel. After the young group poured water over the nitrate soil, a large amount of earth formed at the bottom of the clay tub. Before moving to the next stage, he let it sit for 3 days, and then filtered it through a cloth several times to purify the solution, after which he poured it into clay pots for further evaporation. The process of evaporating potassium nitrate is practically no different from evaporating common salt. However, it is necessary to constantly stir the hot solution, so it doesn't burn or splash. When the water starts to boil, the solution thickens and a dense sediment forms at the bottom of the container, consisting of crystallized sodium chloride mixed with potassium chloride and sodium nitrates that precipitate quickly. Taking advantage of the fact that the solubility of different salts depends on the temperature, the girls carefully drain the sodium chloride from the sediment and filter it to get a pure solution. The young group filters the solution again and obtains a sufficient amount of pure potassium nitrate, ready for later use. Ellen believes this work is incredibly labor-intensive because they put in a lot of time and effort, but in the end, they only got a small handful of the stuff they needed, which is a bit of a letdown. After making the potassium nitrate, the guy was left with a whole container of filtered nitrate water, commonly called brine. Ian remembers that it can be used as brine to make tofu. After working non-stop for a long time, the young group got pretty hungry, so they decided to put things aside for a bit and went to grab lunch to recharge and keep working later. After lunch, they went back to manufacturing ingredients for black powder, and after a while, they had enough powdered potassium nitrate, powdered charcoal, and powdered sulfur. Using a measuring spoon, Ian mixes all the ingredients thoroughly in the required ratios, trying to get the best result. Ellen asks with interest if the black powder is ready. The boy looks at her with a smile, lights the lighter, and says they're about to find out. He brings the flame to a small pile of powder, which instantly bursts into a bright flame, confirming their success. The girls start jumping for joy, shouting out loud how awesome they are and how great they were for getting everything right. Ian tells them not to celebrate too soon, reminding them of the ultimate goal of their work, because the real challenge is still ahead. They need to create a functional explosive device that will help them defend themselves. There are many options for creating explosives, but they decide to make a very simple bomb, using only the materials they have on hand. Ian dries a piece of bamboo over the fire, adding a bit of dry soil and an improvised fuse to it. Ian explains that the fuse is the most complex part of the device, so it has to be done correctly. He wraps a small amount of powder in slightly damp paper to prevent the powder from burning too quickly. Then he starts filling the bamboo tube in 3 layers. First placing a layer of dry soil, then placing the fuse. After that, he pours in the powder and fills the remaining space with another layer of soil. He carefully compacts each layer to ensure the density and reliability of the structure. And finally, he closes the bamboo tube with a cap made of bamboo. The girls watch the process intently and notice how confidently Ian creates an explosive device. This raises some questions for them. They assume this isn't the first time the guy has done this kind of work. Seeing their surprised faces, he informs them that he already had experience making firecrackers that he used in the bathroom to pull pranks. A group of elementary school kids sneaks up to the bathroom and lights the fuse of a homemade firecracker. The fuse catches quickly, and the little students don't waste any time throwing the homemade bomb through the bathroom window. The next moment, a loud bang is heard, scaring the high school students inside. They run out into the street, loudly yelling at the little pranksters for such a bold joke. The elementary students, satisfied, laugh and try to run away as fast as possible, because they know the high schoolers might punish them if they catch them. Ian tells the girls with a satisfied smile that pleasant memories of his childhood make him feel nostalgic, and that those moments still make him smile. Ellen notices that the guy is still smiling and laughing, and asks him what's making him laugh so much. To which he replies that he remembers a funny story from his childhood. Then he asks the girls to take the animals with them and hide inside the cave while he tests the new explosives. He explains to them the importance of taking every precaution. The girls, along with the animals, head to the cave and watch the preparations for the test from a safe distance, waiting for the result and feeling a little worried. Ian lights the fuse and, looking at the girls, warns them not to leave the cave until he gives a signal, because the test could be dangerous. The fuse lights up fast. And at just the right moment, the guy suddenly throws the bomb toward the forest. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion rings out. The birds perched in the treetops instantly fly into the air, letting out loud screeches. Ian smiles with satisfaction when the virtual system informs him that he's received 5,000 points for successfully crafting explosives. Jessica, watching the test, notes that the explosive power wasn't that big and suggests the bomb had too little gunpowder. Ian explains that the problem isn't the amount of gunpowder, but the quality. But Ellen suggests that maybe they didn't purify the potassium nitrate well enough, which affected the quality of the final product and its effectiveness. Behind her stands a huge panda who is still shaking with fear. Even though a long time has passed since then, Ian talks about how black powder, even the really high-quality stuff, has its limitations. It can't compare to modern explosives like RDX, T%, or HMX, which have much greater power. The guy believes that his bamboo explosive, even if it won't kill a large animal, will definitely create a lot of noise. And if the enemy is scared, that's already a significant advantage. At night, the group decided to make 3 more homemade bombs and reinforce them with a double ration of gunpowder, hoping this would make the explosion more powerful and effective. A few days later, the group started implementing a plan to build protective structures for the camp. They decided to build a brick wall to create a strong and reliable defense. However, the group soon realized that under the current conditions, even with several kilns, they couldn't fire enough bricks. So they abandoned this idea, considering it too complicated. It was decided to build a fence around the camp using trees and bamboo, which turned out to be a more realistic and faster solution to protect the camp. As time went on toward mid-June, the intense summer heat began to take its toll, making outdoor work almost unbearable, especially for Ian, who was constantly working under the sun. Working in such heat turned out to be extremely difficult. The guy felt like he was rapidly overheating and losing strength, forcing him to look for ways to make life easier. With so much heat, after an exhausting shift, Ian went to the kitchen to quench his thirst and drank several glasses of water in one go. He thinks about how nice it would be to add ice to the water. At that moment, suddenly, and it makes him think of the potassium nitrate they purified recently, and that they have quite a bit left. Ian remembers that when potassium nitrate dissolves in water, a huge amount of heat is absorbed, and you can actually make ice using this property. The more potassium nitrate you add to the water, the lower the solution's temperature gets, and he decides to take advantage of this opportunity. The guy understands this won't be a waste of resources, since the potassium nitrate can be easily recovered after use, which makes the experiment even more justified. Ian decides to try making a refreshing dessert and remembers they have berries they picked recently. He starts crushing raspberries and other sweet fruits in a bowl. He drains the remaining water from the pan, leaving only ice inside, after which the boy intends to give it the final touch by pouring red berry syrup on top, to give the dessert more flavor. The young man believes he has prepared the frozen treat perfectly, and covers it with a lid to protect it from the heat. Because the girls are coming back soon, and he wants to please them with this refreshing delicacy. A while later the girls appear, greeting the young man, and he thinks the time has come to surprise them, hoping they'll like his surprise. Ellen hands the guy a bunch of grapes, and boasts about her find, rejoicing that she was able to get a treat for the communal table. Jessica says with a smile that Ellen was so eager to show off her find that she literally ran back to camp. Unable to contain her excitement, Ian tells the girls that their merits and efforts must be rewarded, and asks them to come to the table so he can show them his surprise. He sharply lifts the lid, underneath which lies a large plate of fruit ice cream glistening in the sun. The expression on the girls' faces changes instantly to one of pure delight. The girls immediately pounced on the treat. They never expected to see something so refreshing and tasty, especially in this unbearable heat. Ellen is in pure heaven with the popsicles. She feels like she's surfing, gliding over the waves and soaking up the cool breeze. Jessica curiously asks, in how he did it, suggesting it must be some kind of ancient Chinese magic. Since she's totally blown away by the result, smiling, he explains that it's actually much simpler. It's all about chemical reactions. When potassium nitrate dissolves in water, it absorbs heat, which allowed them to make ice. Jessica praises the guy for his ingenuity and smarts, adding that he's seriously intelligent, which makes him a little bashful. She doesn't hear a thing around her. She is completely lost in enjoying the fruit ice. Her attention is entirely focused on this delicious treat. To make the ice, the group made several pots that fit one inside the other, just like Russian nesting dolls, to create an effective cooling system. To get a better cooling effect, they used boar skin between the outer pot and the main cooling compartment. This helped reduce heat transfer and keep the temperature inside low. Meanwhile, Jessica didn't stay idle either. She spent the whole day picking and crushing grapes to make wine, hoping it would be a nice addition to their table. The winemaking process turned out to be pretty simple. The clean, crushed grapes need to be mixed with sugar at a ratio of 10:3. And then the mixture is sealed airtight in fermentation jars. The containers must be kept closed, because if air gets in, special bacteria will start oxidizing the ethanol into acetic acid, and the result will be vinegar instead of wine. Jessica runs happily towards in, and he tells her he's finished the winemaking process. And now all that's left is to wait for the fermentation to wrap up so the wine will be ready. Seeing the guy, she asks what he's up to. In replies that he's currently making fan blades. This immediately grabs the girls' attention. They're totally baffled by his words. They ask again what kind of fan he's making blades for, because a device like that hadn't been part of their plans before. In explains that he intends to make a direct drive fan. He's going to take a long bamboo pole, install blades on one end, and a tail on the other to transmit the torque. When Jessica hears his idea, she says the method feels familiar and reminds her of the old steam engines that were once used to convert steam energy into mechanical movement. It's almost July, the hottest month of summer, and he's doing everything he can to fight the heat and keep himself and his friends comfortable. Recently, he's put a lot of effort into building a boiler with a water condenser. When the water in the boiler boils, the resulting steam doesn't just spin the fan to cool the room, but also, as it passes through the condenser, it settles on the walls and flows back into the water tank, forming a closed loop, which makes the system super comfortable and practical. On top of that, the young group keeps making fruit popsicles with berry juice, gradually improving the tech to get better and tastier results. This helps them not only beat the heat but also enjoy some nice moments in such tough conditions. Ampy tried the delicious fruit ice cream, and clearly, she can't wait to get her share again, because it's become a real lifesaver for her in this heat. The young ones are having fun hiding from the heat in a cave. Helen, enjoying the coolness, says there's nothing better than ice, pops, and a fan during this terrible heat. The girl asks how the golden eagle and its chick are feeling in this weather, and he assures her there's no need to worry, because the body temperature of birds is higher than that of humans. And in his opinion, the birds are feeling pretty comfortable. By evening, the weather starts to change sharply. Thunder rumbles, and the sky gets covered in dark clouds. The rain begins, which gradually starts to intensify and turn into a downpour. Helen starts worrying a lot about the fact that they didn't have time to finish the fence around the camp, and now she wonders what they'll do if the wild boars come rushing back. Like what happened last time. A herd of angry wild boars appears at the edge of the forest, and although the situation looks threatening, the young group is much better prepared than before and has skills acquired from the system. They have a gray eagle and also manage to make bombs, giving them a significant advantage. In observes the situation and reports that a herd of boars is approaching and will soon attack the camp. The guy asks everyone to get ready for defense. Jessica and In head to the fence to take combat positions. Helen asks them to take her with them, but gets a flat-out refusal. A herd of boars rushes out of the forest and finds itself in the open space. The distance to the camp shrinks to a few dozen meters, and there is very little time left to prepare. The group takes their positions at the wooden fence. While Ian scans the area through the pouring rain, he says he didn't expect the rain to be this heavy and intense. Ian draws his bow, thinking about how much effort they put into building this camp. He is not going to let these angry animals destroy it. With grim determination, he releases the bowstring. The arrow flies forward, striking the boar right in the head. It drops dead instantly, but the rest of the boars don't stop. They keep charging forward, splitting his focus. Ian orders the giant panda and the gray eagle to attack the boars flanking from the left side. The beasts execute his command instantly. The massive golden eagle snatches a running boar with its powerful talons, lifting it high into the air. This terrifies the herd, slowing their attack. Ampy lets out a loud growl and charges fearlessly into a group of boars, landing powerful blows, driving them away from the camp and crushing their morale. Ian keeps firing his bow. Even though the gray eagle and Ampy manage to push back part of the herd, there are still plenty of boars on his side, still advancing toward the camp. At that moment, Ian hears Ellen's voice screaming from behind. She orders everyone to scatter to the sides immediately. Because she's got a homemade bomb in her hands, she runs toward the fence, gathers all her strength, and hurls the bomb at a cluster of boars, hoping this stops their advance. The massive boars pause their attack for a second, staring, surprised at the strange object flying toward them, not understanding the threat. The next instant, a massive explosion rips through the air. The sound echoes across the entire area. Despite the rain, the wild beasts are overcome with terror, squealing loudly as they scatter as fast as they can in every direction, trying to escape the unknown danger. Ampy catches up to the hesitating boars and unleashes a series of powerful strikes with his strong paws, knocking the animals down. Ian decides he's not letting these boars get away. He quickly draws his bow to loose another arrow, taking aim at one of them. Even though the beast is moving at high speed, the arrow flies straight to its target, and the boar falls, letting out an agonizing squeal. The gray eagle finishes the attack, grabbing the wounded boar and lifting it into the air. The massive golden bird spins the boar around in the sky, then flings it toward the forest, where it crashes into a tree with a deafening thud. The giant panda and the gray eagle stop the chase, watching the remaining boars flee in panic into the thick of the forest, escaping the onslaught without a second thought about attacking the camp. Ian carefully surveys the battlefield, seeing many dead boars left behind, which makes him think about the consequences. He realizes that the reproductive cycle of these boars isn't very fast, and if they wipe out all the animals now, the population is unlikely to recover anytime soon. He understands that they can't just mindlessly destroy the boars, because they are the only source of meat on the island. So, he decides to stop the hunt and spare the survivors to maintain the balance, and provide food for him and his friends in the future. After securing a good supply of food, the group focused on reinforcing the camp, just in case of new boar attacks during the rainy days, and finally completed the fence. 2 weeks later, everything was prepared to face another torrential downpour. Now there was no longer any fear of an invasion by crazed wild boars, because the fortification was supposed to hold back their attack. It seems that on the island, an endless rainy season has begun. To pass the time and cheer themselves up, the young people decided to try the wine that, in their judgment, should be ready by now. The guy opens the lid of the container. The room instantly fills with a really bad smell, and there's a nasty layer of foam floating on the liquid. The girls, covering their noses with their hands, think the wine has spoiled or wasn't made correctly, because its look and smell don't match their expectations at all. Jin tries to calm the girls down, explaining that the white foam on the surface is due to carbon dioxide releasing during fermentation, and says this is totally normal for homemade wine. He informs them that he intends to filter the liquid, and only then can the wine be considered ready to drink without unpleasant impurities. Then he takes out small cups and starts pouring the wine, inviting the girls to try it, in the hope that the flavor improves after filtering. However, the girls don't like the taste of the drink one bit. They say they've tried different types of wine before, but none were this acidic. This disappoints them. Jin thinks the liquid needs to be left to ferment a little longer, and then the excess acid will disappear. After a while, the guy comes up with a new idea. He decides to share it with the girls. He says they can improve this drink by distilling it and turning it into alcohol to remove the acid and get a purer product. Jin explains that ethyl alcohol has a lower boiling point than water and starts to boil at 78 degrees Celsius, which allows it to be separated from water and other impurities. During the heating process, the alcohol starts to evaporate faster, and the vapors of the resulting alcohol condense in the bamboo tube, cool down, and then flow into another container. Yin warns that the distillation process isn't fast and requires constant attention. So if they start now, they can finish it by tonight and get the desired result. Jessica asks where Jin got such extensive knowledge in the field of alcohol production, because he clearly feels confident about this stuff. Jin answers that the technology is very simple and widely known. Helen brings bamboo sugar and a bit of soda. She asks what they're going to do with it. Curiosity is getting the better of her. Jin tells the girl that she'll see everything for herself soon enough, and asks her to have a little patience. Jin intends to mix alcohol, sodas, sugar, and water in the right proportions, and then put the resulting drink in a cooler to give it a pleasant and refreshing taste. Suitable for hot climates, the drink prepared by the young man cools down quite quickly. Jin invites the girls to taste it, hoping their tastes match. The girls try the drink and are genuinely delighted, because the flavor is surprisingly familiar. Helen tells Jin that the drink replicates exactly the taste of Jianliba, a Chinese, carbonated drink that was as popular as Pepsi and Cola in the 90s. Approximately 2 months passed. The young people's camp was transformed until it was unrecognizable. They built a food warehouse, a pottery workshop, and a bathroom, along with the living space and functional areas. They were perfectly organized, which significantly improved his life, without anyone noticing. Summer was coming to an end. The days became less hot, and the nights began to bring a chill, making everyone think about the approaching autumn. The gray eagle chick grew significantly and learned how to fly. Ellen became very close friends with him, and now the bird has started obeying some of her commands. In walks over and thanks her for the clothes she sewed. The guy says they fit perfectly and aren't too tight anywhere. His words make the girl smile. Ellen is very happy to hear those words, because she devoted a lot of time and effort to making the clothes. Her fingers are all bandaged due to the many small cuts she got while working with the thick boar hide. In especially thanks the girl for the backpack made of boar skin. It's not only durable but also very spacious. It fits both a rope and an axe. Plus, the backpack is made simply and tastefully, which makes it even more convenient. From that day on, the young group began preparations for the second part of the first stage of their plan, aimed at exploring the island deeper and strengthening their camp. According to the plan, it intends to take the panda and the gray eagle with him to find the plane they stumbled upon before the plane crash, while the girls will explore unknown areas near the camp. Meanwhile, so as not to leave any blind spots since the last time Yasuki's plane crashed, he didn't have the chance to explore the area properly because they were facing food shortages. This time, the young ones have prepared thoroughly. They've stocked up on food for 10 days and intend to scour the entire island to study it in detail. Autumn had arrived on the island. The nights were becoming windy and cold, so In took a tent and a sleeping bag from Yasuka's gear to avoid freezing and to have comfortable conditions the next day. The young man arrived at the plane. His main objective was the volcano, which he noticed that time from the top of the hill. and now the guy intends to explore it more carefully. This plane can be divided into two areas, inner and outer, with most of the outer area being grass-covered meadows, while the inner part consists of hills covered in bushes and trees, with a volcano located in the center. There are many thorny bushes at the foot of the volcano, and In is lucky to be wearing thick pants. Otherwise, he would definitely scratch up his legs while pushing through the bushes. The panda following him suddenly stops in its tracks. In understands that it's difficult for the animal to keep climbing, because the slope is getting steeper. Using the trainer's seal, In tries to understand what's bothering the animal. The panda smells a pungent odor and starts showing disgust. After a moment, the boy realizes it's the smell of sulfur. In orders the panda to stay put. The boy doesn't want to put him at risk, but he will go ahead and check everything. In climbs up to the plateau and notices a small deposit producing mixed gas emissions. Most of it is ordinary water vapor, and the rest is carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and sulfur dioxide. The boy reckons luck is on his side, because the sulfur available here will let him craft even more explosives. Geothermal spring water usually contains a large amount. Geothermal spring water usually contains a large amount of heavy metal compounds that, given the right conditions, interact with the rocks and build up all kinds of useful substances. The boy managed to snag a big chunk of galena, but he doesn't have a clue about it. He realizes he's gonna have to spend points to buy a field mineral encyclopedia from the system just to figure out what this find actually does. After buying it, In finds out the mineral is a sulfide that forms in volcanic deposits, and it's almost always found with sphalerite to form quartz and white lead minerals, making it potentially useful. By nightfall, he set up camp on the slope, planning to hunt for minerals over the next few days. Deciding that exploring the area around the crater could yield a lot of valuable finds. In also tried to dig the ore out of the ground, but the soil around the crater was incredibly hard. The stone pickaxe lasted only a few hits before snapping and almost hurting him, making him realize he needs a more durable tool. Mining iron ore turned out to be way harder than expected. It requires an iron pickaxe, but without the ore, you can't make one, creating a vicious cycle. A gray eagle circles in the sky above the boy. Using his link with the bird, he realizes she's bringing a message from Helen. He can't help but envy the huge bird, since the gray eagle covered the distance in just 1 hour that took him the entire day. Helen's idea to use the gray eagle like a carrier pigeon turned out to be surprisingly clever. The girl says in her note that everything's fine with them and asks In to be careful, which warms the boy's heart. In really likes that she's thinking about him and worrying. In ties a cloth bandage over his face to protect his lungs from the noxious fumes and approaches the poisonous lake. He tosses the hose into the toxic substance, hoping to collect some to use later. But he quickly realizes it's impossible. The concentration of sulfuric acid is way too high, so it won't be possible to pour it into a bamboo bottle. The next day, In scours the area, looking for other resources you can't find in the forest near the camp. But to his disappointment, the vast plains turn out to be monotonous and empty. On the morning of the 8th day, In decides to haul the sulfur and minerals he'd collected back to camp. But since his path didn't start from the volcano anymore, he had to rethink the route, which made things a bit trickier. Riding on a panda, the boy leaves the volcanic plains and, unfortunately, runs right back into the swamp that had already trapped him once before. He thinks he might have to pick a different path to avoid the risk, remembering how he and Jessica almost died here last time. That time, when they entered the swamp, the fog was so thick it was impossible to see anything beyond 3 meters. But now, the fog isn't nearly as thick as last time, and he sees that the density changes over time. The concentration of methane is directly linked to its density, meaning that if the fog is thin, there's no danger. That's why he gives an order to the gray eagle and sends it ahead to scout the territory. Since the bird can fly around dangerous areas and get a clearer idea of what's happening up ahead, Using telepathy, Jin receives an image from a massive golden eagle. He sees the visibility ahead is actually pretty good, and the path looks way less dangerous than last time. Jin figures he needs to track how often the fog appears, so he can come back with confidence next time to hunt for the resources he needs, without risking his life. Just then, the gray eagle lets him know it spotted some animals, two-legged ones nearby. This shocks Jin. He definitely wasn't expecting to run into anyone out here. Unfortunately, with the poor visibility, he can't make out the silhouettes to see who it is. Jin orders the panda to stay put, and commands the gray eagle to guide him straight to those people right now. After activating cheetah speed, he can clock in at 100 kilometers per hour, which means he can cover 5 kilometers in just 3 minutes, and reach the spot where the bird saw those strange figures. Jin knows he has to be super careful moving forward, because the fog could shift at any second, meaning going too deep into the swamp is way too risky. If the fog starts getting thicker, he plans to use his cheetah ability to bail out fast. After running another 500 meters, he notices a group of people ahead moving right towards him. A group of armed Vikings is chasing a fleeing girl. She's trying desperately to shake them off. There is both desperation and determination in her eyes as she struggles to get away. Suddenly, the girl stops, spins around, and drops into a fighting stance, pointing her swords right at her opponents, ready for battle. She unleashes a flurry of powerful strikes on the massive Vikings. They barely have time to block her furious attacks. One Viking tries to grab her, but she strikes him at lightning speed and vaults right over him. Landing behind the massive warrior, she delivers a heavy blow to his head. Only his metal helmet saves him from certain death. She executes a few more aerial flips, landing a safe distance away, to dodge the enemy counterattacks. The Vikings are playing it cautious now. Slowly, they surround her, tightening the circle and cutting off any chance of escape. She realizes her odds of survival are dropping by the second, gathering all her strength to break the siege. She lets out a fierce war cry that echoes across the field. Jin hides behind a tree, watching in shock, watching the fight between these strangers. He can see the situation is incredibly tense and dangerous. He doesn't get what's going on, but he knows this isn't staged. The opponents are aiming for weak points and clearly intend to kill each other, not just spar. Jin takes a closer look at the girl and decides he has to do whatever it takes to save her, even if it means risking his own life. He pulls out a clay cup and starts carefully mixing potassium nitrate, baking soda, and sugar in the right amounts to make a smoke bomb. He plans to pick the perfect moment to attack the Vikings and give the girl a chance to break out of the circle. Suddenly, the system notifies him that 3,000 points have been added to his account for successfully crafting a smoke bomb. He aims his bow at the powerful warriors, feeling a rush of excitement, because it is the first time he has had to aim at a living person. Sweat rolls down the young man's face, driven by the tension. The desire to save the girl overpowers his fear, and he fires an arrow, trying to wound his opponents rather than kill them. The shot is precise. The arrow strikes one of the Vikings in the leg, allowing them to break through the tight encirclement. The girl instantly seizes the situation, sprinting toward the gap that has formed in the circle of warriors to break free and escape inevitable death. The Vikings let out loud screams of rage and pain, and instantly chased after the girl. Unwilling to lose their prey, it intends to hold the Vikings back and quickly fires 2 arrows in their direction, hoping to slow their advance and allow the girl to reach a safe distance. The warriors, who have extensive battle experience, effortlessly deflect the fired arrows with their massive wooden shields. Wasting no time, the boy lights the fuse of the smoke bomb, intending to delay his pursuers and buy at least a little time for himself and the girl. Meanwhile, the girl runs toward the tree he is hiding behind. She looks at him in surprise, realizing the guy is manipulating some strange object, after which he hurls it at the Vikings. The next moment, a loud explosion rings out. The forest clearing quickly fills with thick smoke. The stranger freezes in place, staring fixedly at the swirling gray haze. It orders her to stop staring and flee immediately, while the enemies are disoriented. After a moment, the girl turns and starts running after the young man. Realizing the time for making decisions is running out, the smoke gradually dissipates. One of the Vikings orders his subordinates to immediately rush in pursuit of the youngsters. Wounded in the leg, he cannot run fast. He drags his legs slowly, cursing loudly in Norwegian. He notices the pursuers are getting closer and realizes they are strong, skilled fighters, even with his abilities. It will be extremely difficult to resist them in open battle. His gaze falls on the girl's leg. He sees she has a nasty wound. The boy concludes the girl will not be able to run for much longer. At that speed, which means in a couple of minutes the Vikings will be able to overtake and capture them both. It makes a snap decision. He stops and orders the girl to get on his back, so he can carry her. This is their only chance to pick up speed and escape. The stranger thanks the young man in Arabic and asks him to save himself. She intends to stay and cover his retreat. The girl, showing courage, steps forward and draws her 2 combat swords. In does not understand Arabic, but from the girl's gestures and facial expressions, he understands her intention to fight the Vikings to buy time and let him leave. In rushes toward the girl and suddenly hoists her over his shoulder, which catches her completely off guard. He activates the cheetah speed skill, knowing full well that with such weight, he will not last more than 2 minutes. The guy hopes to escape his pursuers in this short time and hide in a safe place. At that moment, unexpectedly, In receives a message from a gray eagle. The bird reports that it sees a very large snake. This instantly alarms the man in the clearing wherein the girl and the Vikings chasing them are located. Suddenly, a titanoboa bursts onto the scene at full speed. The warriors stop their chase for a moment. They are stunned to see a giant snake like nothing they've ever seen before. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, he desperately tries to flee the dangerous spot, and he hopes the snake will attack the Vikings instead of them. Unfortunately, his hopes are in vain. The boy notices with horror that the titanoboa is ignoring the large group of men and turning its attention to him and the girl, clearly intending to hunt them down. The massive reptile opens its gigantic maw. He realizes the snake is incredibly fast, which means that to escape, he needs to use his skill again. The titanoboa strikes hard, and at the very last second, the guy manages to jump aside. The stranger, realizing he needs to act decisively, skillfully leaps into the air and rushes toward the huge snake. The girl jumps onto the titanoboa's body and quickly starts running toward the snake's head. Even though the snake was angled and its skin was incredibly slippery, the girl successfully reached its neck and dealt a powerful blow with her sword. The huge monster lets out a wild roar and starts thrashing around the clearing in pain, trying to shake off the enemy who dared to attack it. Due to the violent shaking, the girl can't hold on to the wounded reptile's body. She falls from a great height. The girl doesn't have time to brace herself and hits the ground with a heavy thud. The titanoboa opens its terrible jaws and lunges at the brave girl, preparing to deal a fatal blow. Using cheetah speed, the young man manages to rush to the girl at the last second and push her away, saving her from certain death. The young pair hears the jaws of the massive reptile slam shut behind them with monstrous force. The young man instinctively covers the girl with his body, trying to protect her. The huge snake slowly approaches the young couple, flicking its tongue and hissing loudly. In the next moment, it manages to throw a homemade bomb right into the titanoboa's mouth with a precise toss, and a second later, a powerful explosion rings out. The huge snake collapses unconscious to the ground. The young man assumes the snake exploded from the inside and died. The stranger is very surprised by the events unfolding and asks the girl to wake up quickly, as they must leave this dangerous place immediately. The young pair runs toward the forest, leaving the reptile's huge, smoking body behind. They are already racing toward the edge of the woods when they hear a terrible roar and feel heavy vibrations in the ground. The guy turns around and realizes that the huge reptile is still alive. It rears up into the sky and roars loudly. A moment later, The snake spots the young pair and, with incredible speed, lunges after them. The two of them try with all their might to run for the nearest forest. The stranger says in Arabic that all their attempts to resist are useless, because it is almost impossible to defeat the demon snake. The young pair hides in the bushes. The huge snake continues hunting them using the heat-sensing organ on its snout. However, the snake's mouth is full of blood, in hopes that all its senses and abilities are now disrupted, which might give them an advantage. In believes the moment has arrived and orders his trained gray eagle, hoping to use the bird as a distraction. The massive bird lets out a loud screech and starts diving in, a nosedive towards the titanoboa at high speed. The gray eagle inflicts serious wounds on the giant snake, forcing it to stop hunting for people and focus entirely on the new threat. The huge golden eagle doesn't fly far. It keeps provoking the giant reptile, trying to lure it as far away from the kids as possible. In adjusts the girl's cloak and tells her they are now relatively safe and that there isn't any immediate threat right now. He leads the girl to where the panda is waiting. The stranger reacts instantly to the appearance of a massive bear. The girl bravely steps forward, unsheathing her swords because she thinks there is a wild animal in front of them, posing a serious threat. In steps forward, claps loudly, and Ampy calmly drops to the ground. This surprises the girl greatly, because she didn't expect the huge bear to obey the young man's orders. The panda shows no aggression toward the girl but looks cautiously in her direction, assessing her intentions. In pets the giant panda, showing that the animal is under control, and tells the stranger that this bear poses no danger to them and is his friend. Suddenly, the girl falls to the ground and begins to bow deeply, murmuring something quietly in Arabic. In exchanges glances with the panda, both are clearly embarrassed and surprised by the girl's strange reaction. The young man decides to put the stranger on Ampy to speed up their progress. But the girl experiences a terrible fear that completely paralyzes her. After a while, the boy manages to calm the girl down, convincing her that the panda is safe. And soon they hurriedly leave the swamp, In plans to find a safe spot and stop for a rest. In takes out his travel bag. There is a deep cut on the girl's arm, and she also has more serious wounds on her thigh that need to be treated and bandaged urgently. The stranger adds wood to the pile, trying to start a fire the traditional way. The boy decides to surprise her. He pulls out a lighter and flicks it on, showing how easy it is to start a fire. The stranger is very surprised. It is evident she has never seen such devices before, and admires the magic of fire in a small box. In sees the girl take a burning log from the fire and immediately realizes that she intends to cauterize her wounds to prevent further infection. He asks the stranger not to do that and proceeds to treat her wounds with antiseptic and a bandage, which will be a more effective and safer treatment. The stranger watches the young man's movements with surprise, and he asks the girl to be patient, warning her that it will hurt a little. The antiseptic treatment causes the girl intense pain, but she endures it with dignity without showing it. In realizes that the wound on the girl's leg is much more serious, and thinks about how to treat it without scaring her with his actions, while still providing the necessary help. The boy points to the wound on the girl's leg and tries to explain with gestures that it needs to be bandaged. The stranger lifts the hem of her skirt and shows the young man the wound on her leg. The boy is quite flustered by what he sees and tries to calm himself down, repeating to himself that he only needs to bandage the wound and provide first aid. He pours the remaining antiseptic onto the girl's wound and waits for her to react appropriately. The girl feels intense pain, but she takes it like a champ, trying not to scream so she doesn't show any weakness in front of the guy. After treating the wound, the stranger's condition improves significantly, and she feels relieved, exhausted from a crazy day. The girl falls asleep under a tree, but it's freezing out, so the guy decides to carry her to the tent. Suddenly, the stranger snaps her eyes open. She misreads the situation and thinks the young man wants to mess with her. A second later, In gets a hard slap in the face. He clearly didn't see that twist coming. The guy is outraged by the whole situation. He tries to explain himself since his intentions were totally noble, Meanwhile, the girl isn't calming down and suddenly strikes with a sword that, miraculously manages to dodge. The stranger, without giving him time to recover, lunges at him and knocks him to the ground while screaming something in Arabic. A moment later, the girl comes to her senses, realizes her mistake, and falls to her knees, sincerely begging the young man for forgiveness for her behavior. In walks the girl to the tent. He doesn't hold a grudge, since he understands that her actions were just reflexes caused by life in the wild. After a while, the girl's stomach starts growling loudly. Suddenly, she starts hitting her own stomach. In asks her to calm down and hands her a handful of smoked wild boar meat, hoping it'll help satisfy her hunger. The stranger accepts the gift and starts bowing again. The guy asks her to stop acting like that and invites the girl to sleep in a sleeping bag. But she refuses and, curling up, covers herself with her thick cloak and falls asleep in a corner of the tent. The guy thinks her cloak is warm enough, so she won't freeze tonight. The next morning, the young man wakes up to a light tap on the head and immediately hears a scream coming from outside. In quickly rushes out of the tent and sees that the girl has gotten into a fight with a gray eagle circling her. In asks her to stop the fight, trying desperately to explain to her that the bird isn't dangerous. A huge golden eagle lands on the guy's hand, which really surprises the girl, since she clearly didn't expect such a connection between a man and a bird. In praises the brave bird for its courage in the battle the day before, highlighting its loyalty and bravery. In tried many ways to establish communication with the girl, but this time everything seemed even harder than with Jessica. The guy decided it would be best to go to the camp, where he could keep trying to communicate in a more comfortable environment. The girls, noticing, in approaching, come out of the cave and greet the young man, interested in his adventures in general, and tells them about his recent adventures, including a battle with a huge snake, and introduces the stranger to them. Jessica thinks the guy likes the girl and points out that these are the kind of girls that probably match his tastes. The stranger greets the group in Arabic and tries to explain with gestures that she considers them sorcerers, which surprises everyone. To an even greater surprise, Jessica suddenly starts speaking to the stranger in her language, explaining that they aren't sorcerers and that this is all a misunderstanding. Ellen wasn't at all prepared for the fact that Jessica knows Arabic, and she shares her surprise with In, who is also amazed by Jessica. After speaking with the stranger, she returns to her friends and tells them she has learned a lot about the girl, which might help them understand her better. She reveals that the stranger's name is Honey, and that she is a member of a famous tribe from a country called Yemen. Jessica mentions that Honey's country was previously under British rule and didn't obtain its independence until August of 1939. Honey's tribe was small in number. They settled near oases and farmed. British soldiers established a garrison nearby and often came to the tribe looking for water and to buy vegetables. One day, the British soldiers, as usual, arrived at the oasis, but discovered that all the settlers had disappeared and that the food on the tables remained untouched. She hints that the tribe also traveled through space and time just like them, and ended up on this island. Jessica tells her friends that she needs to clarify something, and begins to interrogate the girl in Arabic. Jessica reports that In's guesses are correct. Honey confirms that her tribe ended up on this island 3 years ago. Later, the group learns that, according to the girl, a year ago, another group of people arrived on the island in boats, who, upon landing, immediately attacked the tribe for no reason. The young group decides they need to find quickly and join with the remaining members of Honey's tribe so they can act together. Thanks to Jessica's translation, they learned that when the tribe first arrived on the island, its members suffered from a lack of food, and during their search, they stumbled upon a strange fog from which no one returned. After this incident, the tribe advanced along the curtain of fog for a whole week, until they realized that it crossed the entire island, creating a sort of border. The strange fog remains in the same place almost all the time, disappearing briefly only during the change of seasons, only to appear again. In believes that thanks to this fog, they will be safe for the next 3 months. Jessica tells in that Honey believes he is a powerful sorcerer. Based on what she saw, the girl says that Honey is very impressed by the young man's fight with the snake, and is also surprised by his ability to use holy water that stops bleeding. He asks Jessica to explain to the girl that he isn't a sorcerer. He wants to avoid false ideas about himself and not deceive her. Jessica, however, believes it's not worth doing that yet, since her experience communicating with ethnic peoples has shown her that none of them trust strangers. But if the girl considers the young man a sorcerer, it will be easier for him to find a common language with the natives, and considers this situation dishonest toward the people. But the girl claims it is necessary for the common good, deciding that the sorcerer has accepted her. Honey falls to her knees and begins to bow deeply, showing her respect. Jessica advises her friends to learn Arabic and points out that she managed to master it in just 2 months, and that it's not as hard as it seems, and thinks this will take too much time and be tedious. So he asks Jessica to be his translator until they find another way to communicate. A little later, the boy remembers the opportunity to use the system, and he goes to the virtual store to consider buying a package called World Language Encyclopedia. After the discussion, everyone went about their business. Ellen went to make dinner, and decided to go to the river to wash up, since it was late autumn outside, and since the water was still hot. The girls decided to go wash up, since Jessica is the only one who knows Arabic. She took charge of Honey herself, trying to communicate and help her get used to the new surroundings. Jessica notices that besides the fresh wounds on the girl's body, there are plenty of old scars hinting at a rough past. She cleans her wounds carefully, doing her best to prevent any infection. Meanwhile, Helen whipped up a massive dinner with fish, pheasant, and fresh vegetables. They all praise Helen, telling her that her cooking gets better every day, admiring her skills in the kitchen, even in these tough conditions. Honey is clearly blown away by the amount of food. She hasn't seen a table this full in a long time. Her eyes fill with surprise and gratitude. The girl tastes the dishes and realizes it's been ages since she ate something this good. Tears start to well up. She remembers her tribe members who are starving and constantly facing death. At night, decides to pitch his tent outside, near the cave, so he won't disturb the girls. They tried to convince Honey to sleep in a bed, but she fell asleep in a corner of the cave, clutching the hilts of her combat swords, showing her constant alertness and habit of always being ready for danger. The next day, Jessica organized a small class and started teaching Arabic to the others so they could talk to Honey and understand each other better. When class finally ended, stretched with relief and announced that school was out. Since studying isn't exactly his favorite hobby, Helen asks him if he plans to find Honey's tribe, and replies that first, he needs to make some kind of gas mask to cross the swamp. But remembering the giant snake, he immediately changes his mind and proposes an alternative solution, building a raft to sail around the island. And he plans to start gathering wood for it this afternoon with a metal axe. The work moves along steadily, and in no time, the young man manages to chop down quite a few trees. Suddenly, his work is interrupted by Honey, who tracked him down by the sound, and as it turns out, she wants to give him a hand. Honey says something to in her language, but he doesn't understand a word and starts thinking he needs to buy a foreign language encyclopedia from the system as fast as possible, so he can communicate better. He carefully asks the girl if she can work, considering her wounds from the last battle, which seems to cause her great surprise and maybe even a little annoyance. In response, Honey walks up to a tree and, to In's shock, starts chopping the sturdy trunk with power and energy, showing off her resolve and strength. The guy is stunned by how strong she is. With just one hand, the girl brought down a huge tree in no time, and realizes she handled the task way faster than him, even though he was using a metal axe. In 3 days, the group managed to cut down all the trees they needed. Now the next task is smelting steel to make nails for building the raft. Helen and Jessica take the panda and go looking for resources, leaving the young ones to work on the metal smelting. They lit a huge fire over the camp, so the thick smoke would scare away the birds. Pyrite, better known as iron disulfide, melts at a temperature of 1,500 degrees, while the sulfur impurities turn into sulfur dioxide with a very acrid and unpleasant smell. With Honey's help, spins the blades of a homemade fan to increase the melting temperature in the furnace and reach the level required to melt the ore. After a while, the ore melts, and the young man carefully removes the molten mass with tongs from the furnace and proudly informs the girl that the Iron Age has finally arrived on the island and that they are starting a new chapter in their lives. Pyrite contains approximately 1/4 iron, so the actual metal yield isn't much, but it's enough to make nails and start building the raft. The boy thanks the girl for her help and invites her to rest a bit, since the work was hard, after which he plans to ask for her help making the nails, despite the language barrier. And he begins to get used to Honey's company, and they've been spending a lot of time together these last few days, getting to know each other better. The boy remembers that the first time he saw her, the girl looked pale and dirty, but in a couple of days her appearance improved significantly. And now, he notices her cute face and her nice, well-proportioned figure. Honey notices that the boy looks at her intently very often, which doesn't go unnoticed, and she pays attention to this, which embarrasses the young man a little, causing him to blush. The young pair melted the iron and poured it into the mold In had made the day before. After waiting for the metal to cool, they removed the raw piece. During lunch, the girls told In that they had explored almost the entire area around the camp, but found nothing new. They noticed thickets of grapes and pineapples that were already in their camp. If they gathered even more, the fruit would simply go bad. The girls try to figure out how to store fruit for the winter and come to the conclusion that they'll need a cellar to keep it. But In reveals that he has another idea that he thinks is more suitable. In pauses for a moment and then announces to the girls that they'll be able to preserve the fruit. For preservation, they need glass jars. And to make them, they need glass, which is made from silicon. So, the next day, the young ones go to the river to extract this mineral. There was quite a bit of silicon in the river, in large, transparent crystals, which made the task of collecting and sorting easier. The young ones gathered all the pieces most suitable for making glass. While Elena is working, she interrupts her friends in their work and tells them loudly to pay attention to the discovery she has in her hand. The young ones realize that Elena has found a large, shiny gold nugget, which causes joy and surprise in everyone. Honey doesn't understand why the young ones are so happy about this little nugget and walks over to In to show him her find. The boy realizes, with huge surprise, that the girl is holding a giant gold nugget in her hands, weighing over several kilograms. He immediately asks, "Honey, where did you find a nugget this big?" The girl silently points her hand toward the river's flow. The young group starts to realize there might be a gold mine nearby, whose value could reach tens of millions of yuan. Very quickly, Jacek finds a large diamond and reports that it weighs at least 100 carats, and that this stone could be worth more than all the gold they found. The young people are overcome with intense joy. They start thinking the island they landed on is the very same fabled El Dorado that many have dreamed of, but no one has ever been able to find. However, jewels aren't as important right now as the necessary materials. So, after spending the whole morning, the group of young people gathered enough silica and calmly headed back to camp. Besides silica, glass requires other materials. So, In is busy crushing and grinding the shells into powder, which will be used as a binding agent to give the glass strength. Glass, being a silicate with an amorphous structure, doesn't have a specific melting point. However, it requires a temperature higher than 800 degrees to melt, and to reach such a high temperature, Using a compressor is necessary. While In and Honey were melting glass, the girls were making tubes that could be used to blow glass products in the future. In takes the tube and wraps it with a bit of molten glass. Then he tells the girls to watch closely as he inflates the balloon to its final shape. Honey is completely stunned by what is happening. She is amazed by the very idea that a solid stone can turn liquid. Once again, she calls in a powerful sorcerer. In clarifies that while inflating the tube, you must not let the glass cool down. It is also important to rotate it constantly so the circular movements help distribute the liquid glass evenly. Despite all his efforts, he didn't manage to make a decent bottle on his first try. But the system still awarded him 1,500 points for successfully manufacturing glass. Then he asks Ellen if she would like to try blowing plates. The girl happily accepts. Wanting to contribute to this work and learn something new, Jacek hands her some homemade tongs to shape the neck of the bottle. In follows her actions closely. Once again, it becomes clear to him that Ellen has many hidden talents. She was able to make the neck on the first try, giving the product a neat shape. Ellen carefully and with concentration pulls out the liquid glass, trying to achieve an almost ideal shape for the neck. Her actions seem very confident. However, the girl believes her product wasn't very high quality because, in her opinion, she rotated the glass unevenly. The young men think Ellen is underestimating her skills and start praising her, saying her product looks perfect and she did a great job. In starts putting the finished glass in water to cool and harden, and then he intends to cut the bottle using the diamond he found. The girls turn to the boy to ask him to make them a rotating table, which will make working with the pieces easier. In promises to help them with this, and he starts thinking that he's finally racked up enough points to finally buy a world language encyclopedia from the system, which will make communicating with Honey a whole lot easier. Honey is holding a glass bottle in her hands. He has never seen anything like this in his world and considers the young ones true sorcerers, capable of doing incredible things. Jin decides to buy a language encyclopedia from the system. Thanks to it, he instantly starts understanding Honey as if she were speaking Chinese. He decides to pretend that his grasp of Arabic is due to diligent study. The next day, Hassan didn't just continue teaching Arabic to the group, but also helped stoke the furnace flames and learned the best way to blow glass for various products. Jin and Honey kept bringing sand and saltpeter soil to the camp to extract potassium nitrate and manufacture explosives. The guy realizes that bombs are the most powerful weapon on this island, and he would like to manufacture as many as possible. The problem is that the amount of saltpeter soil in the bamboo forest is limited. During lunch, Jin has an unusual idea. They have mastered glass production technology, and now he intends to make a spyglass that could be a huge help for scouting and surveillance of the surroundings. Ellen guesses the guy is going to create a Galileo or Kepler system. She starts talking about how they work and which would be more useful. In the Galileo telescope, the objective is a convex collecting lens and the eyepiece is a divergent concave one. Its main drawback is a very narrow field of view, which limits observation possibilities. All modern optics are based on the Kepler system, in which both the eyepiece and the objective are made of convex lenses, which significantly increases the field of view but gives an inverted image, requiring the installation of additional lenses to correct it. Ellen reports she can make a convex lens, but she needs a rotating mechanism to achieve the desired shape and quality. The next day, Jin makes a round clay block to create a simple rotating mechanism to help the girl with her work. Thanks to this mechanism, the young ones managed to create an ideal funnel made of clay that served as a base for future molds. He carefully polished this mold's surface using a bamboo leaf instead of sandpaper, while giving the funnel's edges the desired curvature. The first copy of the mold turned out great, and there were still 4 more to make. When all the molds were ready, the young ones poured liquid glass into them, and after it cooled down, they glued the glass blanks in pairs to get the necessary lenses. All they had to do was adjust the distance between the lenses to achieve the desired focal length. Normally, the lens's focal length should be greater than the distance between the lenses. Jin, while adjusting the lenses, was amazed by the power of the optical device they created, which allows seeing even small birds perched on nearby trees. Ellen thinks the image is a little blurry, but overall, everything is clearly visible, and the magnification is at least 8 times. Honey is very surprised by this device and tells her friends in Arabic that it is a divine eye. Once the telescope was adjusted to the desired focal length, Jin got the appropriate bamboo tubes to create a durable casing to protect the lenses. He also had several magnifying glasses left over. Using them, the young ones made hand magnifiers with which they could start a fire. Despite having a lighter, they understood that sooner or later it could fail. And in that case, the magnifiers would be extremely useful. All the preparations are complete. And now the guys are ready to start building the raft. The Fieldcraft Encyclopedia listed tons of vessel types, but most were small, like canoes or fishing boats. In is attempting to build a double-hulled raft that'll be more stable and comfortable. Just like the name implies, this raft will be made of 2 parallel hulls, of the same size joined at the bottom, cutting down on water resistance so it doesn't take as much power to move. Helen is shocked to learn that Yasuka, on top of knowing how to fly a plane, also knows how to handle sea vessels, which makes her super useful for this project. After they finished discussing the plans, the young group started building the raft. The design turned out to be pretty simple, and the work moved fast. In took on the task of building a small cabin on the raft so it could protect them from high waves or rain. 1 week later, the vessel was completely ready and successfully launched. It was time to test it out. Honey scans the starry sky with huge curiosity. Using a telescope, silently, the girl thanks the powerful sorcerers for showing her such amazing things she didn't even know existed. The girl sends a prayer to her god, speaking to her father, asking him to wait for them. Believing that salvation is already close, she says with confidence that the sorcerer is coming soon to save everyone. In is lost deep in thought. Helen notices and asks him how he's feeling and what he's thinking about so intently. In admits he's really worried about tomorrow's trip, since it's his first voyage, and he has a lot on his mind. Helen calms him down and reminds him that Yasuka will be with him, and that her navigation skills will make it way easier to face any trouble. A long silence falls over them as the two look closely at each other. The silence is broken by Yasuka, who unexpectedly asks permission to join their conversation. The guys react pretty emotionally to her appearance, since Yasuka is dressed in barely any clothes, which made them super flustered. Early the next morning, having figured out the tide times, the group arrived at the beach. Helen is staying at the camp with the panda. The boy tells her there's enough food at the camp and asks her not to go anywhere unless she absolutely has to. Helen waves goodbye to her friends. They shout for her to take care and tell her they'll be back soon. Even though the guys left Helen at the camp for her own safety, the girl still feels a little bit resentful. She indicates that she doesn't get seasick, but she is still scared of high waves that could flip their raft. Honey is taking this trip calmly, because ever since her people came to the island, they learned to sail and fish. And now sailing is just part of her life. The girl stares silently at the horizon and speaks mentally to her tribe mates. She informs them that she is guiding the saviors to them. Yasuka reports that in this area, you can get caught in a rip current. When a wave hits the rocks, it forms a rip current that rushes from the shore toward another wave. And it's pretty dangerous to be in this zone. The girl asks him not to worry. She takes charge, ready to share everything she knows and answer any interesting questions. By noon, the wind died down and the travelers calmed down. So Jessica ordered the sail lowered. After midday, the wind never came back, so they had to row. Honey didn't have a paddle, so all she could do was watch her friends struggle. Human strength is nothing compared to the power of nature. So the raft moved very slowly. The group was exhausted in just 1 hour, so they decided to rest for at least 30 minutes. When they finally reached the other side of the island, the sun had already set, and they were about to drop anchor to spend the night on the water. Jessica's voice speaks up, estimating that the length of this island is about 350 kilometers. She calculates the remaining distance, based on their raft speed with a steady wind. According to her, they've already covered about half the way to their goal. She tries to keep a positive attitude to support her companions. After a brief discussion, Jessica volunteered to take the night watch, explaining that her sailing experience would let her handle the situation better. She took the shift. The others didn't push back, trusting her completely, and woke up pretty early, disturbed by more than just the rocking motion, but also by a strange noise coming from somewhere outside the boat. In finds out from the girl that she only slept 2 or 3 hours, even though it felt like he slept much longer. To pass the rest of the night, they start chatting, picking topics related to ships and the history of navigation. Jessica is happy to share her rich travel experience, telling many fascinating stories, full of adventures and funny incidents. Ian admits he never suspected how exciting the profession of a paleontologist could be, and that the conversation is opening up completely new horizons. Jessica decides to surprise the guy with her knowledge of creatures, prehistoric ones, and starts talking about animals that disappeared many millions of years ago. They look closely at Honey, who is fast asleep. The girl is so tired that even their lively and loud conversation doesn't wake her up, which brought a faint smile to both their faces. Continuing their lively dialogue, they discuss various topics and finally come to the conclusion that the largest creatures to ever inhabit the earth were giant aquatic birds. The raft rocks slowly on the waves, creating an illusion of serenity all around them. Only the sounds of the water and the echoes of their conversations can be heard, and he notices how deeply Jessica is dedicated to her profession. He sees how her eyes light up when she speaks of ancient beings and how she gestures vigorously with her hands. The next morning turned out to be truly beautiful. The wind kept blowing from sunrise, filling the sail and pushing the raft forward, which cheered everyone up significantly. When the sun began to set slowly in the west, the group, looking through the lens of a telescope, finally saw the shore. Honey, unable to contain her joy, screams out loud and tells her friends that they've finally reached the other side of the island. Relief and pride can be felt in her voice. They anchor their raft and then go ashore, after which they begin to move slowly toward Honey's village. The girl admits she's never been to these places before, so she can't say exactly how far away her village is. She also warns her companions that Vikings usually show up on the coast and can be a real danger, so they have to be as careful and alert as possible. After a good rest, the youngsters continued on their way the next day, and he notices that the trees in this part of the island are noticeably taller. They're thicker than the ones they found before, which fills him with surprise and wonder. Honey is happy when she realizes they're heading in the right direction, and she shares the news with her friends. She says she recognizes the area they're passing through, because she's seen it before. After a while, the gray eagle tells Ian there are dwellings of two-legged creatures nearby. This info makes him wary. Jessica asks Honey why she stopped. Frowning, the girl explains that the guard usually watches the borders, but now there's no one there, which she finds strange and alarming. Ian decides to clear up the situation with the gray eagle, but the bird reports that it sees many two-legged people, which only adds to the confusion. It's not clear if these people are members of Honey's tribe or Vikings. The boy asks the girls to stay still and decides to go to the village alone to scout the situation. However, Honey doesn't listen to a word he says. Suddenly, she rushes off and runs fast toward her village. When Honey reaches the center of town, she sees that all the locals have gathered and are having a tense conversation, discussing what they should do next. The elder tries to calm everyone down, saying that right now they have neither the strength nor the resources to organize a rescue mission. Honey bursts into their circle, shouting loudly to get their attention. People immediately turn their gaze toward her. Many run to her. They crowd around her and start asking where she's been and how she's feeling, and their faces show a mix of joy and surprise at her sudden appearance. At this point, Honey learns that after she went missing, her uncle and the tribe chief also disappeared, and no one has been able to find a trace yet, which only adds to the sadness. The elder says the tribe chief went looking for the missing girl, but was captured by the Vikings, and only one of his squad managed to escape and deliver this sad news. Honey decides to calm down and gather her thoughts to tell her tribesmen that they have the strength and the support that can help save the leader and protect the village. She loudly asks the villagers to be quiet and listen closely so she can clarify the current situation and propose a plan of action. Honey starts talking about how, after she disappeared, no one could find her. She crossed the dead lands and ended up on the other side of the island. The tribe members are amazed by her story and shocked to learn that the other side of the island is similar to where they are, and that the Deadlands simply cut the island into 2 equal parts. Honey continues, saying that on the other side of the island, she met a great wizard who was willing to help them, but many residents doubt her words, dismissing it as just a myth or a fairy tale. A girl walks up to Honey, pats her on the head, and tells her those fantasies are the result of fatigue and the stress she's experienced during this time. A formidable warrior standing nearby speaks up loudly to Honey. He declares that she, being the chief's daughter, is pinning her hopes on non-existent legends, and admits she just wants to take back all the praise he previously expressed toward her. Honey, not losing her confidence, shoots back that she isn't making anything up, and that her encounter with a powerful sorcerer was real. She insists the sorcerer is truly willing to help them get rid of the threat, and that they should. I believe her. A warrior named Can sneers at the girl, asking mockingly, "So where is this great and powerful sorcerer then, if he actually exists?" Suddenly, the conversation is cut short. The people look up at the sky in excitement, seeing a giant eagle dive bombing toward them at high speed. Its majestic appearance triggers fear and panic in everyone. Upon seeing this powerful bird, the residents start sounding the alarm, hoping to take cover as fast as possible to avoid a collision. A few moments later, everyone watches as the eagle lands gently on the young man's hand and obeys him humbly. He turns to the crowd with a faint smirk, asking if they really wanted to see him. The people around him instantly fall, is silent, staring intently at him. They are totally baffled because nobody expected the powerful sorcerer they'd heard about in ancient legends to look so ordinary. In decides to leverage his new status as a sorcerer to control the situation. But he quickly realizes the people aren't convinced of his great power and still doubt his abilities. So, decides to show them magic power, which is actually just science. He whips out a lighter and flicks it on. The villagers are astounded to see fire spring forth from a tiny metal box. To them, it looks like something incredible and completely magical. Feeling on top of the world, smart and cunning, he hears the whispers of the villagers saying the gods heard their prayers and sent them a great sorcerer who is capable of conjuring fire from thin air. The people nearby immediately drop to their knees and begin bowing to the young man, acknowledging his strength and power, which makes him chuckle slightly. However, Can, standing off to the side, doubts whether this sorcerer is truly a messenger of the gods. If so, he must be extremely strong. The man feels a burning desire to test his strength in battle. Honey, for her part, tries to convince her tribesmen that In really is a great sorcerer with incredible power, citing how he tamed a massive bird and managed to take down a giant serpent. She warns that if he wanted to, he could destroy any one of the villagers. After hearing such a declaration, Can's desire to fight the young man only intensifies, and he prepares to challenge him. In realizes that letting any more doubts linger could jeopardize his influence. So he decides to use his cheetah speed ability, which allows him to move at an incredible pace. In a fraction of a second, he rushes toward Can, appearing suddenly right in front of him. Then, points 2 fingers directly at the man's forehead. The villagers are extremely shocked by the insane speed with which the young man closed the distance, whispering that they believe no human is capable of moving that fast. Can is in total shock at what just happened, as he didn't even have time to track the young man's movements, and just like that, he was already right beside him. In calmly states that he intends to use only 2 fingers to test his strength. Provided Khan can actually stand up and accept the challenge. Khan gathers all his strength, but realizes, with horror, that he can't lift himself from the chair. He is being held down by just 2 of the young man's fingers. He continues struggling to rise, but his efforts are in vain. He doesn't understand at all why he can't overcome such a small amount of resistance. Gazing calmly at Khan, asks him if he comprehends the power of the magic he is attempting to resist. The people around them whisper in low voices, sharing their thoughts. Khan has always been considered the strongest warrior in their tribe, but even he is powerless now before the great sorcerer who is using only 2 fingers. After a while, Khan is forced to admit defeat, give up, and announce out loud that he cannot accept the challenge. Suddenly, Khan leaps abruptly from his chair, making wary, as he can't predict what the warrior will do next. But after a moment, the boy realizes with relief that there is no danger. Khan turns around and walks away, depressed, clearly resigned to what has happened. Knows he managed to pin Khan down with just 2 fingers thanks to a simple trick, and it has nothing to do with magical power. It comes down to the biomechanics of the human body. At that moment, the village elder approaches, and, with desperation in his voice, asks him to save their tribe. Jessica steps up to the villagers and declares in a loud voice that the great sorcerer has come here to help them. The elder approaches Jessica, raises his hands in greeting, and respectfully calls her the Great Witch, confirming her special status to the gathered crowd. The villagers standing there whisper, expressing their opinions. The young strangers really do seem like warlocks to them. Their unusual clothes, and the language they speak among themselves, are perceived as divine signs. Jessica is clearly impressed by In's performance, and tells him with a smile that he certainly put on a great show, and could be considered a God-given actor. Suddenly, she asks him how he was able to master Arabic so quickly, to which In responds with a smug smile that it is due to his innate learning abilities. Continuing his manipulations, In raises his hands high, turns to the villagers, and announces loudly that the gods heard their prayers and sent him to save their tribe from all their troubles. The elder tells the young ones that it will soon be dark and invites them to follow him. He would be glad if they agreed to spend the night with him. As they walk through the village, notices that the villagers' houses are mostly round, resembling tents, and look exactly like what Honey described earlier. Soon, the silence and calm of the night settles in. Begins to feel how tired he is, as he has never been the center of so much attention. Honey shares emotionally with her tribesmen the story of how she got into trouble but was saved by the great sorcerer, who used his enormous power to rescue her from danger. She says that when the huge snake was defeated, fire shot out of its mouth, and then it collapsed lifeless on the ground. The girl also shows off a spyglass and reports with pride that the great sorcerer gave her the divine eye, through which she can see far into the distance. One of the men turns to Khan and asks him why he seems so irritated, suggesting that she cannot accept defeat from a powerful rival, which only adds fuel to her inner resentment. The young pair continues, observing the life of the tribe and gradually realizing that there are only a few dozen people here, including the elderly and children. While many warriors have fresh wounds that will clearly affect their combat effectiveness. Suddenly, the tent canopy opens and a little girl appears in the doorway. She says she has brought food and adds that she is very happy to see the powerful sorcerers. Then she respectfully asks them to accept humble gifts. Jessica immediately notices the worry in the girl's eyes. Her heart fills with compassion. She asks the girl what is bothering her and asks her to tell her everything. The girl's eyes fill with tears. She begs the young pair pitifully to help her tribe. Her voice trembles with emotion. Ian tries to calm the girl by leaning toward her and assuring her not to worry. He promises to do everything possible to help the villagers. Suddenly, he remembers there are some supplies left in his bag. He decides to treat the girl to some dried boar meat, hoping to cheer her up a bit and keep her strength up. The girl accepts the gift with obvious joy, because she hasn't eaten meat in a long time. The villagers' diet is extremely meager. During the conversation, Jessica realizes that the little one hasn't eaten for 2 days. This discovery fills her with deep sympathy and sadness, since the situation is much more complicated than she expected. The girl, feeling guilty, apologizes to the young pair for not being able to stop eating so much meat. Ian immediately calms her down, telling her he has more supplies in his bag. As they continue talking, the young pair learns that the tribe was forced to flee their homes in a hurry due to Viking attacks, and therefore they couldn't take enough food with them. Jessica realizes that the tribe's situation is much worse than she thought. There isn't enough food to feed everyone, and the cold only makes the situation worse, because the animals are hiding in their burrows. The village elder appears suddenly in the doorway of the house with some food in his hands. He looks at the girl with interest and asks what she is doing here. Ian asks the elder not to scold the girl. He explains that she only stayed here because he asked her to stay. The elder nods and, wanting to show hospitality, invites the young pair to taste the fruits they gathered today, as well as the rabbit meat that was carefully saved for a solemn moment. However, Ian firmly refuses the offer, saying the tribe doesn't have enough food, and asks the elder to distribute it to his fellow tribesmen, so that they can at least regain some of their strength. He adds that he is really no different from them. He just had the luck to become the chosen one of the gods. He asks him to tell the people that they shouldn't exalt him too much, as this makes him feel uncomfortable. Then he reveals that he has some dried meat in his bag, and asks the elder to take it and distribute it among all the villagers. Tears of gratitude appear on the elder's face as he thanks the young pair from the bottom of his heart for their kindness. The sudden appearance of the great sorcerers from ancient myths delighted and thrilled everyone in the village. They were overjoyed that their prayers had been heard, but at the same time, they were terrified because they didn't know how to treat them, on how to treat sorcerers properly, and how to avoid angering the gods with one's actions. The elder, forced to lead the tribe in the chieftain's absence, was especially worried, since every decision he made affected the fate of every tribe member, and the responsibility weighed heavy on his shoulders. Ian says he can physically feel the weight of his title now, as if every member of the tribe were studying him under a microscope. Jessica smiles gently and tells him not to worry. She reminds him that he isn't alone, and as the old Chinese proverb says, together, they can change the world. Morning comes the next day. The young group steps out of the elder's house. They are immediately struck by the silence that reigns over the village, as if life has temporarily abandoned this place. Ian wonders where most of the villagers could have gone, which worries him, since he wasn't expecting this. Honey, seeing the concern on his face, reports that everyone capable of holding a weapon in their hands has gone to the nearby hills to hunt for food. Just then, an elder approaches the young ones and offers a gift to Ian, saying respectfully that they greatly value his magical food. And so, as a token of gratitude, they gathered fresh fruit for him this morning. The elder hopes to persuade the great sorcerer to join the tribe's warriors and join them in battle, so they can witness his power with their own eyes and be convinced of his strength. He believes this will boost their morale. Jessica quickly realizes that Ian is in a tight spot, and to help him avoid a conflict, she explains to the elder that the great sorcerer expended much of his power when he descended from the heavens, and cannot fight the Vikings in direct combat right now. For the moment, the only thing he can do to help is share his wisdom. Ian is extremely grateful to Jessica for helping him get out of this awkward situation. He believes he must avoid fighting or doing anything that might expose him. Upon learning that the Viking camp is only a day's journey from the tribe's camp, Ian decides to head there with Honey, while Jessica stays with the tribe to assist the locals with urgent matters. Jessica sees them off and begs them to be extremely careful on this dangerous recon mission, her words full of worry for her friends. Past noon, the young pair had moved quite far from the tribe's camp and found themselves in enemy territory. They moved with extreme caution, avoiding any unnecessary noise. and hiding within the shadows of the trees. Fortunately for them, the night passed quietly, and by the next morning, they reached the location of the Viking camp. Using a spyglass, In carefully examines the enemy camp and notices that the Vikings are in peak physical condition and possess a vast amount of iron gear. He reflects that Vikings are famous for their cruelty, often killing or enslaving anyone who stands in their path, and he doubts the tribe's warriors stand a chance against them. At this point, Honey starts getting very excited and points to a spot in the camp and realizes that her fellow tribesmen are being held captive. The prisoners are shackled in heavy metal chains and forced to perform hard physical labor. He also notices the fact that the camp is heavily guarded by a massive number of warriors stationed, not just at the entrance, but on every corner of the camp. He figures there must be some serious threats on this island for the Vikings to guard their settlement so tight. Suddenly, a huge golden eagle starts circling above them, and instantly, he realizes someone is approaching. His worst fears are confirmed, and he immediately orders Honey to hide fast. Soon, blocking their path, appears a large group of Vikings, arguing heatedly about something in Norwegian, shouting and gesturing wildly. Luckily, thanks to his knowledge, he understands their conversation and decides to listen in on what they're discussing. Some of the Vikings, they want to take a break because they're exhausted and need to rest, while the others think they need to follow the commander's orders. After a bit, the argument settles, and the group wins that insisted on resting, leading the Vikings into the shade of the trees. To pass the time, one of the Vikings starts telling a story about how the natives distracted a massive snake, allowing them to escape at the very last second. Some of the Vikings are skeptical of the guy's story, claiming he made it all up and that he's just a coward, trying to make himself look good. The warriors decide to change the subject to rumors about the Fountain of Youth, which they say allows warriors to fight well into old age. They mention their commander has a map of the place. One man reveals the main problem isn't finding the fountain, but surviving the threat of its guardian, the mythical Leviathan of the sacred waters. The warriors reckon the fountain is hidden behind a wall of magical fog that, in their opinion, splits the island in two and hides important secrets from plain sight. One Viking tells horrible stories about encountering this fog, adding that he experienced such horror only once, and he'd never want to go through it again. The squad leader cuts the conversation short, ordering the warriors to stop chatting and get back to duty, and keeps listening closely to the Vikings, hearing them continue to discuss this mysterious fountain of youth. The boy is spooked by the thought that there might actually be magic on this island, that none of this is fiction, but reality. Suddenly, he remembers the map the Vikings mentioned and concludes that they didn't land here by accident. They likely knew about this place all along. Just then, Honey whispers, asking what he's thinking about, and replies that he's mulling over the Vikings' words, trying to find a clue in them that might help them out. She's surprised he understands Norwegian and looks at him with admiration. Says it's down to his divine gift, making Honey respect his abilities even more. At that moment, the young ones hear the Vikings finishing their break and getting ready to move out, following their commander's orders. Meanwhile, a group of people, trying to hide from their pursuers, is fleeing, with one man carrying a wounded comrade on his shoulder. The enraged Vikings sprint after them, hyping themselves up with loud shouts. There's no way they're letting the fugitives get away alive. The man carrying the wounded guy desperately reports that his strength is running out, and anxiously asks what they should do next, because escaping is getting harder by the second. Turns sharply toward the warrior, and with cold determination tells him they have to leave their wounded comrade behind, because it's their only chance to save themselves and escape. He adds that otherwise, the Vikings will capture all of them, and no one will make it out alive. The wounded man begs not to abandon him, saying he doesn't want to die. But doesn't hesitate to reply that if they all get killed, there'll be no one left to protect the rest of the tribe. So they must sacrifice him. Kan asks his comrade to pull himself together and reminds him that he is a warrior and shouldn't fear death. They leave the wounded man. Kan grabs his partner by the hand and orders him not to waste time. He says it's hard, but they're doing it for the tribe's survival. Their actions must be focused on saving everyone. Suddenly, Honey jumps in front of them. The girl draws her war blades and screams out, a battle cry. The next moment, arrows start flying toward the Vikings, many hitting their feet. Kan realizes instantly that the situation has flipped and they have a chance to counterattack. He immediately orders his comrade to do whatever it takes to stop the Vikings from using the horn. Honey runs fearlessly toward one of the Vikings, unleashing a series of rapid strikes. But her opponent turns out to be a pretty skilled warrior. He blocks her attacks and pushes back hard. Kan realizes their stone weapons aren't powerful enough to pierce the strong Viking shields, and he urgently needs to find something to turn the tide in their favor. He speeds up and rushes at a nearby warrior. The Viking starts laughing out loud, thinking a wooden stick can't do any serious damage. Kan lands a powerful, heavy blow. The force of the hit is so massive that it launches the Viking several tens of meters into the air. Despite such an impressive hit, the Vikings aren't scared and continue their attack. Their morale remains unshaken, and they still see their victory as inevitable. He keeps defending against the furious Viking attacks and orders his comrade to try flanking them on the right, hoping this will reveal a weak spot in their formation. However, this tactic fails, and soon all the tribe's people find themselves surrounded by a thick ring of Vikings. At this point, Kan realizes that amidst the confusion, the great sorcerer took advantage of the situation and started saving their wounded comrade, trying to get him away from the battle. Kan quickly makes a decision and gives the order to all his people to feign weakness to draw the attention of the Vikings and give the sorcerer a chance to slip away quietly with the wounded. This tactic works, and he manages to get away to a safe distance with the wounded man. Once they're safe, he tells the man to calm down and stop crying. He tells him they managed to escape and are safe now. The boy realizes that everyone in the tribe has a different attitude toward death. This man is clearly terrified of dying, which is pretty normal. Unlike Honey, who appears very brave and, judging by her actions, has no fear of death. She orders Grego to signal the other men to fall back. Seeing a massive bird in the sky, she realizes the time has come to act with full force. She shouts to her fellow tribesmen that they can fight without holding back their power. A powerful Viking rushes toward Honey at full speed. He brandishes his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. His face shows anger and determination. Using her agility, the girl dodges his attack and immediately strikes back with her combat sword, aiming for the Viking's weak point. At that moment, Kan, armed with his wooden spear, aims to wear down his opponent. He's waiting for him to make a mistake, to deal a precise, lethal blow. A moment later, he notices his opponent hesitate and seizes the opportunity. With tremendous force, he hurls his spear at the Viking. The impact is so powerful that the Viking's helmet shatters. One of the Vikings, realizing the battle isn't going their way, tries to blow a horn to call for help. The tribe's warriors immediately spot this and rush toward the Viking, not giving him time to sound the alarm. Their actions are swift and coordinated. They unleash a series of lightning bolts that destroy the Vikings standing in the way of the lookout. Kan realizes he's out of time and, gathering all his strength, hurls the spear with incredible precision and power. The throw is so powerful that the spear pierces right through the burly man. Before dying, the Viking manages to blow his horn. Kan realizes reinforcements will arrive very soon, which means they need to leave immediately. Otherwise, they'll all die. The tribe's warriors start to hear the sound of a massive number of people moving. This suggests that the Vikings have received the alarm signal and their main force is already heading their way. The tribesmen turn to the young man and report that they've successfully dealt with the advance party. But one of the Vikings managed to sound the alarm, and now they don't know what to do next. Ian realizes their forces are clearly outmatched and suggests finding a secluded spot where they can hide and wait for nightfall, so they can use the darkness to escape. One of the Viking squads discovers the battlefield. The commander can't contain his joy at being the first to arrive. But his joy quickly turns to shock when he sees a large number of dead comrades lying in the clearing. He is stunned that they were killed so quickly and brutally, which makes him reflect on the enemy's power. A nearby Viking lets out a laugh and declares that the dead warriors were weaklings that even natives could defeat. His words are filled with contempt. The squad leader notices a trail of blood on the ground, leading. He heads deeper into the woods, deciding they can follow this trail to track down the fugitives. In turns to the wounded man, he warns him not to make sudden moves, since he's about to apply first aid. Can snaps at the guy to stop his whining and toughen up. The man timidly apologizes, blaming his own weakness for the ambush and the mess they're in now. A squad of natives, led by In, creeps slowly through the thick forest, trying to stay quiet and keep a low profile, knowing that every single footstep could alert the enemy. Luckily, just before it gets pitch black, they stumble upon a hidden cave where they can rest and catch their breath. After all the craziness they went through today, considering how hard it is to track people at night, and with wild beasts roaming the woods, it's unlikely the Fairs Vikings will find their hideout, giving them at least a moment of relief and a sense of safety. Inside the cave, one of the men starts sharing his story. He explains that they couldn't find food near the tribe's camp, so they ventured out too far. That's when the Vikings jumped them, realizing everyone is exhausted and starving. He mentions he's got some jerky left in his bag and pulls it out without hesitation. Famished, he starts wolfing down the meat. Then he notices Can isn't touching his share and asks why. Can just shoots him a glare. The guy doesn't get what the problem is. In his mind, if you don't eat everything you're offered, the great sorcerer might get offended and forsake them. Can tells the wounded man he's acting pathetic, and that his carelessness is the reason they walked into an ambush. His voice is dripping with irritation and bitterness. In watches the natives closely, especially Can, and realizes that despite his difficult personality, he's not actually a bad guy. He's willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the tribe, and that commands respect. The next morning, before the sun even comes up, the squad leaves the cave and continues the trek home. But to their surprise, the journey back was easier than expected. The Vikings didn't chase them, and, thanks to Grey Eagle's help, they made it back to the tribe without any trouble. One of the warriors tells In that the Elder and the High Witch were extremely worried about him. In fills Jessica in about the Viking camp, mentioning they've got a massive force, numbering several hundred strong, which makes a head-on clash almost impossible. Hearing about the Vikings both excites and terrifies Jessica. She admits that she'd much rather be finding their skulls at an excavation site, instead of meeting them face to face. In adds that he overheard the Vikings talking and found out they ran into a titanoboa. But besides the giant snake, they also mentioned the mythical Leviathan, which has him worried. Jessica responds by briefly sharing the ancient legend of the Leviathan, suggesting there might even be whales near the island. She tries to calm him down, telling him not to stress about it. Even if there are whales in the ocean, it's unlikely they can get close to the shore, so they won't pose any threat. Her words don't exactly put In at ease. He feels that until they get more intel, it's best not to set sail and avoid taking any unnecessary risks. Jessica, watching his expression with surprise, can't believe the guy is actually starting to believe in powerful mythical creatures and some sort of magical spring. The Fountain of Youth, he claims, is an ancient pirate legend saying that just one sip from the fountain can grant a person eternal life, making it the subject of many myths. According to the legend, someone tried to steal and hide this spring. He found a magical bowl that could store anything inside it, and he hid the sacred spring right in there. After which, that person vanished without a trace. Taking the bowl with him, Jessica bursts out laughing. Ian asks her with a hint of irony if she really believes in these childish fairy tales. Her laughter rings out loud and carefree, which confuses the guy a bit. Ian decides to change the subject and asks her about the situation going on in the village, since he figures she spent a long time here and should have some useful intel. Jessica sighs as she reports that the situation in the village remains grim, since most of the people, from the elders down to the children, spend the majority of their time just trying to find food. And even then, they barely manage to scrape by. Ian realizes the tribe's productivity is extremely low and believes the most important thing right now is solving the food crisis, so the tribe can survive. He tells Jessica that he's found a way out of this mess. And with a smile, he adds that he plans to borrow enough food from the Vikings that he won't have to return later. Sitting on the ground, the guy starts drawing a map of the Viking camp in the sand and explains that in the western part of the camp, there are mess halls or warehouses where they most likely store a lot of food. Ian plans to lure the Vikings out of the camp, at which point an infiltration team can enter the warehouse, free the prisoners, and seize the supplies to provide the tribe with everything they need. Jessica agrees that this plan might work, but points out that it's extremely complicated and comes with its own risks. She doubts that all the Deverett Vikings will just leave the camp. Obviously, someone will stay behind to guard it. She also asks what they're supposed to do about the metal chains that the prisoners are shackled with, because that's a serious problem. And without the right tools, it's impossible to free them. Ian looks at her in silence and says with confidence that the metal chains are his department, and that he has a solid plan for dealing with them. Later that night, the village elder treats the young ones to fresh rabbit meat. Ian, eating it with a hearty appetite, realizes the only thing missing is salt and seasoning. The group heads over to the elder to ask if there's an artisan in the village. This question takes him by surprise. The elder decides to lead them to a house on the outskirts of the village and introduces them to a craftswoman named Lux. He proudly informs them that she is the best artisan in the entire tribe, and that her work has helped them more than once. In most difficult situations, they've always turned to Lux. She is a girl with exceptional skill in crafting various objects, and even the stone spears sharpened by her hands have a razor-sharp edge. The girl is so absorbed in her work that she pays no attention to the people nearby. The old man is about to call out to her, but In stops him, wanting to observe her skills. Alux delicately sharpens the stone spearhead, and then skillfully binds it to the wooden shaft. Her movements are precise and sure, showing her vast experience and skill. After examining her product, Alux is clearly satisfied with the result, but she notes that next time, she'll make an even better spear. Suddenly, Alux gets startled. She realizes people have been standing next to her for a long time, watching her work intently. Her eyes go wide with surprise. In rushes to calm the girl down. He asks her not to be nervous, tells her he admires her skill, and says he has a request. In explains that he needs a vessel for a special liquid, connected by tubes, describing what seems to be some kind of bottle with catheters for reagents. This piques Alux's interest. The girl, smiling, agrees to take on the job, and promises to craft him perfect vessels using all her skills to achieve the best result. Then In turns to the old man and asks him if there is a large quantity of bone remains somewhere in the village. This makes the old man clearly surprised and even a bit wary. The elder, not quite understanding why this is necessary, assumes the great sorcerer wants to use the skulls of his enemies to inflict a deadly curse on them, or perform some kind of terrifying ritual. Smiling, In says that any bone will do, not necessarily human ones. This bewilders the elder even more, who starts thinking the sorcerer might be calling spirits from the sky down to earth with the help of these bones. Jessica, realizing the situation is getting awkward, decides to smooth things over by confirming the elder's guesses and, a bit slyly, informs him that the bones are indeed needed for a powerful ritual. The elder informs them that animals, according to their beliefs, are the spiritual incarnation of the earth, and therefore, for a long time, they collected their bones and stored them in the burial mound, located on the outskirts of the village. He leads the young ones to the mound. The man hopes these bones will be used in a magical ritual that will help the tribe defeat its enemies and protect his people. In thanks the elder for his help and tells him he doesn't need to stay with them any longer, and that he'd probably prefer to return to his own affairs while he handles his sorcery. The young ones are left alone. Jessica, with evident surprise, asks in why he needed the bones, and explains that he intends to use a mixture of bone meal, charcoal, and quartz sand to create phosphorus through a chemical reaction. It's a substance that will help them carry out their plan. There is no quartz sand around the village, so In decides to ask Ellen for help. He writes her a note and sends a message, using a gray eagle. After this, the young ones decide to explore the village surroundings in hopes of helping the forting residents find food and seeing what resources can still be used here. As they move forward, In realizes that he had previously underestimated the gravity of the situation. Nothing edible crosses their path, probably because the tribe members have already picked clean everything that could be found near their camp. Suddenly, a man approaches them, waves his hand, and greets the young ones loudly, calling them great sorcerers. With a voice full of respect and admiration, In asks the man what he's doing out here and asks about his well-being. Since this is the same man who got hurt in the last battle, he wants to make sure he's recovering. The man starts saying he's looking for something edible to help the tribe. In's attention instantly shifts to the large leaf the man is holding in his hands. When the boy asks him about it, the man explains that he picked this leaf to make a sun hat and doesn't get why the great sorcerers are so interested in this apparently useless plant. Joy overwhelms the young ones when they simultaneously realize the leaf belongs to a plant called taro, an edible plant that can help the tribe solve its food problem. And he asks a local resident exactly where he picked this leaf. The man explains that there's a large clearing nearby where a huge amount of these plants grow. Soon they reach this massive clearing. Many taro plants are growing there. This discovery fills them with hope. The tribe has a real shot at overcoming their food shortage. Taro is a perennial tropical plant, edible with tubers that shouldn't be eaten raw, as it causes burning and vomiting. In thinks the clearing with so many plants is a huge find. Taro tubers are rich in protein and fine-grained starch, which the body can absorb at 98%, helping the tribe get the nutrients they need. The man tries to talk the young ones out of it, claiming this plant isn't edible and causes terrible pain and vomiting. Since he had a bad experience with the leaves, to his surprise, In describes in detail the sensations that come from getting poisoned by this plant's leaves. In explains that the plant is poisonous only in its raw form, and if its tubers are boiled, they become tasty and very healthy. The man is clearly shocked. He admits he didn't even know the plant was edible. He had already tried the leaves, which caused poisoning and nasty side effects. Filled with inspiration, the man starts energetically ripping off leaves. But In stops him and explains that only the tubers can be eaten, and the leaves have zero nutritional value. The villager still doesn't quite get it and starts pulling apart the shoots from the leaves. In pulls the tubers from the ground and explains to the man once again that the edible part is the one growing underground. Then everyone starts harvesting the plant's tubers, and since they didn't bring bags with them, they have to use their clothes to carry the tubers back to camp. The old man holds a huge tuber in his hands, staring at it, completely surprised, unable to hide his excitement. Seeing this, Lux asks the elder if these tubers are actually edible. His voice is full of curiosity and doubt. The young group light a fire and place a large jar of water over it to boil the tubers, proving they are safe to eat. Once boiled, the tubers taste much better, but the villagers don't have steaming baskets. So In decides to simply toss them straight into the boiling water, which turns out to be a pretty effective method. The tubers would take over 10 minutes to cook, and while they simmered, the villagers couldn't take their eyes off the steaming pot. When the tubers were finally ready, In lifted the lid and told the villagers they could now taste the taro plant's harvest. One of the men notices that the cooked tubers look different now, and adds that they're giving off a really nice smell, sparking surprise and interest among the crowd. In catches the pleasant aroma too, and it whets his appetite. Since he hasn't eaten starchy foods in a long time, the villagers sincerely thank the great sorcerers and start passing the hot tubers around. Once the tubers cooled down a bit, the villagers began to taste them cautiously. After a moment, they realized this food wasn't just tasty, but also safe. This filled them with happiness. The elder speaks to the young heroes, telling them it all seems too simple to be true. Tears well up in his eyes. He admits he can't believe the tribe has suffered from hunger for so long, when such massive food reserves were right here. The young group is proud to have saved the tribe from starvation. It gives them strength and confidence. The tribe elder drops to the ground and begins to bow deeply before the young heroes, expressing his profound gratitude for their help. In asks him to stand up, explaining there's no need for such ceremonies, adding that after they eat, they'll need to start preparing more tubers. Just then, other villagers approach the clearing. They immediately catch the pleasant scent and ask with interest what's cooking in that huge pot. In tells them food is currently being prepared for everyone in the village, that there's enough for everyone, and no one will go hungry ever again. Jessica then tells the residents that the plant's tubers are edible, and she shares recipes on how to cook them, explaining the best way to use these valuable resources. The people can't believe that such accessible and nutritious food has been right under their noses this whole time, and now they'll never go hungry again. Their eyes fill with joy. One of the men thanks the young group for securing such a huge amount of food for the tribe. The elder addresses his tribe, saying the great sorcerer has rewarded them with food, and they should thank him for it. He asks everyone to stay silent, as he intends to give a speech. Everyone freezes, anticipating his words. In declares that the villagers will never starve again, and orders the lid of the massive pot to be opened. The villagers begin to sing loudly, cheerfully throwing their hands in the air, expressing their joy and jubilation. Their voices blend into a single chorus of gratitude and admiration. Everyone starts tasting the tubers and is happily convinced that this food isn't just tasty, but safe to eat too. This finally strengthens their faith in the great sorcerers. Honey walks up to In, with a girl standing behind her. Honey says she wants to talk to him. The little girl thanks the young man for all the help he gave the villagers, and asks him to please accept the homemade amulet she made with so much love as a gift. In accepts the gift and thanks the girl, affectionately patting her head. This makes her smile happily. The locals watch this moment intently. Many of them previously thought the sorcerer would only pursue his own selfish goals, but now they see he cares about them and is friendly just like them. Just then, Can nervously bites into a piece of taro and tells his friend that the young man looks nothing like the great sorcerer from the prophecy. The villager, hearing this, replies to Can that he shouldn't be so judgmental and insecure, because the young sorcerer's actions speak for themselves. Even though the tribe's taro harvest will last a long time, the threat to the village still remains. The Vikings continue searching for their location and closing in on their living space, and invites the residents to start building boats right now, so they can quickly leave this place and find a safer shelter, protected from attacks. He also says he has a plan to rescue the captive inhabitants from the hands of the Vikings. They need to agree on the location beforehand, where the boats will be on the day of the rescue, so they can link up and immediately set sail, without wasting a second. After the meeting, the tribe members, led by the elder, head down to the beach where the young group had previously landed. This beach is surrounded by forest and lies on the opposite side of the Viking camp, making it an ideal place to build vessels. Alux tells In that she has produced the items he asked for, and hands them over. The quality of these instruments turns out to be excellent. The girl adds that, since the great sorcerer needed these items, she decorated them with ornaments, hoping he would like them. Jessica after examining the items. Cannot help but admire the quality of the ceramics, and adds that these things are even better than the ones made by Helen. Her voice is filled with sincere respect for Alux's craftsmanship. After all, the equipment was ready. In went to the beach to collect shells. After grinding the burnt shells, he obtained calcium oxide. He quenched the calcium oxide with water and obtained calcium hydroxide. During this time, Jessica evaporated a large amount of seawater to get magnesium chloride hexahydrate. In simple terms, a concentrated saline solution. Once both components were ready, all that remained was to mix them. The water contained many metal salts, which had to be partially removed through a chemical reaction. In carefully filters the potassium chloride solution through the cloth, separating it from the magnesium hydroxide precipitate. While the filtration was happening, Jessica took the battery out of her backpack and got ready for the electrolysis. In strains the previously filtered hydroxide precipitate and neutralizes it in the resulting hydrochloric acid, which results in a pure magnesium chloride solution. Finally, the resulting solution is evaporated to produce solid magnesium chloride, and then it is heated until the solid magnesium chloride turns liquid, at which point the chlorine escapes, leaving only white magnesium powder. In wipes the sweat from his brow and tells the girl he's glad they've finally completed the entire process. Yasuka can't wait to test out the result as soon as possible. She scoops a bit of the resulting substance onto a stick, while In brings a lighter close to her. At that exact moment, a brilliant flash of fire sparks up, blinding the youngsters. For a moment, everything around them seems wrapped in light, taking them completely by surprise. One of the local residents manages to catch a glimpse of this and feels a terrible dread, thinking the great sorcerers really live up to their name and that their magic is truly powerful. The party continues in the village. The hungry residents finally eat their fill of boiled tubers. Alux arrives at the house where In is staying and asks the young man how she can help, eyes full of curiosity, mentioning that the master had summoned her for an interesting matter, and asks her to take a look at the drawings on his table. In explains that the sketches show a special mount called Zippus, and asks the girl if she can build it, since it's crucial for his future plans. Alux studies the diagram intently. A look of sheer surprise crosses her face. She says it's an excellent fastening system. She finds it amazing that it's possible to reliably join pieces of wood without any rope. Alux hesitates a little about her skills, since her tribe has very few cutting tools, and this will require a lot of precision to ensure that all the joints are strong and secure. Yasuka tries to reassure the girl, telling her that this fastening system won't be used everywhere, but only where it's truly necessary. He adds that they have 5 whole days to build it, and informs Alux that starting today, the raft construction rests on her shoulders, emphasizing that this is key to the entire tribe's survival. So she has to do her best. A gray eagle appears, high in the sky, and rapidly approaches the village, carrying a large basket in its massive talons. It notices the bird approaching, and looking at the basket in its talons, he realizes that Ellen has successfully completed the task, filling him with satisfaction. He carefully inspects the contents of the basket and sees a large amount of laboratory glassware, crafted by Ellen. He can't believe she completed the job in just a couple of days with such high quality. The young man decides to start preparing white phosphorus immediately. First, he needs to grind the burnt bones into a fine powder to get the necessary material. Then he mixes bone meal with quartz sand and charcoal, and begins heating the mixture to a high temperature. Under high heat, the quartz and calcium phosphate from the bones react with calcium peroxide, and the charcoal reduces them, leading to the formation of a gas fraction. These gaseous vapors pass through to the water and settle within it as flakes of white phosphorus. White phosphorus is incredibly toxic, so one must keep a safe distance, as there is a risk of death. Yasuka understands that they're going to make matches with white phosphorus, but warns that those matches won't be safe due to the properties of the substance white phosphorus. It has a super low spontaneous combustion temperature, meaning a fire can start, even at around 40 degrees. And just a bit of friction, even matches rubbing together in a box, can spark a sudden fire. In knows all the properties of white phosphorus inside out and says he needs to make safety matches to avoid the risks that come with using it. Safety matches were invented in Sweden in 1844 by Gustav Erik, who managed to change the phosphorus composition. The main difference between old and new matches is that the main ingredient in safety matches uses red phosphorus as the fuel. Unlike white phosphorus, red phosphorus can only ignite when it touches a special surface, coated with a layer of that same red phosphorus, which makes using it way safer. And burning it doesn't release toxic gases. And to make red phosphorus, you just have to heat white phosphorus to 300 degrees, without any air access. For this, the fire's combustion temperature will be enough to make safety matches. In starts prepping potassium chlorate. So he needs to dissolve the problem hydroxide in water and mix it with the solution left over from making magnesium. He takes chlorine from electrolyzing seawater and adds it to a heated potassium chloride solution. Then he produces potassium chlorate and adds hydroxide to the mix. Potassium chloride turns out to have poor solubility, so the potassium nitrate he used earlier came in handy. With that, he can cool the solution and prep it for later. When the work's done, the only thing left for the youngsters is to grab some wood, dry it out, and shape the right sticks for the matches. You can tell that he feels genuine joy when he says that they made their very own safety matches, and his eyes are shining with delight. To make match heads, you need a sticky base. The glue-in made earlier from wild boar bones is perfect for this. He mixes sand, sulfur, and bone glue in the right ratios. Then, in adds the most important ingredients, potassium, chlorate, and red phosphorus. The kids have almost everything ready. They just need to make a striking surface. He points out that the time has come to test the results of their many hours of hard work. With a voice full of excitement and anticipation, he strikes a match on the prepared surface, and it instantly ignites with a bright flame, lighting up their faces. Jessica is in a great mood. She happily hugs in and shouts with joy because their efforts paid off exactly how they hoped. However, the chemical experiments don't end there. He says he needs to produce aqua regia, which will take a bit longer. He starts by heating sulfur, which lets him produce large amounts of sulfur dioxide, which he then dissolves in hot water to produce sulfuric acid. After that, they add powdered potassium nitrate to the sulfuric acid. Then he cools the reaction tubes with cold water, causing the gas to liquefy and turn into nitric acid. After a while, the nitric and hydrochloric acids are ready, and now In can produce aqua regia whenever he needs it. So, the work is done for today. Meanwhile, the villagers aren't wasting time either. They're busy working rafts that they will use to leave their current location. The work is moving at full speed. Honey looks around the nearby forest and notices the young men approaching them. Her face lights up with a smile. She throws her hands up high and greets them, calling them great wizards. Honey reports that she feels much better, and that, after the divine healing of her wounds, only small scars remain, which was a true miracle for her. Alux reports that 6 rafts have already been built, and asks the young men to inspect them to check their reliability and suitability. In climbs onto one of the rafts, examines it carefully, and comes to the conclusion that the structure seems strong and stable. He thanks Alux for the work they have done, but adds that they must also consider the prisoners they plan to free. So the current number of rafts might not be enough for everyone. The next morning, In gathers all the villagers in the central clearing, and asks everyone to approach the girl and take the box one by one. He informs them that this product is called matches, and that the residents will now to be able to use them to start a fire easily. The villagers look at the strange objects in surprise, not understanding how they can create fire. Their eyes are filled with bewilderment. A girl lights a match on the box and holds up the burning matchstick. Her face lights up with surprise and joy. All the villagers instantly gather around her. They are stunned by how the fire appeared out of nowhere. Honey declares that this fire is a great miracle and, although it looks a lot like common fire, she is inclined to think it is magical. Smiling, she says that anyone can use matches and asks everyone to watch her closely while she demonstrates exactly how to do it, and shows the residents that the process is very simple. You just have to swipe the head of a match along the striker on the side of the box. With a quick and confident movement, the villagers repeat her actions, and are surprised to discover that each of them is capable of lighting a fire this way. They are sincerely happy and exchange impressions, telling each other that with these little wooden sticks, starting a fire will be much faster and more convenient than before. Dan looks thoughtfully at the burning match. His face expresses mixed emotions. His colleague asks him what he thinks about this object. Dan is visibly nervous. His irritation is visible to the naked eye. But he admits that the matches are a very useful and effective way to start a fire. He informs the villagers that they have been working hard all these days to build the rafts and that everything is now ready to complete their rescue plan. The people chant loudly and wave their hands. Their faces glow with joy. They believe that as long as the great wizards are with them, they are destined for success and no enemy can stop them. The elder addresses the audience and says that for a long time, they had wanted to save their fellow tribesmen, but clearly understood that their strength was not enough. The Vikings would simply kill everyone. But now the situation has changed, because the great wizards are by their side, and this inspires confidence in them. The elder decides to send the twins, a brother and a sister, two fearless and beautiful young people who understand each other perfectly, and whose main weapons are bows. Also sent to the liberation operation is the oldest warrior of the tribe, who is about 40 years old and fights with double axes, demonstrating incredible strength and dexterity. He believes that Honey's participation in the team will be very useful, since their skills and courage could play a decisive role in the mission's success. Ian gathers all the rescue team members and tells them his plan to free the hostages in detail. After the meeting, Jessica walks up to Ian and asks if he's nervous. Her eyes are filled with worry because the situation calls for great courage. Ian replies that the word nervous clearly isn't enough here, because his feelings run much deeper. Jessica, understanding exactly what's worrying the boy, decides to clarify if he has enough determination to kill a person, if the circumstances require it. Her voice sounds serious. Ian realizes that nothing can be hidden from Jessica, and he responds with restraint that he hopes his plan, if everything goes well, means there won't be any Vikings there when they infiltrate the camp. Jessica says that in nature, even animals kill each other, and that in a situation where people's lives are at stake, the slightest hesitation could be fatal. Jessica's words, which make Ian tense and even scared, echo in his head. She adds that no matter what the Vikings look like, the human blood on their hands turns them into true demons. Jessica hugs Ian tightly. She wants to believe in his strength and ability to overcome fear. The night turns out to be very cold. The Vikings light a fire to warm themselves. One of the Vikings complains about his bad luck, since he had to stand guard outside the camp. His partner orders him to stop whining and adds that if they were in the search party, much worse things would have happened. The Viking tells his partner a terrible story about how his captain once threw a man into the sea who dared to argue with him. Suddenly, the Vikings on duty notice a bright light shining directly toward the sky and begin to speculate that it might be the fountain of youth. The watch group lights torches and intends to inform their captain immediately about the strange light, not wanting to leave this event unattended. At this moment, the Viking captain is near the shore, immersed in the process of fishing. His gaze is focused on the water. Silence reigns all around. The silence is broken by a small nibble. The fishing rod begins to move, and the captain realizes the fish is hooked. Suddenly, a fin appears from the water, approaching the spot where the captain is fishing at high speed. The Viking captain smiles wickedly and says in a low voice that it's finally here. With his eyes shining in the moonlight, the man suddenly springs to his feet and yanks the fish that caught his hook. His movements are fast and sure. At that moment, a huge shark leaps from the water, intending to devour its prey, its fin shining under the moonlight, creating a breathtaking sight. But it's just a trap. The Viking captain grabs a sharp metal harpoon and aims at the shark. The next moment, the man throws the harpoon with tremendous force toward the shark. The captain is distracted from hunting the shark because he's drawn by the shouts of people approaching him. The Viking lookouts run toward the captain's bodyguard, a grim man with metal claws on his hands, looking at them with disgust and asking what they need. The Viking captain is visibly annoyed because he got distracted. His fishing trip today was ruined, and he expresses his displeasure. One of the lookouts tells him they have good news. His voice shakes as he realizes the captain is in a foul mood. The captain demands to know exactly what kind of news gave him the nerve to ruin his catch. After all, he has warned him more than once not to distract him with nonsense. A terrified sentry informs the Viking captain that he spotted a strange light in the nearby forest, and they believe it might be the Fountain of Youth. The captain casually shoves the Viking aside, shooting him a scornful look, and agrees that this news is actually worthy of his attention. The captain gazes toward the dark forest and is surprised to see a brilliant beam of light blasting from the trees into the sky, which instantly grabs his attention and sparks his curiosity. The Viking group lights torches to illuminate their path and immediately heads toward the unknown light source, their eyes gleaming with the anticipation of potential treasure. At this moment, other Vikings are discussing their comrades' actions, shocked by their haste, because the captain hasn't even given the order yet, and they have already bolted decisively toward the woods, hoping to pocket the loot for themselves. The Viking captain stares straight ahead. His eyes glow with confidence, his gaze filled with focus and a thirst for success. He is ready for any challenge. The Vikings watch in awe as the bright beam of light, shooting out from the thicket, begins to move. This spectacle completely captures their attention. They are fascinated by this phenomenon and believe the light source is magical in nature, which only fuels their interest and desire to discover what it is. The warriors decide that under no circumstances should they miss this phenomenon, and they intend to follow the light. In watches, the Viking camp closely and sees how the warriors gather into squads and begin to head deep into the forest, leaving part of the camp unprotected. The guy expected that. After tying the lantern to the gray eagle's body, the Vikings would notice the anomaly and follow it. But he never imagined that about 20 warriors would stay behind at the camp. He orders the archers to hold their position and keep their torches ready so that, if any trouble arises, they can cover the main group with arrows. In suggests flanking the Viking camp and approaching it from the rear. In is totally shocked by the speed and skill with which Can leaps over the enemy camp's massive stockade. In himself can also jump walls 3 meters high. But to do that, he has to activate his cheetah speed skill. But here, an ordinary person pulls off that maneuver without much effort. He is surprised even more by Honey, who displays incredible agility and strength. She easily hops over the high fence, her movements looking completely natural. In realizes he has no choice but to activate the cheetah speed skill and follow his comrades, trying to keep up and maintain the general pace. The scouts move in small lines across the field, hiding behind cover. According to their intel, the room with the prisoners is located in the southwest part of the camp, and they head straight for it. The villagers ask in why he stopped. The guy explains that he has doubts, since there used to be guards in this spot, and their absence seems suspicious to him. After a short time, they reach the target building and force open the massive doors. Inside, they discover a large number of cells containing captive villagers, with faces full of exhaustion and shock. The captives are surprised to see their relatives and ask them what they are doing here. Can replies with confidence that they have come to save them. His voice is full of determination and confidence, and this instills hope in the hearts of the captives. Honey runs to her surprised father and tells him that the great sorcerer will soon free everyone, and he orders Khan to stand guard and keep watch for the enemy's approach. Meanwhile, he prepares to mix aqua regia to use it for opening locks. Aqua regia is an acid based on a mixture of hydrochloric and nitric acids, and although mixing them is pretty simple, it's very risky. Both acids are extremely caustic, and a drop on the skin can eat flesh right down to the bone. Ian approaches the cages that are locked with huge padlocks, secured with metal chains, and warns the villagers to stay away from the hissing liquid and not to touch it under any circumstances. He pours acid onto the metal objects. The chains begin to melt instantly, which amazes the leader, who can't believe his eyes and considers the young man a true great sorcerer. After Ian manages to melt the locks on the cages, he frees the prisoners from the chains that bound their arms and legs. All the prisoners are finally freed from their chains, and he orders them to leave as quietly as possible, so as not to draw unnecessary attention. The villagers exit the room and hear the loud sound of a horn. The tribe leader wonders how the Vikings could have known about the escape. The twins, who remain on the camp's outer perimeter, watch closely as a group of Vikings approaches the building holding the prisoners. They decide to coat their arrows with magic dust made by the great sorcerer to distract the Vikings' attention. This strategy works, and the Viking squad stops for a moment, staring at strange burning arrows flying through the dark night sky. One of the arrows hits the warehouse, which instantly catches fire. The Vikings begin to panic, because all their food supplies for the winter are stored in this building, and the loss of these supplies could be a real disaster for them. The Viking captain orders his subordinates to immediately start putting out the fire. A moment later, he notices the captives are trying to get over the high fence. This angers him. The Viking captain is sure the natives won't be able to outsmart him. The great hunter, Ian, notices the pursuit and realizes that the Vikings were much smarter and more organized than he thought, and his face shows growing concern. He tells his friends to hurry. The emaciated prisoners try to get over the high fence as fast as possible. Their movements are heavy and clumsy. Ian understands that their escape speed, it will be extremely slow because the exhausted people cannot quickly jump over the walls and move with ease, which makes his task much harder. The young man understands he needs to stop the enemy to give the prisoners a chance to escape. He takes a homemade explosive device out of his bag, lights the fuse, and when it's half burned, abruptly throws the explosives toward the approaching Vikings. The enemy warriors stop for a moment, surprised by the young man's strange actions, and look with suspicion at the burning object flying in their direction. A homemade explosive lands very close to the Viking squad. They stare in shock at the burning fuse. After a few seconds, a massive explosion rips out, shaking the entire area. The enemy warriors are completely stunned by the chaos. The blast leaves them blind and deaf, and they just can't wrap their heads around what happened. The prisoners are totally stunned by the event too, but Ian urges them not to waste time and to keep running. Ian knows he can't defeat all the Vikings with a single makeshift explosive, but he hopes to keep them at bay for at least a while, to give his men a fighting chance. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy impact rings out, and a Viking goes flying out of the thick wall of smoke at high speed. Ian and Can are completely baffled. They have no clue what's going on. Can senses the imminent threat and rushes to shield the young man with his body. His face shows determination and a willingness to sacrifice himself. At that same moment, a Viking captain charges out of the smoke clouds toward them, sprinting with two axes in his hands, with eyes full of rage. He confidently tells the fugitives that those cheap tricks won't stop him. The captain closes in on Can and lands a powerful blow with his battle axe. His strength and skill make the attack deadly. Can barely withstands the blows, struggling to hold off the captain and protect his comrades, with hands shaking from the tension. Meanwhile, the rank and file Vikings gradually regain their senses. They slowly pick themselves up from the ground. Many of them complain that they're completely deaf and can't hear a thing. Ian decides to throw another homemade bomb at his opponents to ramp up their shock. and stop them from recovering and attacking again. The Viking captain orders his subordinates to destroy the fugitives, promising a reward of 10 coins for the head of every native killed. The Vikings receive this news with joy and run screaming toward the wall the fugitives are trying to scale. Their greed and desire for the reward drive them to act without hesitation. In looks at them with scorn, thinking they're idiots for risking their lives for precious metal. He decides to toss another homemade bomb at them. However, one of the enemy warriors deflects the flying explosives with his hand, which is equipped with long metal claws. The bomb flies off to the side and explodes without harming the enemy. The Vikings keep approaching the wall. Honey runs decisively toward the man with the claws. She repels his attack, saving In's life. The girl asks In to help her father and adds that she can handle this warrior on her own. In is desperately trying to find a way out of this situation, realizing they have little time, and his mind is working in overdrive. At that moment, a swarm of fire arrows appears in the sky. The Vikings notice them and quickly raise their shields in front of them. This attack came at just the right time. The burning arrows temporarily halted the Vikings' assault, allowing the fugitives to gain precious seconds. The arrows were wrapped in skins soaked in white phosphorus. Upon hitting the target, the flames spread rapidly, setting the enemy's clothes on fire and causing severe damage. In realizes his chance has come. Even though he's inferior to the Vikings in close combat, with the Sagittarius blessing skill, he can take them out easily. The guy hits his opponents with precise shots. The arrows strike the Vikings' legs, incapacitating them and making it impossible to continue the battle. One of the warriors spots the shooter and screams at his comrades that they must grab the young man in the strange clothes immediately. Some of the enemies circle the building from the side to sneak up on In, standing by the fence, catches movement in his peripheral vision, and instantly spins around. A huge warrior is rushing him, raising a giant axe to strike. His silhouette looks menacing against the dark sky. Suddenly, the axe blow is blocked by a metal chain, sending a shower of bright sparks into the air. The tribal leader rushes to In's aid just in time. He tells the guy to handle the escapees, while he goes to stop the enemy himself. The man calls out to In, the great sorcerer, and reaches out a hand to help him over the wall. In grabs the man's arm, and with his help, climbs the high wooden fence surrounding the camp. The tribal leader is fighting an uneven battle against superior enemy forces, and his movements are full of courage and determination. He skillfully whips the Vikings with pieces of his metal chains. Every time the frightened enemies retreat, unable to withstand his power. The fierce resistance enrages the Vikings standing nearby. They scream loudly and lunge at the tribal leader. However, it turns out the tribe leader is a martial arts master. He leaps high into the air and lands a powerful kick, demonstrating incredible agility and strength. In is totally surprised by the fighting skills of the tribal leader. It seems to the boy that, in this situation, the man won't need his help. He looks extremely confident in his abilities. A large crowd of Vikings pins the tribal leader tighter and tighter against the fence. They scream loudly, intending to tear their opponent to pieces. With a face full of hatred, the war chief continues to show off excellent hand-to-hand combat skills, dodging blows with dexterity and counterattacking with chains. In thinks it's not worth worrying about the tribal leader, so he becomes more interested in the situation Can is facing. With eyes full of worry, he sees the Viking captain attacking Can furiously, brandishing 2 giant axes. His blows are powerful and aggressive. Can is barely resisting the captain's numerous strikes and is gradually backing away as his strength runs out. But he tries to hold on. The man blocks another hit from the captain and hears angry curses directed at him. The Viking captain tells Can that his death will be slow and gruesome, his voice filled with rage, as he savors the thought of victory. The majority of the Vikings will soon recover from the last explosion and join the battle, which poses a serious threat to the fugitives. In realizes that time is running out. In lights another bomb, regretting that his supply of explosives is limited. Before throwing the bomb, he warns his friends and tells them to close their eyes. In the next second, a massive explosion occurs, blinding the entire night space with a brilliant light. And its glow momentarily turns night into day. The opponents are briefly blinded, allowing the fugitives to run toward the fence. The remains of the squad skillfully jump over the high palisade and join the main group of escapees. In lights a smoke bomb, hoping to buy some time. The smoke should make the Vikings' pursuit harder. The smoke generated by the bomb blast helped the natives escape. The Viking captain orders his men to chase them immediately. The Vikings storm out of the camp. Many of them whisper among themselves in low voices, complaining that the forest is too dark and their footing is unsteady. The captain is extremely annoyed. With a voice full of rage, he tells his subordinates that they let the loot get away, and if they don't bring back the prisoners, he will personally kill every single one of them. The warriors don't dare contradict their captain's orders. They light torches and rush into the dark forest, and hears the sound of a horn and realizes that the enemy has sent search parties into the woods. They need to get out of here as soon as possible. He realizes that after the tribes escape, the Vikings are furious and will probably double their efforts to find them. He needs to stick to the plan and run toward the beach, where the rafts are waiting. Right now, they don't just need to avoid other search parties, but also somehow shake off their pursuers. Because if the Vikings see them leaving on rafts, they'll likely chase them in their ships. Honey excitedly informs in that another search party is approaching them from the other side, and asks them not to panic. She thinks the Vikings haven't noticed them yet and they should keep moving forward as quietly as possible. The Vikings line up and start to carefully sweep the nearby area, while their torches brightly illuminate the forest. In thinks that if all the Vikings have torches, they'll have to hide in the darkness as best they can to avoid detection. After half an hour, the fugitives run into several more search parties, but the torchlight allows them to spot the Vikings in advance, and the villagers manage to hide way before they appear. The third search party is already moving away from the natives. The Vikings thought that with torches, it would be easier to find them, but they didn't expect the light to reveal their own presence and work against them. The fugitive spirits are noticeably high. They believe if things keep going like this, they have a real shot at escaping. Suddenly, one of the Viking squads doubles back. The warrior at the front tells his comrades he smells blood and fear. His words cause alarm among the fugitives. The fugitives realize the Vikings have tricked them. They pretended not to notice and then surrounded them. Wasting no time, the tribal leader, along with his daughter and Can, charges at the enemy. Their movements are fast and decisive. They're ready to fight to the end. The Vikings are completely stunned. They didn't expect that the submissive and scared captives could put up such resistance. Their faces show surprise and confusion. Can closes in on the nearest enemy, steps into the line of attack, and deals him a powerful blow. Honey joins his attack. The girl leaps high into the air and strikes with her combat sword. Despite fatigue and numerous wounds, the tribe leader demonstrates his lethal fighting technique. His blows are crushing. The remaining Vikings of the search party are in shock. They see how some of their comrades were taken out so quickly, and it hits them that they need to use the horn to call for reinforcements. One of the warriors tries to blow the horn, but instantly takes an arrow to the heart. His eyes go wide with shock, and he drops dead. A twin brother and sister emerge from the forest darkness. They walk up to the tribe leader and ask him something, even if everything is fine with them. In is under severe mental stress. Despite his preparation, he is still horrified to see 5 people drop dead right in front of him. The twins notice that In is lost in thought. They call him the Great Sorcerer and ask if he is okay. In warns them that the sounds of the fight might have revealed their location and that they need to leave immediately. He realizes that any delay could cost them their lives. In sees that the torchlight illuminates the forest too much, and the old smokescreen trick won't work now. If they face the Vikings in battle, they'll just attract even more enemies. He realizes that in a situation like this, Fighting would be pure suicide. In proposes a plan to detonate a smoke bomb to cover the fugitives' retreat. He himself is going to divert the Vikings' attention to his own position. He asks them not to worry about him. He assures everyone of his skills and says that he is the best fit for the role of bait. The villagers doubt his plan a little, but reminds them that he is the great sorcerer and that everyone must obey his orders, without question. After a moment, a loud explosion rings out, and one of the Viking search parties is enveloped in thick clouds of smoke. In lights a torch to draw attention, and starts moving away from the fugitives. Honey is very worried about In. Her heart is full of anxiety. Her father orders her to focus on retreating. He tells his daughter that the great sorcerer has given them a chance, and they must take it. The nearby search teams notice a lone torch moving in the darkness and immediately run after it. The squad leader curses at his subordinates and orders the Vikings to move as fast as possible and stop the natives from leaving. In sees that most of the Vikings are distracted by him, and this makes the boy happy, since the chances of the proper fugitives being discovered are noticeably reduced. After leading the Vikings away from the fugitive squad, In realizes that now is the time to break away from his pursuers and activates his skill, cheetah speed. His entire body begins to be covered with a bright energy field. The boy increases his running speed many times over. His movements become incredibly fast. One of the Vikings orders his comrade to signal, immediately with a horn. They have no intention of letting their prey go. In stops by a tree, trying to catch his breath. He believes it is much easier to escape the pursuit alone than when he acts in a group. The guy intends to use his skill intermittently so as not to overload his body. After a while, he hears the sound of a horn. But this sound is different from the previous ones, and he gets a bad feeling. His face expresses pure anxiety, and decides it is not worth spending much time resting and gathering his last remaining strength. He starts running again. Suddenly, he stops when he sees the light of torches ahead. The Vikings are walking in dense rows, combing through the forest. Moving forward becomes impossible. In turns around and sees that the encirclement ring is shrinking on the other side too. The sound of the horn informed all the troops in the forest about his location, and now they are moving right here. And starts to think about how to escape the encirclement. Before, he was running chaotically, but now he understands that he needs to choose a clear direction. The circle of search parties narrows around In. The boy starts to notice enemy warriors getting very close to him. Figures flicker through the trees. He pulls the last flashbang from his bag, telling himself he's really counting on this one. One of the Vikings scouring the woods stops dead in his tracks. A strange noise catches his ear. He turns, cautious, peering hard into the dark. A second later, boom, a massive explosion blasts out, blinding everything with searing white light. For a split second, night turns into day. The Vikings are totally blinded, stumbling around in confusion. They scream in rage and helplessness. They can't see a damn thing. One Viking bellows to his squad he found the native. He yells at them to get over there fast. In realizes he's been spotted. He bursts into a sprint, pushing his body to the absolute limit. His heart is pounding out of his chest, every muscle screaming. The kid bursts onto a plateau and freezes dead end. Just a steep cliff drop off ahead. Behind him, the Vikings roar with laughter. They're sure the guy is cornered. The warriors mutter to each other that he isn't going anywhere. Not with that cliff staring him in the face. In rips open his travel bag and yanks out a tightly folded bundle of cloth, praying this thing won't let him down. His hands are shaking from the stress. He backs up to the very edge. The Vikings are closing in. He hears their heavy boots and booming voices. Then, to the warrior's shock, he kicks off the ledge and dives into the abyss. The Vikings skid to a halt, stunned. A heartbeat later, a parachute canopy crafted by Aluke, the village artisan, snaps open behind him. The fabric billows in the wind, and he starts to glide down smoothly. In can barely handle the rush of emotions. It's a weird mix of terror and the thrill of being saved. Safe for now. Other Viking search parties start swarming the cliff edge. Their first question: where the hell did the kid go? The new arrivals hear that the fugitive must have been crazy. He just jumped straight off the cliff without hesitation. They're shocked. Then they start mocking the commander of the first squad, telling him his men are useless trash, couldn't even handle a single native. Things heat up fast. Tension spikes between the squad leaders. They start trading insults, blaming each other for the screw-up. Right then, the captain steps onto the plateau. He demands to know right now who's responsible for losing the native. The native who might know the secret of the Fountain of Youth? A twisted smile creeps onto his face. He asks again, "Explain to me. What exactly happened here?" The warriors know excuses are useless. The first squad commander stammers weakly that the guy used some kind of smoke. Thick smoke and flashes brighter than the sun. And he was too fast to catch. He adds that they cornered him on the plateau. But then he just jumped. The Viking captain stands at the cliff's edge. He asks the commander, in a voice like ice, why they didn't go down and keep hunting. The commander starts to explain, but the captain cuts him off, mocking, asking if he's actually scared of heights. A split second later, the captain grabs the commander tight and without a second thought hurls him off the cliff. In the silence of the night, the Viking captain's calm voice is heard, saying the commander of the first squad will be the first to reach the Fountain of Eternal Youth. Then, he turns to the rest of the Vikings, his eyes burning with rage and malice. He orders his men to find a way down, and promises he won't rest until he sees the corpse of the boy they were chasing with his own eyes. It lands on a narrow cliff, and his memory flashes back to the first time they sailed around the island. When he noticed that most of the coast was made of cliffs, he realizes he is in a relatively safe spot, and that the easiest way to get there is by boat. But as long as the Vikings fear the creature they call Leviathan, they won't dare approach from the sea. In starts calculating the lunar cycles and multiplies them by the tide times. And after a while, he realizes the current water level is at its peak. And because of that, he doesn't have to worry about the spot getting flooded. His gaze lands on the body of the commander from the first Viking squad who crashed. He thinks that the survival difficulty level on this island has increased significantly. Before, he only worried about food and finding resources. Now, it is a true horror. The next morning arrives. The villagers slowly start gathering on the beach, where the life rafts are. Jessica sees honey among the natives and waves to her happily. She carefully checks the escaped prisoners. She sees that everyone made it back, safe and sound, and realizes the operation was a success and went according to plan, which fills her with joy. Jessica wonders where In is, and why he isn't visible on the beach with the others. Suddenly, her mood shifts dramatically when Honey reports that the Grand Sorcerer stayed behind alone to fight the Vikings, and that his fate is now unknown. Jessica tries not to despair and keeps her composure, telling herself and the others that she will find a way to save In, despite all the difficulties and dangers they face. Meanwhile, it is freezing on the cliff. In, wrapped in his parachute, feels the damp sea mist creeping through his clothes, making them wet and heavy. Suddenly, his fitful sleep is disturbed by loud voices from above. The Vikings are arguing about how the boy managed to get down the cliff, debating if he crashed or drowned in the sea. In realizes his enemies aren't backing down and understands he needs to find a way out of here fast before they find him. He looks at the endless sea in front of him and realizes it is impossible for him to swim to the shore on the other side of the island. The supplies he brought will only last a few days, and all he has in terms of scrap materials are broken sticks and logs washed up by the sea. In hopes these materials will be enough to build a small raft and try to cross the waters. In spent a long time searching, but found practically nothing that could help him build the raft. He examines the fragments of branches and planks washed ashore carefully, and understands that the waves, they will smash the raft to pieces if it is built with such materials. Suddenly, a loud eagle screech rings out. The young man looks up at the sky and sees a massive golden eagle flying toward him. The huge bird lands on his hand, and smiles and says he's been waiting for him for a long time. He quickly writes a note saying he's stuck at the bottom of a cliff, south of the Viking camp. He doesn't know the exact location, but he's sure Grey Eagle can help find him. Also, he warns his friends that the Vikings are constantly hunting for him, so they need to be extremely careful. Carefully folding the note, he places it in a special container attached to the golden eagle's leg, hoping the message arrives as fast as possible. He watches the waves crashing against the steep cliffs and wonders how long it'll take for the letter to reach the camp, and when his friends will find out where he is. Realizing there's nothing left to do but wait, In decides to save his energy and just wait for help. Since it's out of his hands now, the boy watches the sunset and thinks that, even if Grey Eagle flies at top speed, help won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon. So he should conserve his strength. However, suddenly, he spots a boat moving in his direction, which catches him off guard. He didn't expect help to arrive this fast. In's friends are rushing to the rescue, rowing desperately, sparing no effort to save their friend in time, knowing every second counts. In admires the speed at which his friends managed to cross the sea. They weren't afraid and came to his aid from the side with the dangerous waters. Honey doesn't waste a second, jumping ashore and rushing straight to In. Worried, she asks if he's okay and if he's hurt anywhere. The sun had already set completely. The rescuers had used up all their strength on the way there. It was impossible to navigate right then, so they had no choice but to stay there for the night. Fortunately, the rescuers didn't come empty-handed. Not only did they bring food and water, but also a tent. The next morning, after everyone had regained their strength, the young group set off. On the way back to their companions, Jessica is still waiting on the shore, her heart filled with anxiety. She constantly scans the horizon, hoping to see her friends safe and sound. Watching Jessica, he realizes she's extremely worried about In and tries to calm her down, telling her that the guy is a great sorcerer and that everything will definitely be fine. Suddenly, one of the villagers shouts loudly, grabbing everyone's attention. He announces that he sees a huge bird on the horizon, followed by a boat. The young group quickly approaches the shore. Despite their exhaustion, they keep rowing stubbornly. The natives greet their friends with loud cheers, raising their hands in joy. Jessica rushes over to In, noticing he looks exhausted, and asks if he's hurt. In reassures the girl, telling her there's nothing to worry about. He was just wiped out from the pace his friends set. The boy discovers that everything is ready to set sail. All 9 rafts have been launched. The villagers are all in their places, ready to load up. To prevent such a large fleet from attracting enemy attention, they decided to sail under the cover of darkness. Jessica gives the order to stop and drop anchor, after which all the rafts are tied together with ropes, creating a stable structure. After spending 2 nights on a cliff in the middle of the sea, In felt physically and emotionally drained, and as soon as he got on the raft, he headed to the cabin, where he instantly fell asleep. However, despite his exhaustion, the delicious scent of a hot meal woke him up, filling the cabin and making his stomach rumble. Jessica walked in with a smile, saying she wouldn't let him sleep on an empty stomach as she offered him the food. Ian happily accepted the gift and ate ravenously, feeling his strength slowly return to him. After eating, Ian briefly told Jessica about the previous day's events. She didn't interrupt him, but her heart sank as she listened to the hardships he had to face. Jessica hugged the boy tight and called him her hero, sincerely happy that it had all ended well and that he had made it back safe and sound. Meanwhile, a group of Vikings, led by a captain, found the village where the natives had been living. They saw it was empty, and the inhabitants had managed to flee. The captain's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He thought the natives had outsmarted him this time, but he was sure it wouldn't last long, and that he would catch them all. The captain ordered his subordinates to immediately search the entire camp. The Vikings immediately began carrying out their commander's orders. One of the Vikings reported to the captain that no one was found in the village, and the Tracks showed the inhabitants had left the village moving in an organized group. The captain concluded that the tribe couldn't have gone very far in that time, and ordered an immediate search of the surrounding area, hoping to catch up with them. Meanwhile, the villagers arrived at the other side of the island, where Ian's camp was located. The young man asked the villagers to follow him, saying that in 1 hour they would reach his camp where they could finally rest and feel safe. As they approached the camp walls, the natives heard loud noises that seemed to come from some large animal, which alarmed them. Ian asked the people not to worry, explaining that those sounds were coming from his pet. The people nearby were perplexed, wondering what kind of pet could growl so threateningly. Suddenly, the camp gates swung open, and Ellen ran out to meet the group, accompanied by a trained panda. This shocked the natives and caused delight among the children and many adults. The villagers called Ellen the Great Lady and instantly dropped to their knees, bowing deeply to show their profound respect. Ian hadn't been in contact with Ellen through Grego, and he hadn't told the natives about her status. So, he was a bit surprised by their reaction. Jessica called out to Ian, saying she had something very important to tell him. Jessica said she would handle the resettlement of the natives, and advised Ian not to make Ellen wait too long before talking to her. After those words, the girl turned and walked away, leaving the young couple alone, creating a private moment for them to share their words and feelings. Ellen instantly ran to Ian and hugged him tightly, her eyes full of tears and her face expressing mixed emotions of relief and joy she couldn't hide. She said the wait felt like an eternity and that she had been so worried about him. Her voice trembled with emotion, and Ian didn't fully understand just how important this moment was for her. Clinging to Ian, she didn't hold back her emotions. In that moment, she felt he was close again, and that she had nothing to fear. Ellen was so happy that Ian has returned safe and sound, and he believes that starting today, their lives will finally begin to improve, and all the hardships will be left behind. Meanwhile, the natives start gathering near a large pot, from which the aromatic smell of food is wafting, enveloping the entire space and waking up everyone's appetite. Happily, they begin eating the offered food, discussing among themselves how wonderful the dishes that the great sorcerers eat are. Their admiration knows no bounds. The twins are very surprised by the exquisite flavor of the wild boar meat. They assume that before cooking it, it was processed in some special way that gave it that taste. Ian realizes that there are now about 50 people in their camp, including themselves, and that there clearly isn't enough space for everyone, especially since the cave is occupied by the pets, which complicates the resettlement task. Just then, Jessica unexpectedly approaches the young ones. Her voice sounds loud and confident. She says she believes they are done with their conversation. Jessica opens her arms and happily announces that it's her turn to hug. She hugs in tight and cheerfully reports that she is happy, that everything turned out well, and that he returned safe and sound. And he sincerely thanks Jessica, saying that he definitely couldn't have done it without her help. This time, the natives ate until they were full. They don't remember ever eating so much delicious food before. Ellen wonders where so many people will sleep today, since the cave and the kitchen won't be able to accommodate everyone. This worries her. As a result, it was decided to put the children, women, and the elderly in the cave and the kitchen, and all the other natives lit a circular fire around the camp and went to sleep on the ground inside it. When everything finally calmed down, it was already late. Ian could finally rest. But first he took a bath that Ellen prepared for him. The hot water washed away his fatigue and brought him relief. That night, everyone was able to sleep peacefully. For the first time in a long time, they felt safe. And Ellen could heave a sigh of relief knowing that Jessica and Ian returned safe and sound. Things were starting to look up for the villagers, and there was a sense of hope in the air that strengthened their spirits. The morning of the next day arrived. The tribe members started to wake up slowly and stretch their stiff bodies, enjoying the peace they had finally found. Ian wakes up and opens his eyes. But despite his long sleep, he feels completely restless and doesn't want to get up. Suddenly he realizes that the two girls next to him are still sleeping and hugging him tight. After a quick breakfast, the tribe, including the elders and children, was divided into 3 groups, each with its own tasks and goals. The first group, led by In, went to the bamboo forest to prepare construction material for future buildings needed to expand the camp. The second group, along with Jessica, went fishing because, even though there was still dried meat in the cave, there clearly wasn't enough for everyone, and it was necessary to get more food for the tribe. The rest of the villagers remained in the camp with Ellen and took care of various domestic tasks. The first group quickly prepared a sufficient amount of bamboo and began to build huts. Ellen, he remembers what the camp was like when they first arrived on the island. They had a primitive hut and barely any food supplies. But now, their camp has turned into a massive, fortified village. Jessica shows up at the camp and greets the young guys with a beaming smile. She happily announces that they caught a huge amount of fish. That night, the villagers light a big bonfire and throw a festival with everyone dancing together. It's to celebrate the successful day and create an atmosphere of joy and unity. Jessica grabs Helen's hand and insists she dance with her around the fire. She wants her to join the happy celebration and add to the fun. The tribal leader walks up to Chin, who is standing alone, and asks him to join him. His voice is calm but slightly cautious. Chin realizes the man approached him for a reason. He senses a serious conversation is coming, one that will be crucial for his future plans. The tribal leader completely shocks the young man when he starts speaking to him in fluent English. This leaves Chin totally amazed and